kids, basically not doing so well in school, in public school that is. So I only got a smirk behind my behind this expression, because anytime I hear Tariq Nasheed, and keep in mind, Chaotic Truth didn't take it serious, you know, because I don't take Tariq Nasheed serious. You know, those people that are close to me and myself, we made some videos in the past on Tariq Nasheed, but with us, right, people like me, right, we come at Tariq Nasheed with the angle of understanding who he is. A lot of you guys are Johnny come latelys to Tariq Nasheed, so you're all in on this FBA cult movement, right? And that's no shade to anybody else that subscribes to the FBA so-called movement. I'm talking about his blind witnesses, right? His cult following of people that are 50 years or older and are just like, for whatever reason, it's always blame the white man. But look, I digress. But Tariq Nasheed, right? For those of you that have known him for 10 plus years, or in my case, 15 plus years, right? This guy always has been entertaining, funny. He's comedic relief, right? Shout out to my man, you feel me, that introduced me to him back in '07. My dog told me straight up, check this out, you gonna like this dude. Because at first, you know, he was coming with the gems. But if I'm to be honest, it's gems that I've known since I was a child, because I've always surrounded myself with knowledge, right? So Tariq Nasheed, it's not necessarily enlightening. For those of us that has always subscribed to higher learning, right? Always been around older folks with wisdom, people giving you good game.
All right. Now, I don't know if this is his channel or not, but I'm going to give him a invitation, right? All right. Okay. So now, I don't want to, no, not from this channel. Not from Unbiased Ron, because I get more views on FBA unit. Because they clout chase, so they want to see views. Okay, so let's go ahead with it. All right. 34 likes, that's it, out of 1.3, and it's 4 months ago. Yeah, so my views are killing him, so thanks to y'all. But so he's a clout chaser, so I'm telling you, I invite these guys, they got all the stuff to say. And if you're standing on truth, then why not have the conversation? If what you're saying is absolutely true, right? Then what are you dodging the smoke for? Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm on the Marcus Garvey. You can't find a Marcus Garvey video that I'm not in the comment section inviting all those people who love this guy and think he's the best leader and best black leader. I'm in there challenging all of them. And they decline. And it's more sad because they truly know Marcus Garvey wasn't SHIT. But because he's the leader of the Pan-Africanist movement, they just go with it. And they just hope you just don't ever research. Sad but true.
For 10 plus years, or in my case, 15 plus years, right?
Now, by the way, I sent this Tether the phone number. He said he was ready. No, he said, hey, man, what's up? I said, bro, you ready right now? He said, yes. I sent him the phone number. He hasn't called in. This is what I'm talking about, man. This is annoying. Like, dude, why are you scared to talk to another grown man about something that you like to talk about? I'm not forcing the conversation on you. You're the one making videos about FBAs and Tariq Nasheed. If it's true, let's talk about the truth. Bring truth to power. Straight cowards, man.
This guy always has been entertaining, funny. He's comedic relief, right? Fool me once, fool me twice. You know the old saying, right? There's always a sucker born every minute. So my anger will never. This is the most lucrative movement, this FBA thing he's upon that started.
Hey, but now I sent this. I'm really like not trying to listen to him. I sent him the comment. You guys see it for yourself. Just it's right there. You can't see all of it, but boom, right there. Can I invite you onto my platform to talk about this? I disagree with you on a few things, and let's have a civil dialogue. Thanks. Now, watch this guy. Just now, look. He replies. So he replies. So watch. When they get challenged, they flee. Like these guys are just fleeing. Is in there. They got an ethnogenesis with fleeing. That's just part of their. They had an ethnogenesis with fleeing. That's just a part of their DNA now. That's just in them. All right. So enough of that tether. Let me get off him. Pause and well, my term is straightening. So if you hear me saying straightening is replacement of pause. All right, straightening for grown, mature folks. All right. Anyway, let me try to get this tether on. So I'm going to go back to my account. Like, dude, call the phone number. Oh boy. Okay. Did he respond? Yeah, this guy, he said, what's the meaning ID? Fool. I sent him two numbers. I said, phone number, meeting. I said, access code. He said, what's the meeting ID? Dude, obviously it's the access code. All right, so it's going to be an easy cook. So I really didn't want to go into more. I want to like beat him up real fast and then go into the show. But I ain't going to delay too much. Let me see what the chat talking about. Peace. Corwin, MC Facts, same day. Peace, peace, peace. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. So yeah, Bush meet Babylon. Exactly. TI production. Let me give you a wrench. And then all FBAs and FBA supporters get a wrench. Now, so you had a troll in the chat earlier. Was like, yo, man, you was high on Godfrey. Yes, I was high on Godfrey. Okay, we're human beings. When you support us, we're going to sign your autograph. You dig? But when you start hating on us and ask for autograph, you're not going to get it. So, like, there's nothing wrong with signing autographs. Like, yeah, I'm going to acknowledge the flowers. Godfrey had a long history of giving us our flowers. He made a big mistake. You know, he didn't do, he made a mistake. I ain't watched the interview, so I can't really tell you much. Okay, so the dude just hopped in. Hey, peace. What's your name you like to go by?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clear. Can you hear me very clear as well?
Yeah, I can hear you good, bro. My name is KD. You call me KD.
Like K and a D, like Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
All right. So what's up, man? What's your issue with FBA or ADOS or Tariq Nasheed?
Well, I guess we can start with Tariq Nasheed.
Okay.
Majority of his videos are about disparaging Black immigrants. I mean, that's pretty much all his content. Well, like literally all of it.
Would you agree that no matter what the subject is, there's Black immigrants calling in, heckling him and trolling him, and then it turns to that?
Okay, I mean, you can have where people heckle you and troll you, but do you have to make that the topic of your entire video?
No, see, here's the thing. You're looking at clips. You're looking at clips of a whole video. So he has a whole video, and just like DJ Flad or whoever else, they have a whole video and they clip off like the most exciting or controversial moments of it because they know it's going to get clicks. Everybody does that. Every content creator does that. They make highlights, even like in the NBA. The NBA is going to show highlights of the best parts of the game.
Okay. World Star Hip Hop. I mean, they show highlights of the black community. Is that showing the black community in a positive light? Is that the kind of image that we're trying to set as black people? Highlights of that?
No, but guess what? The criticism Tariq is getting, you guys didn't give Q the same criticism, and he was far more influential in his highlights. He got gazillion views. Tariq, look at Tariq views on his videos. You know, it's nothing near Q. But here's the thing, though. Q got a pass. But Tariq somehow gets all of the criticism, and he's nowhere near as influential as Q. Or the Shade Room, or these other World Star, these other DJ academics. He did a whole thing on War in Chirac. Where was you at in his comment section? My man started the whole bloodbath over again.
I mean, do two wrongs make a right? I don't understand. Like,
No.
we take in one thing that's wrong and then we're gonna replicate it.
Now, what I'm saying is, where is the criticism? Like, for example, I have a standard. This is why I'm that guy. My name is Unbiased Ron. Anybody, and I'm called the can man because I don't hold punches. Anybody can literally get it. All right. So
I respect that.
Okay, so that's what I do. Now, but my standard is across the board. I'm not respecting persons. So if Tariq don't fit my standards, I'm gonna criticize whatever he said that don't fall into my standards. So I criticize everybody, and even people I like. I'm in the comment section and say, hey, I don't like this. I watch a lot of one-on-one basketball, like the whole YouTube content creator. And guys I really like. And guess what? I got at them directly, and they call me a hater. It's like, dude, I'm not a hater, dude. I'm just telling you. With this one guy, you were more aggressive. Like, you were out of character. Like, dude, you're usually humble, but because this one guy you seen was soft, you became a bully. So that's how I am. So what I'm saying is, if I feel like Tariq Nasheed highlights was causing what you said, I would do that with everybody that I am aware of. I ain't gonna say you gotta research people on fly, but whoever you know of. Because you got bigger, like Tariq was on DJ Academics. So if you know Tariq, you definitely know DJ Academics, and not just him. Math Hoffa, right? So you got these other guys that do the same thing, and they have a larger influence, and the smoke is just reserved for Tariq Nasheed, and that's what we're like realizing. It's like, yo, we wouldn't mind if the smoke was pitched equally distributed. If there was equality, we wouldn't even like say anything to you. We were like, all right, it's whatever.
Well, I mean, let me tell you a little bit about me, bro. I'm a Pan-African. You know what I mean? And honestly, bro, anybody who is displaying black people in the negative light, I got smoke for them. Period. All the way across the board. You know what I mean? So Tariq is at this particular point, he's the personification of. Go ahead.
So, are you aware of academics?
Yeah, I know about academics.
Are you aware of his documentary on Chicago?
Nah, I never heard of a documentary on Chicago. Tell me about it.
All right. Well, just real briefly, the Chicago gangs themselves. So these ain't critics. These ain't trolls. The Chicago gangs themselves. Oh, D Block and the other crew over there. They blamed him for the reoccurring to this day bloodbath between King Von, Lil Durk, and all these guys. They single-handedly pointed at him. I'm talking about Chicago residents and even people in the gang. They blamed him for resurrecting the bloodbath. So Tariq Nasheed is talking trash, whatever. I can see that you have a problem with it. No problem. But this guy got people killed. All the shooters you hear about on the weekend, that DJ Academics play a large part of that because he was rehashing old beefs that people like, the wounds healed a little bit and people like let it go. They kind of bitter, but they let it go. Well, he resurrected it and talked about it. He even gave these guys nicknames and made them like superheroes. So they start to retweet, his stuff, and then the other gang like, yo, man, mind your business, shut up. And it started a whole war. So what I'm saying is, like, we're focused on Tariq. And to me, personally, I believe it's bigger than Tariq. I think people just don't like him. So no matter what he does, it's just never going to be good enough. Like, if he asks for donations or GoFundMe, crowdfund for a museum, or a documentary, they're gonna have issues.
Nah. So that ain't the case over here. I'm gonna just let you know all the way across the
All right,
board.
so where's
So
the
I used
smoke? So where's the smoke? Because you're Pan African, you love black people. So
right.
where's the smoke? And matter of fact, all of DJ right now, all of his content is divisive. Literally, nothing is like bringing black folk. Like DJ Vlad probably got more.
Divisive's not the right word. You could say that it's destructive to the community, portraying us in that type of image. Yeah, but divisive is not the word. Divisive is a word that's specifically reserved for Tariq, because Tariq, what he's doing is he's pitting one group of black people against another group of black people.
Okay.
Academics is portraying, he's contributing to the negative image of black people. That's what he's doing.
Okay, so explain how Tariq Nasheed is putting a group against another group. I gotta hear this one.
All you gotta do is go to his YouTube channel. Every single video is tether this, tether that, black Somalian this person said that, this person's against FBI.
How long you been
years.
They got it.
Yeah.
Now, I've been watching Tariq for years, and I am, pretty smart. I got a good memory, and I can recall damn near his biggest videos. Now, I can tell you where it started. See, a lot of people can't go back to 2017, 2016 when it all started. Okay, so he was pitching. Are you aware? You watched him for years. Are you aware of his global empowerment? When he was, that's like kind of like Pan Africanist. He was about Melanoid Nation. You aware of that?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember the More Us app. I remember the Melanoid Nation. I remember Hidden Colors. Go ahead. Yep.
Cool. So what he started to spot was this: when he was getting on white supremacy. This is way before NADOS and ADOS, way before Tether. He used to call out white supremacy, and he used to notice that most of his feedback was from black women, and he used to call them bed wenches, right? And he left it like that. Then he evolved. He started to notice that, wow, these black women aren't just black women. These black women hold a flag that's foreign. So he started to point that out. So this is way before delineation, all that stuff. He used to say, hey, man, I'm noticing that a lot of these bedwenches are from the continent. And he used to say they love Zaddy. So a lot of his complaints and pushback was on black immigrant women who were sticking up for, blatant white supremacists, people who disrespect them, who you say you love. And so he started to notice it was consistent across the board, and these people had foreign flags. So he would call them out, and then he'll see that. And by the way, I got clips on everything I'm saying to you. I clipped it up. So I'm a clip guy. I watch videos and I clip them. So I got clips to everything I'm saying. So this is when he was about all global empowerment, and that was his terminology against white supremacy, because he said white supremacy is global, so we need a global empowerment movement. So he was linking up with black folks all across the globe, bigging up everybody. Okay, then he started to see like, hey man, these guys ain't on cold as I think I am. But he kept pushing, because that was January of 2018. So like I'll say around April, he started to notice, damn, a lot of the black media that shows black people, and this is before Tariq Nasheed did Tethers that you're complaining about, 2018. That's what? That's 7 years ago. You start to notice that black media that shows black folks in negative light, in a negative light, is DJ Academics. You just said it. World Star Q, who's Haitian, Academics Jamaican, Shade Room. So he started to show all of the massive black media that shows black Americans in a negative light were all black immigrants. So he's starting to like, wow, what's going on here? I'm trying to be black empowerment, but there's this secret agenda that I'm not aware of, that I'm becoming aware of. So he started to question, like, yo, what's up? But he always kept saying this. He always kept saying, not all of y'all, but some of y'all, y'all really on some white supremacist, bandwagon. And he did that.
Okay. Now let me ask you this, right? Because I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: do you know who Jesse Lee Peterson is?
Yes, I do.
You know who Charles Barkley is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who? We can name Lil Wayne is, O.J. Simpson.
Yes, I do.
Would you say that these dudes are representatives of the FBA? Would you say that these dudes are they embody the mindset of what black people in America are?
They're all compromised.
I get, hey, I'm not going to argue that at all. But would you say, okay, would you watch these dudes and say, okay, this is what all these black Americans are?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one, when you hear them talk, they put themselves in like as like an educator or an expert. So all of them, when they talk, they carry themselves where you're supposed to take them serious. Well, except for Jesse Lee Peterson, but he be trying. Now look, I know Jesse Lee Peterson more than before all of you, by the way. So I'm aware of his early interviews with the Hebrew Israelites. They're on my channel. Let's go back 12 years ago. So I was aware of him when he had an actual talk show, right? He had an actual talk show. So yeah, I go that far back. But yeah, but the difference is that all of them do what we say is cooning, right? Let me say this. It's one thing if you're arguing with your brother and your sister. It's another thing if a neighbor takes your brother's argument and argue that same argument. Because you want to know, like, yo, what this guy do with you? Like, I'm arguing about what my brother did to my car. He didn't gas it up. Why are you talking about he didn't gas it up? So it hits differently when you're outside of the household and you're speaking on household things. So academics and those guys are outside the household and they're speaking on household things and they're not genuine. So when Charles Barkley says something, he might actually feel that way. See, but the difference is Q is not expressing his true feelings. Academics is not expressing true feelings. They're just covering us like we're just zoo animals. They're not.
Okay, so it sounds to me like you're saying they have more of a right to be coons than anyone else. Is that what you're trying to say? Like, are you trying to say like if you're a black person in America, you have a God-given right to be a sellout, buck dancing, tap dancing?
No, what I'm actually saying is this: they have a right to their opinion. Okay, right. So Jesse Lee has an opinion. Look, Jordan Lee Peterson has an opinion, but white folks the large body of white folks don't share that opinion. Nick Fuentes got an opinion, but a lot of white folks don't agree. But that's their opinion. What I'm sharing with you, bro, I need you to listen. DJ Academics is not sharing an opinion. He's projecting an image. Q is not sharing an opinion. He's projecting an image. That's worse.
Okay, so So essentially, you're saying
their opinion, but they're not giving an opinion. They're projecting an image that sides with scientific racism. How the racist South viewed us with, and they try to use science. So they're stirring up that image. It's not an opinion. They're casting or projecting an image that was first expressed during scientific racism. And like I have that book, Medical Apartheid, by the way. So I know for a fact that they are resurrecting images and thoughts about black people that was going on because first of all, white folks, Southerners was trying to deter and discourage the North from, carrying on with the civil rights movement. So, I'm sorry, with the Civil War. So they were trying to say, hey, why war with us over these slaves? They're just going to be, violent whoremongers. So like they was trying to pitch kind of like the modern bell curve thing. They were trying to pitch an argument like, why are you worried about these guys becoming free? Like these guys need to be in chains because if they're free, they're going to be rapists. They're going to be violent. And then guess what? That's what World Star Hip Hop portrayed as.
Well, listen, bro. Listen, the thing is if you want to sit there and argue which one is worse, we can do that. But let's be clear that the fact that what both of these dudes are doing are destructive to the community. They're destructive to the movement. They're destructive to the community.
I don't believe Tariq what he's doing is being destructive. I believe that he has a live, right? He's going live, and somebody's calling in now. Because I put Tariq in the same category as Dave Chappelle, like they're like comedians. Like Tariq is funny. Like, and he's known to troll back and do the puppet thing. and the wolf wall, the walrus thing. So he is literally a comedian, like Dave Chappelle. So if Dave Chappelle is live,
I mean, they don't call him a a comedian on X. I mean, they list him as activists. They list him as social leader. They list him as he's the founder of FBA. I mean, maybe if he was listed as a comedian, people would take him less seriously. But he's not listed as a comedian. That's the problem.
Wait, slow down.
I'm here.
Does Dave Chappelle does activism and they become politically aware about black and white issues on this and not just him but Charlie Murphy?
Wait, so would you call them activists?
Yeah, they're activists / comedians.
You can listen, I can change my oil on my car, but that doesn't make me a mechanic. It just means I changed my oil. You know what I'm saying? So just because you do some activism, it doesn't make you an activist. That's not your main occupation. His main occupation is comedian. But when you look at Tariq, allegedly his main occupation is supposed to be activist.
Wait. No. He never said that.
He's never called himself an activist. He's never been portrayed or marketed as an activist.
Right, so now you're going the opposite way. You just called him an activist first. When did he say that?
Okay, I mean, I could probably find things where he said that, but if you go to his, let's go to his X. Go to his X. Okay. Share the screen and go to his X. Let's see what the description is.
Okay, I don't mind that, but what I'm saying is he's not saying I'm just that. Like Malcolm X was an activist. So, but Tariq has always said I'm petty. I'm petty. So here's the thing. People like you pick and choose which Tariq you want to believe. I believe everything he says he is. He said I'm petty. He said he has jokes. He's an entertainer. He has music. He's all of that. And on top of that, he's an activist. There's nothing wrong with that. I am an activist. On top of that, I do sports. On top of that, I debate religion. That ain't activism. Debating religion. On top of that, I debate other foolishness. But so I do a lot of things. But no, I'm not 100% activist like Malcolm X or Dr. King. Like,
okay, so if he's not an activist, right?
No. I didn't say that. I'm saying he's activist plus. So this is 2025, bro. Like we are evolved. We are more things than just one thing. And so now, are you aware of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, by the way?
Of course.
Okay, so what did he say? He said entertainment plus knowledge. You gotta have so he realized you gotta entertain on top of educate. They call it edutainment. Okay, so you gotta entertain as you educate because black folks, we love entertainment. We love sports. We love singing. Lil Wayne, the guys you mentioned, we love that over activists, unfortunately. So we gotta be smart. I'm a chess teacher, by the way. So I teach strategy and tactics.
Okay, so I mean, if that's the case, I mean, Lil Wayne is an activist. I mean, LeBron James is an activist. I mean, we go down the list. Entertainers and athletes who are activists. What did Malcolm X say about what they try to do with black people and make entertainers and athletes our leaders?
Okay, so now look, let's put that on pause.
Okay,
we're going to agree or disagree, and let's go to FBA. What's your issues?
Hold on, wait. So you want to agree to disagree on that? You don't want to touch on nothing I just said with that?
Well, we're going around in circles and we're not agreeing. So let's go to something we can agree on. So and look, we can always circle back, but I want to hit on some things without getting bogged down to one thing. All right, so look, we can come back to that.
Okay, cool.
And remember, there's a couple of things that you got an issue with. So now, what's your issue with FBA?
Okay, so there's a few issues with FBA. The first issue is that it's a Tariq Nasheed online store that he owns the rights to.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. He owns the rights to FBA. The official website is owned and operated by Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed owns the rights to the flag. Tariq Nasheed created and coined the term foundational Black American. So that's one of the issues I have with it. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Are you an African American?
No, I'm not. Well, I am a American. I was born here. I was born in Miami, but my people's are Jamaican.
Okay. Do you ever select? Because now, brother, be careful. Because I know what applications say. I'm in housing. Okay. And Jamaicans and every other black immigrant only got one selection. Right? There ain't no other selection. Right? With housing, and they all get housing. So now, do you ever select the option where it says, when it's talking about race, ain't no Jamaican on there. There's no Haitian on there. There's no Nigerian. Do you ever select where it says Black African American?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're African American. Now watch this. Who copyrighted that? Who trademarked that term?
I don't know the history behind it. I know.
So I will tell you. I will tell you. A white man trademarked African American.
African American is not trademarked. It's not.
Okay. Let me cook you real fast. See, one thing you know about me, that bro.
I want you to show me that it's trademarked. I know for a fact it's not, but go ahead.
I got you. One thing about me.
And don't show me no BS website with no clothing store with no. Go ahead, show me the trademark. I want to see it.
I got you. But one thing you gonna learn about me tonight is that everything I say, I can prove. So watch this. So now, once I prove this, say you were wrong and I was right, and we can move forward.
I don't mind admitting I was wrong, but I know for a fact you're not going to
get used to that because I'm never wrong like that. So I ain't got to worry about that. Okay. All so right. I got you. So now watch this. I'm gonna read it, and they're gonna read with me. Yes, the term African American is trademarked by African American Inc., a food and beverage company based in North Carolina, and that's a white man.
Hold on. So this Wikipedia you showing me?
No. This ain't Wikipedia. This is an AI overview. No, but hold on. All right. Look.
Go ahead, bro.
So
where's the official site on the website where the trademarks, the .gov website that shows the African American .gov website that shows African American as trademark?
No. That's not for me. That's for you. Because this guy right here, that owns this. Okay, this is Google. Now I can go to Chat GPT. It won't change. Okay, any search I can go to Bing.com. It's not going to change. This white guy. You know why I know this? Because I already did a live on this before. Okay, now I can get his name for you. He even got a Facebook page, and he even got a flag. By the way, he got a flag too. This white guy got a flag. So here's the thing for those who are listening. This is a fact. So forget about what he's saying. Because he wants to act like this ain't true. Some .gov shit. Hey, bro, this is simple. Anybody can look this up. And y'all can do your own .govs. And I want to put some money on this one. I got 100 that you can't prove me wrong. This is owned by this.
No, I don't have to prove you wrong. You have to prove you right. You have to prove that it's trademarked. You showed me a wiki. You showed me a Google AI wiki search.
I already did. So here's what I'm gonna do. I already did. You said show you where it's trademarked. I'm on Google.com. This is AI overview. So now AI overview is lying now. So AI overview lies now. It has wrong information when you Google something.
It means that anybody can put the information. No. It doesn't have to be accurate.
No.
I could put. Right, so, I saw flying elephants on Wednesday. I can put that in Wikipedia and it would pull up.
Look, I already know you cook. I didn't say Wikipedia, by the way. So I already know you cook. So hey, chat. So I'm talking to chat now. Hey, chat. I'm so confident on this. I don't gotta do what he said. I'm that thorough on this. Okay.
Of course you don't.
I'm talking to my chat because my chat know how I get down. Chat, I'm so thorough on this. If y'all all do your individual research, y'all all going to say, Unbiased Ron, you got it. That guy was wrong. Like people normally are when they speak to me. So now let's go further. So I don't feel like I got to prove this. I'm cool with you just laughing in doubt. I'm cool with that because I know when my chat Google it and research it on themselves, they're going to know that this guy, and by the way, chat, Google the owner of this beverage company. It's a white guy. He got a Facebook too, by the way. And they get, and guess what? FBAs are killing him on his Facebook. Anyway,
bro, this is all cap. It's all
okay.
Cap.
All right. No problem. No problem. Well,
I just did a Google search on my own just now, and it clearly says no. The word is not trademarked or copyrighted.
Okay, sure.
Can I share my screen? You want me to share my screen on here?
Hey, chat. No, because chat.
Of course not.
No,
But go ahead.
Chat. I know, right? Okay, so now let's move on. So now there's some things I'll debate, but this ain't one of them. Now, hey, bro.
You can't debate it because it's fictitious. You made it up. It's not trademarked. It's not. You cannot trademark African American. African American is a race. You cannot trademark. If you Google search this, and I'll talk to the chat now. If you Google search, can you trademark the word African American? It will specifically tell you that you cannot trademark it because it specifically identifies a particular group or ethnic group of people, and you cannot trademark words like that. Don't let this dude fool you. That's cap, bro. You cannot trademark African American. Period. But go ahead.
I'm so confident. I ain't even got a response to that.
You probably talking about some online store that's making clothes or whatever, but you cannot trademark the word. But go ahead.
Fine. Now here's the thing. You said what you said. I said what I said. Now they got to do their research, right?
Right.
Okay, so now they're going to end up knowing I was right or wrong, and you were right or wrong, and I'm cool with that because I know I'm right. But anyway, so do you have a? So now here's the next thing, because we talked about Tariq briefly. We talked about this briefly. We can come back to all of this later. I want to hit some bullet points first. Okay, so do you have a problem with Black Americans that trace their lineage back to slavery in this country? Go ahead, go that way. Do you have a problem with us seeking reparations exclusively just for us? No Jamaicans, no Haitians, no Nigerians, just Black Americans. Go ahead.
Okay, do I have an issue? So those are two different questions. Do I have an issue with Black people tracing their lineage back to the 1800s?
No. It was one
Go
question.
ahead.
It was one question. All I said was, do you have a problem with us? Well, I was trying to point out that who I'm speaking about. Because you say Black Americans, that could be anybody in Black America, right? So I was saying Black Americans who can trace their lineage back to the 1870 census, right? I was talking about those Black Americans. Do you have a problem with them exclusively seeking reparations for themselves, excluding the other Blacks?
Do I have an issue with that?
Yeah.
Black people. So that was two questions. Do I have an issue? No, it's two questions. It is. Okay. So one question is talking about if I have a problem with somebody tracing their lineage back, and nobody has a problem with that. That's the thing. Like nobody got a problem with nobody tracing their lineage back. Trace your lineage back. Be proud of who you are, bro. Like ain't no issues with none of that.
The reparations.
Period. Now, when we talking about reparations, now I have an issue with the individualism as it pertains to everyone trying to fight their own individual. This is more tribalistic BS. At the end of the day, the transatlantic slave trade and all these different slave trades, it was a global issue. The people that were responsible for the issues that the issues that Black people suffer from today, they're all the same people. UK and America, they were the same fucking country up until maybe about 250 years ago. They were the same. They're the same people. They're the same descendants. The UK, France, all these countries, they're the same people. They all come from the same place. When it came to Black people, they all got on the same page and they all worked together in order to enslave and colonize Black people wholly.
Is that a yes or no?
Yeah, I have a problem with it all the way across the board. We should all be working together because we're fighting the same people. But go ahead.
So now here's the actual real second question. So CARICOM, is that for everybody? Is that for all Black folks? Or that's for the diaspora? Or that's just the Caribbean?
I believe that's a union for the Caribbean as far as the countries are concerned.
All right. So now they just did what you said. They just did what you said was wrong. So do you disagree with the CARICOM claim?
I do disagree with the CARICOM claim. I think it should be a one collective claim.
Okay, so now, good. So let's walk it back now. So the American government, right? So now we're talking about government now. The American government, when they did what they did here in America, and let's start with Black codes, Jim Crow, Black Reconstruction, right? Did that affect all Black people of the world, or did that just affect those of us who call ourselves ADOS, FBAs, free people?
I mean, there was immigration during those time periods, so it did affect people across the world.
Okay, brother. Now you got to prove that there were no black. Hey, now I'm gonna give you the stat.
So there was no immigrants that were here in the 1900s or in the early 1950s. There was no. That was around Jim Crow. But go ahead.
Slow down, brother. Were there, and you say immigrants, be specific, say black immigrants.
Black immigrants.
Yeah, because I studied U.S. immigration, by the way. Okay. So black immigrants. Mm-hmm. When Abraham Lincoln said he's going to free, when he's going to do the Freedmen Bank, the Freedmen Bureau, the free people, were black immigrants in mind. He said freedmen, free bureau, free people.
I mean, obviously, the man is talking about the people who reside within the country. So if you were a black person, if you immigrated, then he would have been talking about you because you were residing
there were no
within
black
the country.
Immigrants. No. So now, brother, let me help you out. So during that time, immigration was being halted. So you got the 1917 Immigration Restriction Act, hit the 1924 Immigration Restriction Act. Okay, so they were restricting white people from South Europe, Southern Europe, and Eastern Europe. So they were not even allowing white people in this country. All right.
Okay, you're referring to particular time periods, very short time periods, in which case there were no immigration. But that doesn't mean that there were no immigrants that were already here in the country. And that doesn't mean that afterwards immigrants didn't come into the country. But go ahead.
Can you show us real quick when black, because I know the answer, but let's say you do. Can you, and then tell us where they were living at, in what state? What state do you, okay, first of all, what was the earliest immigration for black immigrants in this country? Do you know?
What was the earliest recorded immigrants between? You said the earliest. What?
You're saying that there's a possibility, and I'm assuming that you're saying more than one, right? More than one black immigrant in this country during the time where Abraham Lincoln had set up the Freedmen Bureau and the Freedmen Bank. So you're somehow anchoring mysterious black immigrants to this Freedmen
mysterious black. First of all, do you know that during the transatlantic slave trade, they were constantly bringing slaves back and forth between Jamaica, the Caribbean, the islands. They were constantly bringing people back and forth between the two.
I keep saying,
but again, that person would be considered an immigrant because they came from Jamaica, technically, according to you, right?
Hold on, slow down. I'm saying the Freedmen Bureau. I'm giving you a time frame. I'm saying around 1865, 1867, 68. Are you telling me that there were black immigrants from the Caribbean in this country living amongst us?
Bruh, so you're referring again to a very, very tiny window of time.
No, it's
again,
not.
It's not.
This is the emancipation process. This is when it all counts. This is when he said, "Hey, everybody, I'm going to free the slaves from the Southern, rule." All right?
So if you weren't here in America during that time period, then that means that you're during that specific, very small window of time that you're talking about. If you weren't here during that time period, essentially what you're saying is you're an immigrant, or what are you saying? They're not Black American. Like what are you trying to say? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and it's not just a small time period, because do you know the percentage of Black Americans in the South, by the way? Now keep in mind, we're talking about emancipating the enslaved. Okay, so that means damn near all of us. Do you know the percentage of us in the South at that time?
No, what was the percentage of us in the South?
It was like 98, 99%. So damn near all of the Black people. So no matter whatever you were, Jamaican, Haitian, all of the Black people were all in the South at that time. Okay, it wasn't until the Great Migration when we start to head towards New York and different places in the West, away from this violent Southern. Okay, so now let me help you out. So Black immigrants ain't come over here and seek residence until Ellis Island. Okay, until the trip to Ellis Island, until when all those immigrants started to come over to New York. or by the Statue of Liberty. Okay, that's where all of the black immigrants and most immigrants went to. They didn't come to the South, bro. So most of us were in the South. This is why we can trace a relative back to the South.
All right, I'm trying to figure out where we're going with this conversation, because look, what happened here in America that didn't happen all across the world?
No, that's not the point. The point is reparations. So, for example,
okay, but it's the same people.
Wait,
what happened here in America that didn't happen all across the world?
So
Tell me.
Just hold on for a second. Just hold on. I'll give some context to it. So now you said the UK, right? Okay, so the UK UKs are the same people who went over there and destroyed Nigeria. Okay, so now are you saying that all of us deserve recompense for what happened in Nigeria?
Doesn't matter where it was. You the same people, so yeah, we do all deserve it.
All right, so the Nigerians would think differently. Okay, they would say no. Only we were dealt with by the UK and Shell BP this way. You guys were not there.
They would only think differently if they don't know their history.
Brother, in a lawsuit, you can only seek damages by the offender. You can't sue his uncle, his mom, his next door neighbor. You can
and this is the issue with these conversations. See, y'all be thinking y'all gonna take somebody to court and they're gonna pay like that's not how reparations work. Nobody ever pay reparations like that.
So
you gotta force somebody to pay you reparations. You can't ask for it. You can't take them to court.
So how did the Japanese force Americans to pay them reparations?
They got a whole country behind them. What are you talking about?
How did they force them to? No, their country just
they got a whole country behind them. What do you mean?
Decimated by Hiroshima. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, so they was looking to go right back to a whole country. So we looking to go right back to war.
The question is, how did they force the American government to pay them? Their country was decimated. They never dropped the white flag.
Look, you can fight people in other ways. You don't have to fight people directly.
Right.
You can fight people economically. Hold on, you fight people economically. People.
That's what we do. That's what we're doing now. That's what we've been doing it. So you got to.
You're fighting economically. You can put tariffs.
How did the Japanese fight them economically? How did they put up a fight at all? Tell me right now, the Japanese.
How did the Japanese put up a fight at all? I mean, you asking crazy questions right now.
Yeah,
you asking real crazy questions right now. They have a listen.
Tomorrow,
Aaron, the question is crazy. How did they force? There's a whole country backing their citizens that are over here in the States.
Bro, they dropped the white flag. They weren't forcing nothing. They forced the white flag up and said, "Leave us alone, America, you big bullies." They gave up,
sir. They have political. And they have influence. They have political.
Explain how they
explain what
to get. Okay, brother, you just said something. You said reparations comes by forcing. So I'm asking you, which way? I don't care what you want to say, politically, whatever. Explain how the Japanese forced reparations from the American powerful government at that time, World War II.
I mean, American powerful people, bro. Listen, just explain. Are you gonna let me explain it, or are you gonna let me explain it, bro? When you control your own economy, you have your own resources, you have your own economy. Even though you might be dealing with another economy that might be stronger, a little bit tougher militarily, that doesn't mean that you can't put pressure on that other government in order to do certain things that you want them to do. You could put political pressure on them. You could put economic pressure on them. You could put all kinds of different type of pressure on them.
So what pressure did they put?
What pressure did what put? Japan?
Yeah, on the American government to pay them reparations.
Listen. I don't know the history specifically on what they did specifically, but that's an entire country of people. That's country.
Right.
So potentially you say, okay, if you don't give the Japanese citizens reparations, then you cut off to the whole Japanese market. Essentially, you can do things like that.
Ain't no market. They're destroyed.
There's no Japanese market.
Yeah, America had to build them back up. Well, help build them back up. The country is
right. Did you hear what you don't give the Japanese citizens reparations, then you cut off to the whole Japanese market. Now, guess what happened now? Guess what happened? There was a deal that was reached between the Japanese government. Hold on, wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute.
So now you know. Before you ain't
wait a minute. Okay, but this is what I'm saying though. They made a deal. All right.
What deal was it? Okay, so now source up, because when I Googled it, you said that ain't good enough. You said we can't get enough. So provide the source of this bill so we can
provide the source of it. I mean, you can see it in the economic agreement right now that they have between the Trilateral Commission is made up between Japan, United States, and some other countries, European countries.
How did they?
So essentially, they teamed up.
Right, you use the word force. How did they force America to pay?
Okay. If you trying to be cool with me, you're gonna have to do this for me. That's how they forced them.
Bro, no.
If you want, I got something you want, you got something I want, and that's how we gonna get this done. That's all it is. I mean, you acting like you're ignorant to this. You acting like you don't know how bartering works. You acting like you don't know how reciprocity works.
Force, though, brother. I know what you.
You don't act like you don't know about quid pro quo. When you got
that's
something,
that's the even exchange, bro. I do know about that. But that's not force.
You acting like you don't know about it right now because you making it seem like. You making it seem like I don't know. I don't know what you trying to what kind of picture you trying to paint.
No problem. It wasn't forced. That's all. All right. So now let's go here now. Let me see. Okay. So Jamaicans, right? No, Black immigrants, period. They came over in Ellis Island, right? Around like the 1910s, whatever. No, but you know what? I got one better. Are you aware? Put that back. Are you aware of Marcus Garvey?
Of course.
What's your overall assessment about him?
I think Marcus Garvey's ideals were the correct ones. He believed in economic empowerment. He believed in pretty much economic empowerment for Black people. He believed in Pan-Africanism. One of the godfathers of Pan-Africanism, Black people being self-sufficient, self-sustaining, you know what I mean, and just kind of looking out for each other. So yeah, those are my thoughts about him. I know you're gonna bring up the mail fraud, even though he just got pardoned for that. But I know you're gonna, but go ahead. I don't want to jump to no conclusion. Go ahead, bro. What you gonna say about him?
So in Jamaica, well, all those great ideas, how come the Jamaicans ain't buy it?
How come the Jamaicans didn't buy it?
Yeah.
Individuals that were in Jamaica bought it.
Enough to leave, right? To flee the country.
You said enough to flee the country?
Yeah, because in his own words, he called them worthless, something like that, Negroes. Like he felt like that. And he felt like Jamaicans collectively were, I forgot the word he used, but he did say Negro. He said something Negro, but it was like really bad. He was not like he was discouraged by Jamaicans as a whole. Okay. So anyway, so now he wanted to get Black Americans to go to, I guess, Africa.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So now, do you know what country in particular we're at in Africa he wanted to bring us?
Liberia?
Yeah. Okay. So is it possible to do that if the president of Liberia is unaware of that?
What do you mean unaware of that? What are you saying?
The president of Liberia was never on board with that.
Okay. Well, I mean, he wasn't on board with it. I mean, honestly, it would have had to been something. It seems like one of those type of situations where, I mean, clearly he was working on it. So he probably would have had to make it mutually beneficial for both parties. Maybe the president of Liberia didn't see the benefit in it at the time, So sometimes you got to make a win-win situation. But go ahead.
So when you agree that before I say I can do something, I will at least, like, for example, if I say I'm gonna get you to my grandmother's house, let's say you were like not doing well, it's a pandemic, whatever, you lost your business, whatever, and you say, hey man, I need a place to stay. And I said, okay, bro, stay at my grandmother's, right? Her basement. It's like thoroughly furnished. And you say, okay, does she know about it? Nah, but just go there and just pull up with your bags and luggage. Like, you want to take me serious, right?
I mean, it depends on, generally, it depends on the relationship I got with the grandma. If I already know.
Zero. Like, you know nothing. You just know me from the gym. We just play basketball together, and you told me about your dire situation. I said, okay, bro, go to my grandma's house. Now, she don't know about you coming there, but just go there and say I sent you, and she'll give you the furnished basement. Like, you won't really take that plan as like foolproof. So that's what happened with Garvey. Garvey
so you just criticizing the man's plan. I mean, at least he had a plan. At least he was trying to do something.
Jim Jones had a plan, but you know, it was. I mean, a plan doesn't mean it's well thought out.
So no one should have a plan, because if it's not a good plan, it shouldn't be a plan at all.
Well, people have all plans are not good.
Granted, yeah,
right. So a plan.
But he had something in mind, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but the thing he had. Now watch this. Now there were black leaders in America before Garvey came over here, right?
Yeah.
None of their plans was fleeing the country. All of them was trying to seek labor union rights and things like that, equal rights and protection from this. Not one black leader was thinking about fleeing the country. So it took an outsider to flee his country, because Garvey came over here trying to kill
not one black leader was thinking about delineating. But that's what FBA and Tariq Nasheed is talking about doing.
Are you sure about that, brother?
Don't bring up Claude Anderson. Don't misquote Claude Anderson. But go ahead.
Brother.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna guarantee you right now, you don't know more Black American history than I do.
Okay, so talk to me. Who was it?
A. Philip Randolph.
He was talking about delineating.
He didn't want you over here at all.
Okay, so he was a bootlicker.
No, he didn't want no immigrants. He didn't want whites, Chinese, and he said West Indian Negroes. He didn't want
that's very different than delineating.
No, okay, right. Well, there's no delineation because you're not over here yet. So there's no delineation. Like, that's old. Like, he was 1910, right? He met Garvey. He knew Garvey, and he funded the camp. He helped spearhead the campaign. Garvey must go. So he wanted Garvey out the goddamn country. He said, "Yo, what idea you're coming with?" And they all call him a charlatan. Everything you're calling Tariq Nasheed, that's what these guys call Garvey. They call him a charlatan. They said that he had this worthless idea that was unnecessary. No Black American was talking about fleeing the country. So he came with an idea that was foreign to us. Now, what's ironic is that he came over here with an idea to flee to Africa to free us from our government when Jamaica didn't get freedom until 1962. Well, independence. They were free in 1833, but they didn't get independence until 1962. So the hypocrisy is, how are you going to free us from our oppressors, and you're not in Jamaica, Garvey, you're still colonized while you're over here trying to, so basically, like, you didn't win. You don't have no proof of concept. You didn't go accomplish something over there and just say, hey man, now. So
are we just gonna sit back and just, like, just criticize everybody for how they did things? Particularly, they were trying to do something. They were trying to make differences, and they were trying to make impacts in the community. But go ahead. We can. The thing is, we can go through a fine-tooth comb, and we can find issues with every plan, every strategy.
Just hold on. So now, are you aware that when Garvey came over here, right, in order to get funds, do you know his method of, because he wanted to buy some steamships? Do you know his method of getting funding? Do you know what he did to get funds?
He asked for donations like Tariq.
No.
What did he do?
Tariq didn't ask for donations. Tariq said, "I'm doing a crowdfunding." Hey, and he was very transparent, and he was full of disclosure. Marcus Garvey lied. So Marcus Garvey's background was from a printing press. He used to do a printing press in Jamaica. So when he came over here, he was good at, like, forging stuff. So he lied and said he had stocks. So basically, he lied and said he owned these ships already, and you can get stake in these ships. You can own a percentage if you buy these stocks. So A. Philip Randolph, W. Du Bois, and other Black prominent leaders was saying, "Yo, stop. This guy don't own the ships. The stocks are worthless. Like, he's a charlatan. He's a scammer." So now, he even went to jail because to have stocks, bro, your stocks got to be regulated by the government. Like, you just can't make up stock certificates. Like, they got to be regulated. So to prevent fraud and scamming, like we have right now. Okay, like we have the SEC now, but they had their own body of government then. It wasn't as stringent as it is now. But Garvey was doing false advertisement. He was showing pictures of steamships he did not own and saying he owned them, and say, "Hey, buy these stock shares for $5 each, and you'll have a percentage in the ship." He never owned the ship. So would you agree, if that's true, that's scamming?
Last time I checked, Garvey had been acquitted of
No,
scamming and mail fraud.
no, he wasn't. So now let
He
me.
had been pardoned. Excuse me.
So now let me educate you on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, because I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now. There's no Jamaican that knows more Garvey than me. There's probably no Black American that knows more Garvey than me.
I don't even know how we got on the topic of Garvey because first of all, what we're discussing, your original question.
Let me just
your original. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
See, because what I noticed is that the reason why we got on Garvey, because remember I said I got a standard that I spread across everybody, and you say you respect that. So, and what I'm showing to my listeners is that a lot of you Black immigrants your standard isn't for everybody. It's just for who you don't like, and you give every person you like and respect, you give them a pass. So I'm showing you Garvey's true scamming history, right? Because when you say, well, not you, but when folks say Tariq is a scammer, they can't prove it. But I'm showing you Garvey is a scammer. Okay.
These equivalencies that you bringing up, I don't know, it's like you showing me like, okay, this person was wrong, but this person was wrong, but this person was really wrong. It's come on, bro. Like, what are we talking about? How people are wrong? Why can't we unanimously agree?
Hold on, let me just.
Go ahead.
Okay, so now let me finish with Garvey. So now, what people listening might not know. Do you know Garvey represented himself in court like a sovereign Moor? Like he didn't hire a lawyer. He was in the court, doing his own thing. So now he got pardoned for how the court did him because they didn't give him a fair trial. He didn't get pardoned for scamming. He was scamming. That's 100% accurate. He got pardoned for how the racist court. This is Jim Crow. They did, they don't respect all Black people.
Earlier, you said that immigrants weren't around during Jim Crow. Okay. Earlier, you said that.
Okay, now watch this, brother. Jim Crow ended where? Jim Crow ended what year?
You tell me. When did Jim Crow end?
1968. This is why you don't know more Black history than me, my boy.
Hold on, I just repeated what you said. You said he was not around. You said there were no. You said there were. You gave me a 2-3 year time period. Okay. So I just wanted to make that clear to the audience that you gave a very 2-3 year time period in which case there were no Black immigrants. But go ahead, bro. Okay, so cool. That's what you did.
Okay. Now let me further educate you, bro. Do you know the difference between a Jim Crow North and Jim Crow South?
Tell me, what is it? What's the difference?
Wait, first of all, do you know it?
Do I know the difference? Yes. I imagine that it had a lot to do with the culture in the South, the Confederate culture in the South, and how things, went on in the South and versus how things went on in the North. Go ahead.
Knows more Black history than me. Okay.
But it amazes me that you have all this knowledge, but you somehow back Tariq Nasheed though. But go ahead.
You don't know what okay, so here we go.
I'm listening to you defend Tariq Nasheed. That's what you've been doing all night. We haven't even moved on to nothing else. We've been talking about Tariq Nasheed the whole time, and you've been steadily defending him. You've been defending Tariq Nasheed this whole time, but all of a sudden you don't back him now. But go ahead.
Actually, my brother, last I recall, we were talking about Garvey. You said,
you spun the conversation to Garvey, but we're talking about Tariq Nasheed. That was the original conversation.
You got to make your mind up. You said, so now you just complain about talking about him. So when I left him and got on Garvey, you complain
about talking about who? Tariq. That was the whole conversation. I said, let's start there.
No, right there. But there's bullet points I got. So it wasn't. Remember, I said Tariq Nasheed first. Then I said FBA, so that means we're knowing Tariq. We're FBA, that means everybody, 43 million. And then I quickly just wanted your opinion on Garvey because I wanted to show something to the chat. I wanted to show the double standard and the hypocrisy. How they would claim Tariq is doing something that he's not. They can't prove the stuff for Tariq, but we can clearly see it in Garvey. And let me just finish on Garvey. So he got pardoned for how the court mistreated him. They didn't respect him in the court. They didn't respect his rights.
First of all, bro, I don't want to go back and forth about Garvey because I don't know enough. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about Garvey's history to be able to rebut any of the things you're talking about.
Okay,
no, but really, it's a mute point at the end of the day because you're getting off topic. You're getting off track, bro. We're talking about FBA, bro. You bringing up Garvey. What those two things they don't mix at all. They're two separate topics.
Relax, and not separate. You just say he was a Pan-Africanist, and you acknowledge. I said, "What you know about Garvey?" You say he was a Pan-Africanist. So this has a lot to do with that, because this all works for FBA. So I'm showing you Garvey was a scammer, but he didn't get a fair trial. So in today's time, you can be guilty of murder, not separate. You just say he was a Pan-Africanist, and you acknowledge. I said, "What you know about Garvey?" You say he was a Pan-Africanist. So this has a lot to do with that, because this all works for FBA. So I'm showing you Garvey was a scammer, but he didn't get a fair trial. So in today's time, you can be guilty of murder or selling drugs or conspiracy, but if you don't get a fair trial, they usually dismiss the case. It's not that you're innocent, it's that you were treated unfairly. You didn't get a fair trial. So Garvey didn't get a fair trial, but he was absolutely guilty. He even spoke in court. This is a transcript of him admitting knowingly selling fraudulent stocks, but he said it was pure. Like he wasn't really trying to, like he tried to say like he really believed in his dream. Like, okay, I did that wrong, but I really would have got them to Africa had I got the ships going. Okay, I did it in the wrong way, but had it worked, I would have got them to Africa and they would have forgave me. Like that's pretty much what he said. In court. So he acknowledged his fault, but he was pardoned because they did him wrong in court. So I can admit that he did him wrong, but he was definitely scamming. He was definitely selling stocks to steamships he did not own. And there's names, Phyllis, forgot the shit, but there are complete names. Okay. So now let's move on to Garvey. So we tackle reparations, right? And you said it should be a global thing.
Let me just say this about real quick before you move on. When if you go to trial, you're found not guilty. Okay, it was thrown out. It was thrown out. No, it was not thrown out. He was
okay. What was it? Of scamming. And wait. And before you do that, before that trial, because that was trial, he pled out to another charge, which was fraudulently selling stocks. So just hold on, brother. There's a couple court cases he had that you're not aware of, because none of y'all know more Garvey than me. So he pleaded out, right, to a charge of selling stocks that were fraudulent, that were not commissioned by the government that allows stocks, because you got to register your stocks. He did not register any stocks. He started selling certificates that he called stocks. So he paid $100 fine. In the 1920s, that's like 100,000, like right now. Okay, so that was serious. So none of y'all know more Garvey than me, so just be careful. But go ahead.
Let me just say this, bro. A lot of black people were taken down around that time, generally speaking. You know what I mean? Black people could walk down the street and it's a crime. Black people could vote, could sit in a white chair and it was a crime. I mean, honestly, you're not proving a whole lot by saying what you're saying about Garvey. But again, I don't know enough about the history of Garvey to be able to even have this conversation with you. I know the original conversation was about FBA. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about my issues with FBA. We were talking about my issues with FBA. I started out by letting you know my first issue is the fact that it is an online registered store by Tariq Nasheed. He owns the right to the official website. He owns the rights to the flag. All right. He coined the name. He trademarked the name. This is a Tariq Nasheed ran business. All right. So that's my first issue with FBA. The fact that it is a trademarked entity business by Tariq Nasheed. He came up with the shit, decided that he was going to re-identify people that were already identified in history as African Americans. He decided woke up one day and decided he wanted to re-identify people that were already identified so he can make money off it, because that's really what it is at the end of the day. So that's my first issue with it. My second issue with it is that the leader of FBA, and if you want to debate me whether or not Tariq is the leader, we could do that too. Because at the end of the day, who else but the leader would own the rights to the official website, the name, and the flag? But the leader. No one but the leader would have that kind of power in most cases. Okay, so my thing is the fact that the leader, Tariq Nasheed, or the proprietor, or whatever kind of word you want to use to dress it up nicely, goes on a daily smear campaign against other black people that are in the diaspora. This is literally what he does every day. Every other video is about what a Tether did. A Tether did this. A Somalia guy did that. This person did this, and that person did that. And it has very little to do with what the original idea of the movement was supposed to be about, which is reparations. When's the last time this dude ever talked about reparations? He rarely talks about reparations. Why? Because the majority of his argument is about black immigrants. And I'll say that again, black immigrants, because when it comes to white immigrants, there's never no issue. There aren't any videos talking about white immigrants and the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who came over from Ukraine over to the United States. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about Trump saying that it was okay for the white South Africans to come on over to the United States, get their 40 acres and a mule. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about how Trump, along with his entire cabinet, are all actual immigrants. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about the general, this dude CQ Brown, who just got fired. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about anything that has any substance other than. There's no videos about anything of substance. There's no videos of anything other than black immigrants. But go ahead.
Okay, so chat. Everything he said, Tariq has a video for everything he just said. So this is somebody who does not watch Tariq's work, which is, I ain't saying he has to.
Show me the videos.
Wait,
where they at?
Wait, brother, you just ranted for like 2 minutes straight and I was quiet. So let me respond. Okay. So I played them. You know, my lives be like 11 hours long, bro. Right? 8 hours long in the daytime. I play all of his videos and he tackles all of that stuff, man. Everything he just said, he has a video or spoke about it in the video, every last thing. So one thing I don't do, chat, I don't speak about something I don't know. I don't just wing it and just hope I'm correct. Okay. Now, Tariq I just showed a debate with Jeffrey. And Tariq was debunking all of the white immigrants. Matter of fact, every time a white person calls, he always asks their background because, brother, like you just said, mostly all of them are immigrants. And what he's going to say? Which country you fled from? All right, which European country you fled from? So America is really based on immigration. All right, so you got that wrong. Right, you got that wrong.
Why don't you do us a favor? Pull up Tariq Nasheed's page, and let's see how many videos where he's talking about that versus what I said he was talking about.
Okay, now hold on. So you just said, so you brought up what we spoke about, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X was mentioned, and other folks. Okay, so white supremacy, global white supremacy is nothing new. So it's not shocking, right? So when you hear about a Nick Fuentes or Jordan Lee Peterson or one of these guys speaking some Ben Shapiro, Louder and Crowder, when you hear Candace Owens, but these white guys, when you hear about them saying some racist, borderline stuff, or just outright far-right racist, it doesn't shock us. What shocks us is a non-white person saying this. So like, for example,
this is about shock value now. Go ahead.
Dude, let me respond. It is. Because when something is normal, it's normal. When something is abnormal, it is more shocking and you pay more attention to it. So when you see, again, a black guy being arrested for something or being charged with a crime that he didn't do, that's shocking. That's like, hey, I thought this country is built off justice, like blind justice. So when you see a VBEC be racist towards black folks. That's shocking because that's not something that's like blasted on your station. When you see a Candace Owens saying some, or like you said, Jesse Lee Peterson, when you show stuff like that, that's outside the norm. Like, hey, when did we start adopting these white supremacist talking points? Okay, so now, largely black Americans did not know enough black immigrants had these right-wing conservative views about us. We didn't know that. So when we start to hear it, we like, it draws our attention. We pay close attention because we think we on code, right? Because a lot of these guys claim, hey man, we came off the same boats. It's like, okay, we came off the same boats, then why are you speaking like that? So yes, it is more shocking when your own brother scams you rather than a stranger. If a stranger scams you, it's like, oh, I got scammed by a stranger. Wow. Okay, let me call the cops. But when your brother does it, yes, it's going to hit different.
So Charles Barkley ain't your brother? Jesse Lee Peterson ain't your brother?
So what did Charles
Smiley
Barkley
ain't your brother? These are all your brothers. But guess what? Just like they sold out.
Wait. So you're just saying names, but you're not saying what they said because we can do a cross comparison. Because tell me what Barkley said.
Oh no,
and I can tell you what Chaotic Truth said.
Well, these dudes they all have the same talking points, and they're all far right. Hold on, they all have this. Every person I name, they all for the most part have the same talking points. They're all far right talking points, super right wing talking points. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. There is no racism in America. Black people need to pull their pants up. You know, they all have the same talking points. These dudes all say the same shit. They all read from the same white supremacist script. So they all do.
See, the thing is,
all lives matter. Same things. Go ahead.
Got you. The difference between me and you is that I'm real confident where I'm at, where I don't got to give you an argument. I'll just ask you and let you just tell me your answer, then I will get on your answer. But you're giving me an argument or position that I never said. I never said Charles Barkley. Whatever he's saying is we call it light foot shuffle. Right, so he's foot shuffling. He's not. Okay, look.
That's Conan. But go ahead.
Just be. I mean, but how do you know? You're not one of us. Cooning that's our term. Like only we can determine what's cooning. Like a black.
So okay, all right. I love this. So nobody else but black.
You got it from
America. Us. Nobody else.
You got it from
It's just another word for the same thing. Sell out.
But you gotta use
sell out. Cooning, tap dancer, buck dancer, shucking and jiving. They all mean the same thing. Yeah, so would you prefer I say sell out?
Relax. See, but this is why we say cosplaying. Because, bro, you got to use our context.
Bro, I'm from Miami. Whose other context would I use?
You're going to use your own. You're going to cosplay and project.
But I'm literally from here though, so I'm bro, literally using my.
No, hey brother, listen, bro.
Go ahead and tell me I'm not from here. Go ahead. I love to hear this. Go ahead. You're regurgitating Tariq Nasheed's talking points. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me I'm not from here. Go ahead.
Relax. Why are you so insecure? You screaming over me? Relax.
No, because I already know where you're going. Go ahead.
All right, cool. You know where I'm going. Now, look. First of all, me and Tariq hit on different angles. There's some stuff he knows about and I don't know about. And there's some things about history I talk about that he never talks about. Okay, first of all, Tariq has never went on Garvey as deep as I ever did. Okay? Never. Now, because, again, the average person don't know more Garvey than me. Neither does Tariq. Or you, or you Jamaican. But let's go back.
I'm happy for you, bro. I'm happy for you. You did your work. I'm proud of you.
Hold on, just relax. You just said you're from Miami. I'm glad you said that. Mm-hmm. You just proved the opposite. We know that most black immigrants go to Florida and New York. So you're amongst yourselves. You're not amongst us. Hey, bro, right now.
So you don't think there's any black American people in Miami? Is that what you're saying?
Let me finish what I'm saying, and you can understand what I'm saying. Let me paint the picture first, bro. But you keep interrupting.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, because
you gotta have confidence in your stance. Okay, so I'm glad you said you Florida, because all of y'all are in Florida and New York, and New Jersey. All right, you're not here. You're not in South Carolina. You're not in North Carolina. You're not, and you're not in these deep southern states, the Jim Crow deep southern. You're not here. And this is where, wait, well, yeah, it sounds crazy, but not to us, because we know the South is what makes you black. It's that southern. Our food comes from the South.
Bro, have you ever heard of Overtown? Have you ever heard of Overtown?
Relax. Let me get this out, man. You talk for 2 minutes straight. I was quiet. Why are you insecure?
Bro, this is cap.
The South, I got you. A black immigrant gonna tell us South about what we do.
Bro, you're not from Florida, so how you know? You don't know what the hell went down here in Florida.
Florida is your thing, and so is New York. But the South is our thing. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Relax. I'm talking to the chat too. And you gotta be a little respectful. I invite you on. Like, let me go in a little bit. So I'm trying to explain something. The South is what makes you FBA. All of us to trace our lineage, we're gonna go to the South, bro. We ain't staying in the North. We're going to the South. This is why Lord Jamar had a hard time with tracing his lineage. He couldn't do it. He can't go to the South. His lineage stays in New York and then goes to Guyana. The South is what makes you FBA. It's the Southern experience. Okay, so you just said you're in Miami, and other you guys are in New York. That's how you don't know us. That's how you don't know us. You gotta be in the South to know us. But anyway, go ahead.
Bro, where's Florida located, bro? Just tell the chat. Where's Florida?
Florida is over there down east. They call it East Coast. It's in the East Coast.
It's in the East Coast?
Yeah.
Okay, so essentially you're saying Florida's not the South. Is that what you're saying?
It's the South, but East Coast. But now listen.
Bro,
right,
this shit sound crazy, bro. So first of all, I don't know how much.
I gotta mute you. Okay, because he don't know what we mean by South. We're talking about Jim Crow South. Okay, so he doesn't know that. He don't know our history, and this is the thing. They think because they hang around us and listen to our music and watch us and cosplay us, they think they know us. You don't know us. When we say South, we're talking about Texas. We're talking about the slave states.
Bro, what the hell? Bro,
I gotta mute you. Gotta mute you. You don't know this. But my family know. When I say South, I'm talking about the Carolinas, I'm talking about Virginia, I'm talking about Texas, I'm talking about Mississippi. We're talking about the southern violent Jim Crow states. That's the South, bro. 90% of us were not in Florida, bro. We were in the states I just named. Florida was a safe haven for you. And Florida was a safe haven, and New York was a safe haven for you. You guys didn't see, when I say South, he's trying to add in Florida. No, we're talking about where we were during slavery, bro. We call that's the South. We understand that they named these other states in the South, but we're talking about historically. The South is where we got all of our traditions, our food. It was in those states because we were predominantly there and nowhere else. When the Great Migration happened, we went to New York with you, we went to Florida, and we went west to California and other places. But before then, we were in a few states that was, Alabama's another one, Alabama. These are called the violent Jim Crow states. All y'all Google, violent Jim Crow states. Okay? So I don't even think Jim Crow is mandated in Florida. But again, when you don't know us and you don't like this, he can't relate. But bro, I'm gonna mute you guys. You can talk for whatever. I'll be quiet. That unmute. But I want to talk uninterrupted. That unmute. You can go ahead. Unmute. I'm trying to unmute you. Yeah, Louisiana, another one. Yeah, it's the East Side. It's the East Coast.
So I don't know if you've heard of I don't know if you've heard of Overtown. It was founded in 1896. It was a historically black city down in Miami, Florida. So, I mean, what you saying? I mean, there may be an element of truth to it, but there are most certainly were Black Americans that were down in Miami, Florida around that time. It was not just people that were immigrants. That is all cap, 100% cap. So you could do a quick Google search on Miami, Florida, and find that there were Black American people that were in Miami, Florida. All right. It's historically Black neighborhoods down there, historically Black towns down there. And one of the things that went wrong with Florida is, there was an influx. They brought in an influx of immigrants and what's it called? Gentrification that happened down there, where they moved a lot of Black people out of those towns and those cities. But other than that, bro, like, it's all cap, bro. Like, there most certainly was Black American people down there in Florida. So I don't know what this dude talking about. And also, too, it's like he's saying you're using our lingo. Bro, I'm from Miami, Florida, where Black people are from, and that's how we talk in Florida, bro. Like, if you move to another country, you're gonna speak like how if you're born in another country, you're gonna speak like how the people that were born in that country speak. You're going to adapt to whatever your surroundings is. This is just regular social sciences. I don't know why Cuz would even say that again. He's regurgitating bad faith Tariq Nasheed talking points, and they make no sense. They don't hold up when it comes to regular logic at the end of the day. So, again, I don't even know how we got this far with this particular conversation, but but yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, see how I was totally quiet while you went in?
Go ahead, bro.
Confident. Okay, so violence and enforcement. Mississippi and Alabama were especially notorious for brutal enforcement, including state-supported racial violence and lynchings. Georgia, Louisiana, and South Carolina had deeply entrenched segregation and violent suppression of Black voting rights. Tennessee was the birthplace of the Ku Klux Klan in 1865, which played a major role in racial terrorism. Arkansas and Texas also had racially motivated massacres and legal discrimination that persisted for decades. So that's why I like to add in the nuance, violent South, because Jim Crow was pretty much everywhere, but it wasn't the same. There's a difference in a Jim Crow in New York than Mississippi. See, but we know that because we got relatives, we got grandparents who experienced Jim Crow in the South. But guess where W. Du Bois was? He was in New York. A. Philip Randolph and Booker T. Washington. These guys are up north. This is why they were able to do what they was to do. In the South, they wouldn't got as far as that. They would have been met with severe opposition, violent opposition immediately, had they tried to build some Tuskegee institution in Arkansas or Alabama or Tennessee. That thing would have been burnt down, or attempts to burn it down would have been often. So that's what we say. There's a big difference between the violent South, the slave states, and other parts of the country. But when the Great Migration happened, which you probably don't know too much about, we went to Florida, bro. So that means that we had harder times other places. We went to Florida. We went to New York. That means we went there for better opportunities. So why are we going to Florida if it's just as bad as where we just left? Nah, we're going to places that has jobs, less racism, or less Jim Crow mandates. That's where we were going. Okay, so anyway, we can move from there. Okay, so
hold on. Let me respond to what you said. I mean, essentially, what it seems to me like you're trying to. I don't know if this is the oppression Olympics. You're trying to say that one part of the country had worse treatment than other parts of the country. Yeah. Like, hey, we can make that debate all day. No, we don't. But at the end of the day, the original argument was whether or not Black people were in Florida, Black American people, and they were.
I never said
So I don't know what, but you're making it seem like the culture is somehow different from Florida to Georgia. Is it different? I mean, is it? I mean, for anybody chat, Is it different? I mean,
Well,
because
it
I
has
mean,
to be, because why you're not in Mississippi? Why you're not in Alabama? Why you're not in these southern, like, historically violent slave states? Why are most black immigrants, most black, and you could just Google this, most of y'all are in Florida and New York.
okay, I don't know what that has to do with this particular argument.
Why do y'all go there? Why don't y'all go to the South? Why do y'all go to the safe, protected federal states, the liberal states? Why don't you go to a red state like that's known for discrimination, known for blatant racism, like
So go ahead. You don't think there's black people that, I mean, black immigrants that live in Georgia or South Carolina or
I'm in South Carolina. Y'all ain't here, bro.
It might not be a lot of people that's there, but there's people that's there. They're immigrants, black immigrants.
Sure. I mean, like this.
There's not a lot of people in. I mean, South Carolina is. I mean, shoot, ain't a lot of people moving there in general. A lot of people are moving away from South Carolina.
Hey, brother.
So, like, I mean,
make that difference. Okay, so you got North Carolina, you got South Carolina. I lived in Mississippi. I lived in North Carolina. I lived in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't seen y'all. I seen Hispanics.
So, so you don't think there's any black immigrants in Texas or Mississippi? Is that what you're trying to say?
Hey, bro, I'm too smart for that. Don't use the word any. I'm saying that majority of y'all. There's only like 5 million of Caribbeans total in America, bro. And the majority of the 5. This is a fact. The majority of the 5 million is split between New York and Miami. I mean, I'm sorry, New York and Florida. The majority of the black immigrants, the 5 million that's in this country, ain't a lot of y'all. But you guys are in New York. I'm from Jersey. You're in New York and Florida. The majority.
Bro, you can make that same argument all across the board, bro. Most people are in major cities, period.
So let me ask you, well, no, because majority of still in the South.
Yes, you know about red states and blue states? Yes, bro. Go ahead.
Answer this. How many jackets you got?
I got a whole lot of jackets, bro. Whole lot.
Why?
Depending on how I'm feeling that day.
Okay. Brother, well, let me ask you this. Jamaica got its independence in 1962, right? August, I think, 2nd, 1962. Somewhere around
right. There. Mm-hmm.
Now, but before then, are you aware of the Wind Rush ship?
Wind Rush?
Yes.
What is that? Explain that. What is that?
Okay, so my Jamaican history. Okay, so during World War II, the UK was badly, hit, right? So now that's I think 1952, somewhere around there. So they invited a lot of West Indians and mainly Jamaicans to the UK to help build it back up. And they were in war, so it's like to help build it back up, join the employment field, like keep Britain afloat as they go to war. So. Okay. So the ships, a big ship that was popular for that is called the Wind Rush. I think 1952. Okay. So that happened. Y'all went over there and y'all helped keep British the empire afloat. Then 1962, Jamaica had an idea that they wanted to be independent. So when y'all fought for y'all independence and won, UK said, oh, really? So UK said, all right. So they passed the immigration law that literally discriminated against just West Indians. They said, y'all want your independence? Well, y'all no longer allowed in this country unless y'all like a doctor or scientist, but no more laymen, lay women is coming to the UK. So that was a restriction law passed, I think, same year, 62. Okay. So 3 years later, 1965, America passed the Immigration Act, right? Where they opened the floodgates to all immigrants. Again, I just told you about the 1917, 1924 Restriction Act that was limiting immigration, all immigration, whites too. 1965, America, which is really piggybacking off the 1964 Civil Rights Movement. So that's why when black folks say, you guys want to be here without us, it's not like we really was caping for y'all, like pushing for y'all. It's the fact that the immigrationists at that time had clamped on our movement like they do now. Like we have the wave, and everybody just hop on it and try to get shit done with the wave. So the immigrationists had attached to the civil rights movement. So they passed the 1965 Immigration Act. Okay, so once they did that, a lot of Jamaicans had looked at America as a place to go, and also Canada, as opposed to UK, who just locked them out. So my thing was this: you just got your independence in '62. Why y'all in a rush to leave and go to the United States and Canada? Why not embrace your independence and build your land up? So anyway, they left and they came to Canada and the United States. So, but that's okay because immigration is part of the United States. Like they allow legal immigration, right? That's nothing wrong with that. But here's the problem: your brightest minds and most skilled people left Jamaica, and they left behind the less educated people. And the less educated people, when they're left behind by themselves, and they get into politics and government, they're going to create corrupt governments, corrupt police officers, right? That's what's going on. So now that's called a brain drain. So when a country lose all of their best minds and best skilled workers, that's a brain drain for the country. But the country like USA, who's receiving those people, is called a brain gain for us. Okay. But what happens is y'all come over here, not you, but y'all come over here as a collective, and y'all don't really get, with your education, you really don't get employed the same way you would be in Jamaica, like what you're qualified for. So instead of being a doctor or a nurse, you end up working in a factory. That's called brain waste. That means that you have the education to do much more, but America don't have that opportunity for you. So you're probably doing some regular work. That's called a brain waste. Stop. So now here's the issue with Jamaica. This is why Jamaica isn't getting any better. Because those who leave the country never return. The smart ones, the more skilled, they don't return. They stay abroad, America, Canada, wherever they went. And they don't go back to like rebuild it. Okay. So that's a problem with Jamaica, and India and Nigeria is having the same issue. They're most smartest people coming over here, and they're not going back to rebuild the country. So now Tariq never used those terms before. So never compare us like that. He knows some stuff. I know some stuff. He never said brain gain, brain waste, brain. Okay. So no, I don't regurgitate nobody's stuff. I do my own independent study, and I'm him. By the way, I'm definitely him. Okay. So the reason why that night, Jamaica was murder capital of the world, by the way. So when people talk about Chicago, that's a city in America. Jamaica is the murder capital of the world. It's the Chicago of countries in the world. And Jamaica got the biggest parental scam in the world, where they charge a Jamaican man for being a father. That's called a jacket. And I asked you, Jack, I was talking about that. So they charge a man with being a father on purpose. Like, it's not like she's confused. She don't know. No, she's purposely saying the wrong man is the father of her child, maybe for income or something different. And he believes that he is a father and child. So when a man fathers a child unknowingly, that's called a jacket. He's a jacket father. He has a jacket child. So Jamaica's number one in the world. Nigeria's number two, and nobody's close. So what I'm saying is, so Tariq never talks about that, ever. All right. So we don't have the same talking points like that. Stop. I do my own research. So
bro,
now
go ahead.
So last thing. So here's the problem. So when Tariq hints to that and say, hey man, you fled the country, why don't you go back and build it up? So now, like I said, he's saying in a more comedic, joking way, but I'm giving a more serious repercussions for that. What Jamaica actually complains about, the government complain about. So as a result, when you leave, now you're immigrating yourself. You're immigrating the Chinese and the Indians over there, the East Indians, to fill these labor markets. So that's why they're over there, by the way. They're over there because you're not over there. So they're immigrating the Indians and the Chinese over there to upstain Jamaica to some degree, like uphold it and keep it flourishing. But you guys are supposed to come over here for education and opportunity, and then go use that and go back and build up Jamaica. So when he says you're not, so but he never elaborates on that too much because he clown whatever. But that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to go back and literally help share your education over here, your skills over here, and the money, and go back and make your country better. Yeah. So now Jamaica, 89% of your tertiary graduates. That means people, that's the most, like, so tertiary graduates mean, or tertiary skill level means people who got hired in a high school diploma. Those 89% of your most educated people never go back to the country. You're number two. Guyana's number one in the world. So this is why Jamaica is corrupt, because y'all literally got the worst of the worst running the country. The best of the best is over here.
All right, bro. You finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So
response to
this, yeah, I got a whole lot of responses to that. So this is the thing about Tariq Nasheed, dudes that, and I know you say you don't regurgitate his talking points, but you clearly share his very, very same philosophy and ideals when it comes to all these things, even though it don't be based on nothing really. It just be based on really half truths, because you tell one part of the story, but you don't tell the other part. But the other part of the story is really the main part of the story. So why did people leave Jamaica? Is it just because the United States was a great place and they were just like, hey, yeah, let's go over there? No, they left Jamaica because there were no opportunities in Jamaica for them to prosper and succeed. But why were there no opportunities? Are you familiar? Are you familiar with economic sanctions? Do you know the impact or the implications of economic sanctions have on a particular country, especially from one as powerful as the United States and the United Kingdom? When they sanction a country, they cut off all your trade, exports, imports. Do you know what that does to a country? Do you know what that does to its jobs? Do you know what that does to career? Do you know what that does to economy growth?
So after you flee, why don't you build these opportunities over here? Why don't you go?
Hold on, bro. Let me keep going, because you went on for about 10 minutes. I wasn't counting. It was a while though.
Because that going back part.
It was a while.
Nothing stopped you from going back.
No. I mean, the same reason why the people that left the South in America didn't come back. They stayed up north.
No.
Yeah, when you go somewhere and you settle there, typically you stay there.
I'm in the South now. I'm from Jersey.
You're from Jersey? Y'all went back? So you don't think you're really the exception to the rule. When people go and they settle somewhere, stay there.
No. See, brother.
So what you're saying is no Jamaican has come to the United States and gone back to Jamaica. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, but I can answer, brother. If I leave South Carolina and go to, let's say, New Hampshire, I'm still in America. I'm still in my country. I'm paying, my taxes still being withheld by the same government. I'm still filing income tax. I'm still spending, building up the income. I'm answering.
Go ahead.
Still helping build my country up. Nothing changed.
So if you're familiar with the United States, then you know that technically each state is its own really country. So when you leave a state, typically you're no longer contributing to that state where you're from, although it's the same country. That's one point.
Brother.
Another point that I want to make to you is at some point during the Confederacy, that was another country. So that means that people left the Confederate States, went north, so they fled the country. Okay, so we're going to use these ass backwards ass analogies at the end of the day, because it's all ass backwards. If there's no
who is the president of Mississippi?
Who's the president of Mississippi? There's a governor of Mississippi. No. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, stop. I'm not saying no to that. If it's a country, it has a president, not a governor. Okay? So if it's a country, it has a
So every country has a president. Is that what you're saying?
in our hemisphere.
Okay, yeah. Clean it up. Clean it up.
Brother,
Cause that's not how it works.
I'm using
Go
your
ahead.
technology. You're calling states, which is goofy. You're calling states governments. I'm sorry, countries. You're calling states countries. They're just
Every
states.
state.
No.
Do you
It's
know?
called-
Do you
it's called
do you,
the
do you
United-
know what?
it's-
Do you know?
it's
Do you know
called
another
the
name for a
United
state?
States.
Do you know? Do you know the? Do you know the another name for a country? Do you know what the other name for it is called?
Brother, it's called the United States.
Do you? I'm asking you a question. Do you know? Do you know another name for country? What's another name for country?
Brother, what is our country called over here?
What's another name for country?
What is our country called?
It's called the United States. And then let's look up the definition.
Wait,
of state.
finish. Wait, no.
Let's look. Let's.
Lord.
It's called the United States.
Of
The United States
of America.
So a bunch of a bunch of states. So hold on. Let's use this for an example. If all the countries in Africa, if they all form one government,
Yeah, he just said all the countries of Africa. Exactly, they're countries.
but you're proving my point by saying that if they all came together and became a country, they would be the United States of Africa because they're united and they're each individual states. Let's look up the definition of a state. Let's look up the definition of a state. A state is a political entity that governs a population and territory. A state.
Yeah, right. Where's the country?
A state is a self-governing political unit with supreme power. A state is made up of laws and their enforcement. A state is made up between different individuals on how to settle disputes. States are individual countries. There's one federal government that unites the state, but at the end of the day, each state is its own country. Okay, so that's
you saying that. That's you, but you didn't.
Let me ask you a question. Can the federal government dictate child support laws in different states?
Okay, so now can I answer?
Go ahead, answer.
You don't know more about America than me, and you damn sure don't know more about.
Answer the question. Stop filibustering. Answer the question. Can the federal government dictate laws? Dictate state-specific laws in the state? Can they dictate child support?
Hey, hold on. You gotta relax for a second. Okay, I'm gonna toot my horn before I answer. It's my show. I can do that. Okay, brother.
I like filibustering, but go ahead.
It doesn't. It's me toot my own horn. I know about federalism. Okay, you don't. I know about the Articles of Faith. I know all that type of stuff. So now,
I know about the separation between state and.
Okay, relax.
Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so federalism. Wait, so what is federalism? Do you know?
Explain it. This is on you now. This is on you. Explain it.
You're asking questions that you don't know what you're asking. So federalism literally explains what the federal government is involved with as opposed to state government. State government is more regulating the affairs of the people. So child support and things like that will be state regulated because the state governments are more in tune with that's why they leave abortion, they leave things like that up to the states, because the states, and matter of fact, arrest. The federal agency is not going to arrest you, right? Just because you ran a red light. That's state. So state governments and local governments are more involved in your day-to-day affairs. So no, they're not going to do that. They're going to, because states have the rights to pass their own laws as long as it doesn't contradict federal law. That's called federalism. You don't know more about America than I do,
bro. You're not refuting my point. What you said does not go against what I'm saying. You pretty much proved my point by saying that they can't interfere as long as it doesn't go against the Constitution.
It's already
as long constitutional law is the law of the land, but states have their own laws that also the federal government can impose on their own individual state.
Hey, bro, you don't even understand your question that you asked me.
It's not a question. You don't even get that I'm not asking a question.
You just said that was a question, bro.
Well, you left that question in the dust a long time ago. You answered. You said no. So that's the only question. No, because it's their own state. They control the laws when it comes as it pertains to those things. When it comes to the state, the individual state.
That's not why. That's not why. The Constitution, okay, is the law of the land. So states, and state legislators, they can vote on certain things they want to do in the state. So federalism, the federal government allows states to come up with reasonable laws. They can't be stupid like Jim Crow. Okay, they can't violate the civil rights, the constitutional rights, but they can come up with laws amongst themselves. Every state. So some states you can be 17 to drive. Some states 18, some states 15. That states are allowed to do that. Government allows them to do that as long as it don't violate your civil or constitutional rights. It's okay. That does not contradict anything. But now, if a state try to pass something that's like discriminatory or race-based, the federal government will step in and say, "No, sir."
Let's get to the point here. Do states have their own economy?
Again, all right. Here's a better question.
Do they? You're not gonna answer the question?
Right. Well, it's just goofy questions, man.
It's a goofy question. Do they have their own economy?
Of course, you idiot.
Okay, well, if they have their own economy, all right. If they have their own economy, why would you leave one state's economy to go to another state and not contribute to the economy that you're originally from?
Okay, because some states are behind other states as far as industrialism. Like, for example, you don't know.
You just proving my point, but go ahead.
You don't have a point. You're just saying random stuff.
You asked why Jamaicans left Jamaica, so I'm using the same logic. I'm using the same logic, but go ahead.
No,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're gonna say the same things that I said. Economic opportunity.
I gotta mute you because if I start talking over you, it's gonna sound sloppy. Okay, stop it. I can leave if one state is slow. I can leave this state and go to another state. Okay, because none of these states are successful without us being here, being the labor force. So you're like straight skipping past that. You're skipping past why are other states even more profitable than other states? That has all to do with our free labor. Okay, you don't know that. You don't know our history, and this is where we got delineate for you guys. You don't even know why these states are even popping. It has everything to do with us being over here. Everything. That's why they're popping. The Great Migration, the industrialization, all that type of stuff. That's because our labor, our free labor over here. You know nothing. As a matter of fact, unmute yourself. All right. Because he's asking just random questions. I already said federalism allows states to draw their own rules and laws and ordinances, city ordinances, as long as it doesn't contradict your civil rights or your constitutional rights. Okay, I already established that. But now he's talking about states, we're going to this state over that state. Bro, our labor is the reason why that state popping. So yeah, we're going to take advantage of whatever our labor help get popping. But let me ask you this. Are you familiar with convict leasing?
What's convict leasing, bro?
Okay. Are you familiar with peonage, the peonage system?
What is the peonage system? Go ahead, bro.
Okay. So these are other ways outside of slavery. So when slavery was abolished, the South, they enacted, even the North, they enacted black codes and Jim Crow. And because the 13th Amendment left a little loophole that said slavery is abolished unless you are convicted of a crime. So what they started to do is they started to convict us of crimes that we didn't commit, like vagrancy, truancy, just trumped up charges. And this is like documented, like historically. Like this, white folks don't even run from this. They started to lock us up and charge us with bogus crimes, therefore leading to a peonage system of slavery and a convict leasing of slavery. Now, Miss Alabama, during convict leasing, 73% of Alabama's economy was based off convict leasing FBAs. Chat, this is what I'm saying. 73% of Alabama's economy, he said economy, was based off convict leasing.
Bro, I mean, I'm really trying to figure out where you're
I'm mute you because right now I'm educated. Right now I'm educated. Okay, so when we talk about reparations, right? We talk about land. They literally owe us states. When you look at how many states' economy was solely based off convict leasing, the pianist system, when you look at how much they depended on our labor, they owe us probably 4 states. We talking about land here, 40 acres a mule. They probably owe us 4 states. No. Plus the bag. We're talking about land. They probably owe us states, plural. 73% of Alabama's economy was convict leasing, an illegal, unconstitutional practice. He doesn't know this stuff. That's why he just can talk freely and just say what he want to say. When I make sense, it doesn't make sense to him, but it makes sense to you because you always lived here. He didn't. He most likely came here after 1965. Okay, so he don't know about these Southern things. That's why I said, bro, you don't know us unless you got that Southern past, that Southern history. And that's what separates us from Black immigrants. They normally don't have a Southern past because they came here and went straight to New York. He stays in Florida. They go there. They don't go to Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee. Out here, and man, other than a restaurant, I ain't meet no Jamaicans nowhere. You'll see them at a restaurant. That's it. They're so far in between. But everybody, I work in housing, by the way. Okay, I know what everybody is because one of the questions when you get in housing, they ask you, "Are you a natural born citizen?" Right? Okay, and I ain't seen one person that said that filled out they were other than Black FBA, ADOS. Not one person. These are Gullah Geechees. That not one person claimed Jamaican or some type of Caribbean ancestry. Not one person. I talked to all of them, and I specifically asked because I want to know. You dig? I'm working on the FBA mentality. Like, hey, so where your father from? I'm asking, cause they got little accents. So I'm like, hey, so where your father from? So y'all always been here? They, oh yeah, we always ever been here. Family goes way back to slavery. So while he's just yapping, I'm out here taking notes. Okay, damn, not one person. And by the way, welfare is like nobody's on welfare. So when folk is on here arguing about welfare, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. Yeah, ain't nobody on welfare. Yo, they barely do child support out here. So all these stereotypes about welfare and child support, these women, I asked them, like, yo, why you need child support? Like, why you ain't got money? I just want, out of curiosity, I just want to know, like, what? I mean, I maybe like a hand, like 2, 3, 4 kind of on child support. But majority of these women, they're single parents, none of them are on welfare, and few got their baby dads on child support. Few. They got snapped. They don't got TANF. They got snapped. SNAP means non-welfare. TANF means welfare. Okay? So, yeah, so that whole welfare thing, I'm going to challenge that. So, focus, get ready. But, yeah, so he doesn't know because he's not from the South. And I don't like when folks just wing it and just see what sticks. Like, right now, he disrespecting me as an intellectual. He's just throwing spitball, see what sticks. But he's trying to see what I don't know. And I keep saying, bro, I know more Black history than you in this country, and I know more white history than you. I said I study immigration in this country. He don't want to believe it. He don't like his arrogance, but this is why we can delineate. Like, yo, these guys are unreasonable. Why are we on Garvey? Because you say you're Pan-Africanist, and I want to know if your standard for Tariq is the same for Garvey, or do you pick and choose? I don't do that. If I think Tariq is wrong, I'm gonna say he's wrong. If I in one thing or another, because who agrees with everything? See, now these weirdos believe he's our leader, and these weirdos think we're in a cult, and these weirdos think we believe everything he says. We go with everything. No, brother, he's a human being like us. Okay, I don't think nobody more important than me. I trust me over anybody. Okay, so you got the wrong idea, but I get it. This is the way you justify his talking point if that's accurate. Because I can omit Tariq. He brought up Dr. Clark. I can omit him. I could just talk about Yvette and Tone Talks. What do they say that's different than Tariq? What they say that's different? See, that's why I went back to Hateful and Randolph, bro. He was an immigration restrictionist in the 1920s. He ain't want none of y'all. He ain't want none. He said, delineating, bro. He didn't even want y'all. He said, well, he wasn't delineating. That's because you were not here like that. You were in small numbers. But he didn't want none of y'all over here. Oh, he a coon. No, he didn't want white immigrants either. Or Spanish. He didn't want no immigrants. Because he said, y'all going to come over here and do whatever, everything you're doing now. He said, you're going to have degradation. You're going to lower the wages, the cost of living. Everything he said we're experiencing right now with immigration. I'm not blaming one immigrant or another. It's just immigration collectively is happening. They're taking low wages. And by the way, these are not they went away from what immigration is about. When immigrants come over here, they're supposed to bring something, bring a skill, bring education. Now you got immigration coming over here working in factories. Like, dude, that's not why we do immigration. It's to come over and help us level up. Like, the VVEX, not the guy working at Home Depot. Like, no, you at Home Depot, you go back home. You come over here, you better be top tier. That's why, like, a lot of Nigerians are doing well over here, because a lot of Nigerians, they send their top tier. But by the way, there's a term called transportation in immigration, and in the beginnings of immigration from the UK to America. Again, he's not on my level at all. Okay, so transportation. What that meant was UK was letting loose of their degenerates, and the term was called transportation. So they had two choices. They can stay in UK and face their charges, right? Or they can escape their charges and come over here to America and be indentured servants. And they could work for their freedom, work for whatever they need to get to. All right. But there were no slaves at all. They were nowhere near a slave. They could work for freedom. They can get themselves out of there. And it was for a period of time. Like, they would win their naturalization, like or they could pledge to get the American citizen. Like, there's a whole bunch of citizenship. There's a whole bill there, but it's called transportation. Okay. That's what's happening now with these countries, not just black countries, all these immigrant countries. They're sending
Instead of reducing immigration to 2% of the 1890 quota, we favor reducing it to nothing. We favor shutting out the Germans from Germany, the Italians from Italy, the Hindus from India, the Chinese from China, and even the Negroes from the West Indies. This country is suffering from immigrant indigestion. It is time to call a halt on this grand rush for American gold, which overfloods the labor market, resulting in lowering the standard of living, race riots, and general social degradation. The excessive immigration is against the interest of the masses of all races and nationalities in the country, both foreign and native. Instead of reducing immigration to 2% of the 1890 quota, we favor reducing it to nothing. We favor shutting out the Germans from Germany, the Italians from Italy, the Hindus from India, the Chinese from China, and even the Negroes from the West Indies. This country is suffering from immigrant indigestion. It is time to call a halt on this grand rush for American gold, which overfloods the labor market, resulting in lowering the standard of living, race riots, and general social degradation. The excessive immigration is against the interest of the masses of all races and nationalities in the country, both foreign and native.
Now, he says that sanctioning, bruh, stop with this sanctioning shit. Okay, Cuba, a lot of countries face that type of stuff, but bro, that's what happens when you want your independence. Like, how you going to try to get your independence and still want to go to Britain and want all these favors? Like, nah, hell no. Like, yo, you thought the grass was greener, so go do you. But you don't flee. So he didn't really address that. He didn't address that Jamaicans were got the independence in '62 and were already fleeing the country in '65. So saints just make you flee? No, you stand there and you fight and you build up Jamaica the best way you can, and so you build some type of you do what Nigeria did. You come up with some type of commodity that other countries would like, because just because UK sanctions you in America doesn't mean like they got ops. North Korea gonna rock with you, Russia gonna rock with you, China gonna rock with you. You think other countries gonna rock with you outside of America? Just probably European nation ain't gonna rock with you. But that's a given. Like, you need to know that when you're trying to get independence. There's a setback. And what y'all thought? It's gonna be all good. See, but like that's the delusion of some of these guys. They think of fight for independence. Look at us. Like, we got emancipated, right? And what happened? We what was our reward? It was the KKK and Jim Crow. Like, dude, you got to expect this is coming right afterwards. They ain't gonna be happy you're independent. They're not gonna be happy you're emancipated. They come in full force. But what we didn't do was flee. Okay, we traveled throughout the states that our labor helped build. So that was a horrible comparison, dude. You left your country wholesale. You're not even there long enough to be fed up. You left in 3 years. 3 years of independence, you left. That's not enough to realize, yo, this ain't working. Yo, do it. Put 10 years in, put 20 years in, put 30 years in and say, you know what? This ain't working. But he didn't address you're supposed to go back. So the leaving, I understand that. No problem. But after you come over here and get educated and get a great skill set, you're supposed to go back. So I said, God, why you don't go back? I get why you left, but I don't get why you don't go back and help build your homeland up. He had no response. Just excuses. That's the fleeing ethnogenesis these guys developed. Okay?
Bro, like, can I respond now to all this what you talking about, bro?
All right. Okay. So I'm gonna give you just as long as I just had. So let me just respond to Michael in the chat, because Michael said that I don't work in housing. Okay. When you want to put your money on that, my boy? Now watch this. You don't know more about housing than I do. Okay, go ahead, KD. I'm gonna put the phone number on him. I want him to challenge me. I'm not in housing. All right, so go ahead, KD. I'm gonna go on mute, and you get to talk as long as I just did. Go ahead, brother. Oh, my fault. I muted you. I'm gonna mute.
So yeah, I just want to make a few points. You know, he kind of spoke about economic sanctions, like it's not a big deal. You know, like it's nothing. You know, economic sanctions. Well, we all know that economic sanctions they cripple economies. You know, they take away all the jobs, they take away all the careers, all that good stuff. But in addition to those things, another thing that, you know, a lot of these dudes, they always conveniently leave out of the argument. They always leave out of the argument the exploitative measures that the country that they're so involved in at this particular point, the United States. They always leave out the fact that this country is known for going to these other countries, exploiting the resources, destabilizing the economy, and then bringing all those riches back to the United States economy. Like, that's what these dudes do. That's what the United States government and other European powers, that's what they do. They go into these other countries, they destabilize the economy, because he was talking a little bit earlier about, you know, how black people were exploited within the country, and we acknowledge that. We all know about slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, all these things. But Black people across the diaspora were suffering from the very same things in their respective countries as a result of the same people that he's talking about. The same people that did it to him and his ancestors did it to us and our ancestors. We all got the same ancestors. I don't know why dudes like him and Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell, these dudes want to duck and dodge around that. Like, DNA don't lie, but we ain't got to go into the DNA. It is what it is. And then he mentions fleeing, right? Now, let me see if he still keeps the same energy. Is he familiar with the 20,000 Africans, Americans during the 1800s who left the country to go to Liberia and Sierra Leone in order to repopulate those areas? Did they flee? Did the African Americans who went to Haiti when Haiti was offering refuge over in Haiti, giving African Americans free land and money, did they flee when they went to Haiti in order to escape the crimes and the degradation and everything that was going on within the country? Did they flee? Like, this flee word is very disrespectful, but I only hear it. But not only is it disrespectful, it's very subjectively and selectively used. If we're gonna say people is fleeing, then we just got to be consistent all the way across the board. Everybody be fleeing if that's the case, right? But at the end of the day, we know that when economic hardship is a real thing, war is a real thing, people went through hardships, and you can't victim blame people for doing what they thought they had to do in order to get out of the situation that they were in. And then he mentioned something along the lines of people going back. Like, when you go and you settle into an area, it's very rare you go back to where you came from, especially if you have kids, you met a husband, you know, you got 2 generations, 3 generations in, you're not going to necessarily go back, especially when the place that you're going back to is still going through the same things you originally went through, or the same things that when you're originally thinking about were going through at that particular time. So, you know, there's just a whole lot of contradictions. Like, you know, these dudes, they always tell half truths, only a part of the story. They don't talk about the economic sanctions. They don't talk about the exploitative things the government does to these other countries, the reasons why they have immigrants in the first place, the quote unquote aid that these governments give so they can make deals with these corrupt governments, politicians that they put in place so that they can exploit the resources from them. Meanwhile, destroying the economy, destroying the people. They don't talk about these things. Why don't they talk about these things? Because it's way more convenient to talk about Black people. It's easy to talk about Black people and what Black people don't do and what Black people could be doing and what Black people did. It's easy to talk about Black people because we the weakest. I hate to say it, but right now we the weakest. We working on that shit. We got stuff going on right now in Africa, Burkina Faso, the Sahel, all that, which these dudes don't talk about that. Of course not, because it doesn't suit their agenda, because they want everybody to believe that everybody who's foreign is fleeing their country, and their country, they're in the shithole countries or whatever kind of agenda that they're painting. And I'm not specifically talking about the brother here on the line, but Tariq Nasheed is really who I'm directing all this energy at. I don't really listen to Yvette Carnell like that, but that's the agenda that's being perpetrated out here. When in the reality is we all got everything that went on here in the United States, everything that you named that Black people had to go through here in the United States. Everybody, all Black people across the world had to go through the same thing, and it's the same people doing the same things to everybody across the world. And nor him or anyone else can disprove that. You want to hide behind governments, but these governments, a government ain't nothing but a corporation that some dude put together, right? But it's all the same people. If you trace the founders of this country, the same founders of this country are the same people who are the founders of the UK, who are the same people who are the founders of France, who are the same people who are these people are all the same people, but we fighting amongst ourselves about government borders and things like that, nonsensical things that don't make sense in the larger scope of things. So I land my plane right there, bro. You can say what you gonna say.
Okay, so do you believe I was fair? Like I went on a long rant and I gave you a long rant?
Yeah, that was very fair.
Okay. Because sometimes you gotta just, both of us just gotta get a moment just to talk, you know what I mean, to get it all out. And then we can go back and dialogue and cut each other off. Okay, so just a question for the Jamaicans. I'm gonna go to FBA question. All right. So the last question I got for Jamaica is are you aware of Jamaica's crime stat, like globally during your colonization period?
No.
Okay, you were the safest country in the world. Are you aware of your crime stat after you got your independence?
I'm guessing the most violent.
Yes. So you were safer when the white man was controlling you, and you were more violent and deadly when you were governing yourselves. Okay, so now that has nothing to do with sanctioning. All the things you're talking about, that has nothing to do. The white man's gone. This is just you guys misbehaving. But I'll leave that alone. Okay, so now, FBA. But you got a problem with us, who you would call Black Americans. You got a problem with us coming up with a term. It could be FBA, it could be ADOS, it could be anything, right? It could be CCCCC. Do you have a problem with us coming up with our own self-identifying term?
No.
Okay. So are you aware of what delineating means? Like, oh no, let me ask you this. What does it mean to you? That's a better question. What does it mean to you when we say we want to delineate?
Means nothing to me.
Now, I mean, like it's an actual word. I mean, the action, because to delineate is an act. That's a verb. So when we say we wanted to delineate, or let's say when we want to agree, are you aware of what delineating means? And say, no, let me ask you this. What does it mean delineate? Or what does it mean to you when we say we want to disaggregate? Like when you hear that, what do you think we're trying to communicate to the world? Now, I mean, like it's an actual word. I mean, the action.
We're not like those black people over there.
That's a verb. So well, we're not like we say we want to like we're not like nobody outside of us. Let's say when we want to make it, are you aware of what delineating means? And so we want to me ask you, what does it delineate? Or we talk about what does it mean to you? He said they got Italian pride. They're saying like when you hear that, what do you think we're trying to communicate to the Germans? Saying yo, I mean like it's an actual word. I mean like nobody.
We're not like those black people over there.
No, you do. So we're not like we say we want to like we're not like nobody. Or let's say when we want to make, are you aware of what delineating means? What does it delineate? Or we talk about what does it mean to you? He said they got Italian pride. They're saying like when you hear that, what do you think they're trying to communicate to the Germans? I mean like it's beyond. I mean like
we're not like those black people over there.
No, everybody. We're not like we say we're not like nobody. Let's say we're not and so we want to like what does it delineate? Or we talk about what does it mean to you? He said they got Italian pride. Everything else you got when you hear the territory is turned into I mean, like, it's beyond, like, Croatian, Ukrainian, those are so we got to be better yet, we never get ourselves. So when we got a chance to the territory is turned into but then, like, later on, Croatian, we got black, we got to specify what type of black we don't want to be like you. You say Jamaican and right? But who is Jamaican? Who is okay? So now when we now like 2016, 17, we say no. Well, there's Croatian, we got black, so there was obviously but he said that. So, but we said, you know what? We want to name ourselves. So finally, we said, hey, man, we're ADOS. We're American descendant slaves. And then, Tariq later on made some alterations. He said, you know what? We're FBA. We're Foundational Black Americans. And what I kind of did with FBA, I like to combine that with free people. So if you got a problem with Foundational Black American, I would say, okay, well, we're free Black Americans or free people of America. You know, it's different ways you could remix it, but it's still pointing to the same people, right? So that's all that means. It doesn't mean we're drawing a line to never speak to you again. It doesn't mean we're drawing a line to show how inferior you are. We're drawing a line saying, hey, this terminology is exclusively referring to us. That's it. Okay. That's all that was meant by delineating. So the reason I brought up African American, because so Terry Nasheed is just a guy who came up with a term. Yvette came up with a term. That's all. But we agree. I mean, we all say no cap, right? Then somebody come up with it, but everybody use it. So just because somebody came up with something, it doesn't mean it's exclusively theirs. If everybody takes it and run with it, it's now everybody's. Okay. So that's how language is. Jesse Jackson said African American, and as a result, that became one of our applications to this day. Now, I never called myself ever an African American. I always said I was Black, but a job or, you know, like politically, and you are African American. Like Black is something added on later because of common usage. But politically and school-wise, it's called African American history. It's called Black history later, but everything was African American, everything, right? Before Black was attached to it. So that whole Nation of Islam push had made Black, you know, part of the conversation. So that's how ADOS and FBA is. We're using FBA and ADOS like Malcolm X used Black. We're saying, hey, this is what we want to be called today. Hey, it might change 20, 30 years, 100 years from now. But right now, we feel like this is a more exclusive term that separates everybody else Black from this group and everybody outside of Black from this group. So when you hear Mexican, you don't got to scratch your head. You know who we're talking about. Native Americans, Chinese, or North Sentinel, like you know who we're talking about. So we want the same thing with us. When you say Black, it's so vague, you don't really know. Black, Hispanic. Like on the application, it says African American. When you check that, you're not done. It shows you, it makes you click ethnicity. It says non-Latino or Latino. So I got to explain to all of the tenants, the residents. I got to say, hey, you got to check that one too. They say, why? I said I was Black. I'm like, yeah, but there are also Black Latinos. So you got to, you put Black African American, but there are Black African Latinos. I said, so now you got to say you're Black American, African American, and you're not Latino. That's why that's there. They say, oh, you see, so it's not exclusive like that, like you think it is. You got to still specify with the ethnicity part of the same application. So FBA and ADOS, there's no more need for specificity. It's clear I'm this type of Black person. I could trace my lineage to slavery, right? So like you said earlier, the boats drop people off, Caribbean, Brazil, but this boat, when we say ADOS, we're talking about the boat that drop Africans off, right, over here in America. And as a result, they went through an ethnogenesis. Now, you said those Liberians. Let me get to that. So those folks that went to Liberia, you can say fled. For those who went to Haiti, you can say fled, no problem with that. I just think like hell that my ancestors didn't flee. They say, no, we're staying here. And everybody in that chat, and everybody listen to this in the future, you should be proud, even more proud, that your ancestor ain't fall for that fleeing bait. They said, nah, I'm good. I'm going to fight. Okay. So those who went to Haiti, they're Haitian now. Those who went to Liberia, they're Liberian now. They went through their own ethnogenesis. Hundreds of years somewhere else, adopting that culture, that language, that food, you dig? That's who you are. So we appreciate allies, right? So if there's a Hispanic, Chinese that want to ally with us and they have a history of being cool with us, you know what I mean? We appreciate that. There's some black Jamaican, Guyanese, or whoever that has a good rapport with us, and you know they on cool. We're not gonna run them off. We appreciate that. What we don't appreciate is the ones who admit that their mother taught them to hate us. I got so many testimonials of black immigrants, Nigerian, Jamaican, just name it. All of them Sudanese, Rwanda, all Rwandan, all these people are admitting that their parents taught them when they come to America, stay away from Black Americans. And they got like funny names for us, I'm not going to say, but they made that known. Stay away from them. And then some blame movies, right? We watch movies about you guys. That's why we didn't like you. I say, okay, whatever. But you can't come to us with that mentality. So if they said that, and it's true, that means that they delineated first. They were divisive first. They came over here with those vibes. Stay away from Black Americans. So when we try to, hey, what's going on? Hey, and we try to build with you and talk to you, get to know you, you're being standoffish. So being standoffish might get you called a name. Because after a while, we be like, yo, why are you acting like that? And now we're going to become who we are. No, we got jokes. Okay, well, this is you now. You dig? And we're going to mock you. But the standoffish is what's going to provoke that. And that's what a lot of Black immigrants openly admit to. I can just play a plethora of videos, which I always do in my openings, of how many different Black immigrants say their parents taught them to hate us. Our parents never, there's no foundation Americans you're going to find, foundation Black Americans you're going to find say their parents taught us to hate Black immigrants or anybody. The best you're going to get is probably Nation of Islam hating white folks. That's the best you're going to get. Well, the Hebrew Israelites, but outside of them, and that's white folks. But you ain't going to find no Black family, no Black household, no Black community that taught their children to stay away from Black people from different countries. That's not gonna happen, bro. There's no such thing as that in this country amongst us. So that is the difference between us. Like, you guys bring that divisive spirit over here because you were told by whoever, movie, your mother, the white man, whoever told you some negative things about us. You get over here and you don't experience those negative things, but you still hold those negative biases. That's just irrefutable. So on the screen, so I know Facebook kind of a little played out. It's a little played out. But for those who still rock with Facebook, on the screen, that's the Facebook group. So it's 685 online right now. It's 1.7K members. It's a private group, so that means I gotta let you in. FBAs versus the world. So I figure we can keep more in touch there. We can have daily dialogue because I won't be able to go live in a day like that anymore. It could be cracked down. So anyway, this is a great space to share links and videos and images and, talk politics, sports, whatever. But I wanted to talk about the other thumbnail, but I had a brother come on that we were commenting. Well, he commented on one of my videos about Tariq. And here's the thing too, that he totally ignored. He's against Tariq, one guy. All right. He's this monolithic thing. He's against one guy. That's personal. There's 43 million of us. There's a lot of FBA you ain't gonna like. Shit, there's some I don't like. Right? I don't know why y'all think you're gonna get along with 43 million FBA's ADOS. No, there are gonna be some folks you don't agree with. Some folks ain't like Malcolm. Some folks ain't like Dr. King. Some folks ain't like W. Du Bois. That's the way it is. But for me to hear somebody say, I hate Tariq, now this guy, it's like chaotic truth is a tether. But you don't hear me on here and he talks bad about FBA, but you don't hear me, I don't got how many videos I got of chaotic truth? How many I got of them? One? I never even mentioned him. Cause that don't bother me. I'm so secure as an FBA. I'm so secure. That don't bother me. Yo, FBAs, I'm your daddy. That don't bother me. We're so secure over here. That's something that we have in us. We're confident people, man. That don't bother. We're used to white supremacists making mockery, minstrel shows. So a tether talking about this and that don't bother us. Whatever. You dig? So now it's people trying to use the FBA name to get them some type of Clout. But it's not working. So Ringo TV, and let me just, since it's not show it now, let me show y'all something about Ringo TV. So he's the most embarrassing one out of all, okay? Because he's been clout chasing for 12 years. Let me show you something. Okay, so it's not this one. You know that?
I'm pretty sure I did my research on Garvey. He was pioneering the whole Pan-Africanism movement.
Right. But I'm saying if he committed a crime, right, with the stock market, and he got allegedly 2 million, but let's just say 200. That's a lot. So if I got a scheme that's illegal, and I got 200 people in the scheme, that means I'm not just like you said earlier. I'm not a one guy committing a crime. I got my followers following suit with this crime. Everybody's doing this illegal activity.
You're right.
Unbeknownst to themselves.
So my question is, should you have that same scrutiny with Dr. Malcolm X? Because Malcolm X, he got a 10-year bid, burglary and larceny.
Yeah.
He was convicted, and look, he wasn't doing nothing blue collar, stealing from the market, or he was breaking into homes, stealing valuables, and selling gambling money. So like when you say, okay,
wait, so let me ask you a question, right? If you
so it's like, I gotta be devil's advocate here. Like, so it's okay when Malcolm X does it, but
no. See, you asked a question about Malcolm X, and you answered it for me. No, I didn't answer it okay. He committed a crime. He did his time. Yeah, so that was wrong. That was wrong. Breaking in homes and whatever, pimping. That was wrong.
So my question is, does Malcolm X not have that same influence? That's my question.
No, he was. Well, first of all, he was not Malcolm X. He was Malcolm Little, for one, and he did a crime with himself and a couple white folks. Right, so it was just so now he wasn't influencing the youth. He wasn't. They were all criminals before he got. All of them were part of the criminal activities, and they all knew it was criminal. So it was like a conspiracy amongst them, right? And again, he was not Malcolm X. He was Malcolm Little. Okay. Go ahead.
So my question again. So he's not Malcolm X at the time. He's Malcolm Little. Right. He's a fundamental Black American. He's
foundational.
There you go. Foundational Black American. He's not an immigrant, but as clear as day in the 1940s, he's committing crimes.
Right. We did crimes.
Okay, so that's my thing.
I'm saying that the crime spiked. They spiked. So yeah, we did crimes. We got locked up for stupid stuff, but the crime spiked when we were, forcefully integrated with a lot of immigrants that came from countries where they really commit crime. Cause think about it. Even though we were going through tough times over here with segregation, we still had better opportunities than those in Jamaica because you guys were being colonized still.
And you also had better opportunities than those in the South facing Jim Crow. That's why
Well, I'm only talking about the South because nobody was up in the North. 97% of FBA were in the South.
Right, rightfully so. So now my question is, why is it when another group of people leave a certain area of the world for greener pastures, they're invasive, but when in the 1940s, 50s, when the Great Migration happens and everyone's headed to Detroit, New York City, Chicago, oh no, we're just looking for greener pastures. Like it's like
because again, that's a good question.
Like that's my thing.
All right, I got you. So let me answer. So it's a good question for somebody who doesn't know American history. Okay, for one, America deliberately locked us out of the wealth of this country. So let me help you out. Have you heard of, I played it on my live already. Have you heard of the Homestead Act of 1862?
No, I haven't. Inform me.
Okay, cool. So you got poor blacks who just came out of slavery. Well, well, let me ask this question first. Have you heard of Black Reconstruction?
Yes, I have
Okay.
like Black
So
Wall Street.
So before got good. So before what you were talking about, we were thriving in this country. We was in mayor positions in Congress. We were thriving. Okay, that was physically and forcibly taken away from us, and we were subjected to a lower class caste system of Jim Crow, where they deliberately, had their political knee in our neck and wouldn't let us uprise. So now we're missing. So everything we had was taken from us, and now we're missing opportunities because we're marginalized and threatened to stay in line or harm will come upon you. Okay, so that's what's going on for a couple of years now. Now, during that time, they had welcomed, they incentivized Europeans from Eastern Europe and Southern Europe, specifically the peasants, the poor, like a lot of immigrants.
The Irish and such.
There you go. A lot of the poor from Jamaica, Mexico, they come over here. Well, these guys were incentivized. Hey, come over here to America, assimilate, and we're gonna give you land grants, and we're gonna teach you how to farm and teach you how to basically for free or little to nothing. And we're gonna skip past these FBAs who are political knees on their neck and our physical knee on their neck. We're gonna skip past them. We're gonna give you the money, right? So we're gonna invest in you who never asked for it. But the guys who just asking for simple rights, we're gonna skip past them. So that was a deliberate attempt to keep us locked out of the wealth gap, and or the wealth to create this large wealth gap. So now, when an opportunity arises, of course we're gonna run to it. Like you deliberately held it. You took from what we had. We were growing. Black Wall Street, not just Black Wall Street, but again, just Black Reconstruction. Like we were doing our thing. You deliberately took that from us and make us start all over again. And this time, put it like a wireless fence around us, which is called Jim Crow. And while you invited immigrants from other countries to level up and you educate them for free, basically, and they just got it popping. And while we're still here, right? So when some jobs open up, we're going to run to it because you took our jobs from us. Yeah. So we're looking for something now. Like, damn, we got nothing. So a lot of us went towards the north. Well, at some point we started heading to the north, but at this point we're still heavily in the south. So there's a perfect context to that.
No, and I definitely understand that. Like there was oppression, and you're systematically being held to a lower standard, so you're looking for a greener pasture. Now, my point exactly. I'm from a continent that has been stripped. When I say I mean my parents are from a continent that has been stripped time and time again of its natural resources. It's been decimated population-wise. If you look about King Leopold and what the Belgians did, that's probably the biggest genocide of all time, but no one cares about them. They just care about the Jews. So I could also say, look, yeah, we were going through it because of the colonizers, and that's why we came over here. Like, my thing is like, because I don't know, like I feel like I have a different view on certain things because I grew up in New York City where my friend group consisted of, I could spin a globe and point my finger. They come from anywhere, and every Black American, as in people who were here already growing up, we did not really see a difference amongst each other. And I guess that's just something unique to New York City. I started driving trucks for a living and lived in other states for a while, lived in Mississippi. I noticed, wow, it's different other places. That's when I actually realized, okay, there's a difference apparently. But my main question is like, why is there a sentiment that is like more resentment towards the immigrants, of that came as a result of colonization instead of towards the actual colonizers? That's been my
so now that's a false. Okay, so that's a false narrative.
It's not though, because
hold on.
I watched some time, not to cut you up, but I watched a lot of Tariq Nasheed's.
Okay. So now you're messing up because I timelined them. So you everything you watched with Tariq Nasheed, I guarantee you, was after 2018. Okay, so now you got to show me post 2018, which you're not gonna be able to do. I already timestamped it, because post 2018. I'm sorry, not post. Everything you're saying is post 2018. What I'm saying is show me pre 2018. I'm talking like that because he was pro global power and empowerment for melanoid people of the world.
No,
Okay,
most
so
definitely. I know.
okay, so
I can
so hold
clearly
on.
say
So
that.
let me help you out then. Right. So I got you. Cause you asked the question. Let me help you get this picture painted perfectly. Okay. So, brother, what he seen was the division on you guys' side.
But that's to
So
cut
he's
you off. That's
yeah.
not true. I
Okay,
grew up
wait.
like
So
nah,
wait,
because I
so
have
let
to
me
get
prove
this
my
point
case.
across.
So
Because
okay,
like
get
you
your
guys
point
want to
across. Let
make
me
it,
go.
you want to paint this picture. Like, let me just get this quickly off.
But I
You
didn't
want
paint
to
the
paint
picture
this
yet, though.
picture that is, oh, Africans don't like us, but bro, I grew up as an African child in an American city. I know what sentiments is felt. Like I've been through the African booty scratcher and the
Wait.
oh,
Oh, wait. All
like
right.
I've been
Oh,
like so.
okay.
My thing is like you can't
The
throw
African booty
rocks.
scratcher. The African booty scratcher.
Look,
Okay.
can I just
Hold.
get this off? Because like, I know it's gonna make you sound like look Richard Pryor, one of the
Wait.
best comedians of all time, right or right. If you agree, I'm
Go
big
ahead. Go
on
ahead.
comedy. One of the best comedians of all time. I remember one time I sat there and watched multiple Richard Pryor stand-up skits, and the amount of African jokes. It was like, okay, so my thing is like, have you watched?
Wait. Stop right there. Stop. Okay. So now, what year was this, by the way? These African jokes. What year was this?
For me personally, these African jokes was let's say the 2010s, but I know that
Okay. Wait. Hold on. Stop right there. Because like right now, you came here because you're looking for answers more than anything. So get the answers. Like, don't be afraid of the answers. All right.
no, but
So
before I get the answers, I want to lay like a basis. Like it's because like I don't want it to paint this narrative like it's like because we could both point the finger and
no,
say,
we
oh,
cannot. And that's my argument. We
you
cannot
guys
both
don't
do
like
that.
us. You can't say
No.
you guys don't like us
Look what
when
you're doing. And people are watching you do this. You keep speaking for us. I'm not speaking for y'all.
I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking on behalf of my African side. It's like you're saying that oh
I didn't say it
Africans.
yet. I didn't say it. You
That's
cut
what
me
you're
off.
gonna insinuate
Okay,
because that's the whole
okay. Now,
standpoint of
now,
the.
now this guy is he's Miss Cleo now, where he could predict my thoughts.
Okay, so
Let me
let me
just
hear.
say it.
All right, let me hear what you got to
Okay.
say, and then prove me right, and then we'll have you laugh.
Okay. First, I think you're lying. Anybody call you African booty scratcher?
I can put that on my mother's life. Like, why do I
Okay.
have to lie about that?
Okay. At what age were you?
Elementary through middle school.
Okay. Now watch this. So the
If you
person.
want,
Wait. Slow down. I'm trying to walk you to this because I think you're lying. Okay. So now
what do I have to? What do I gain by lying? You see, like that's
a lot, but
what do I gain by
okay.
lying?
You won't let me
About?
hold you. You won't let me hold you. Okay.
You see, bro, like if we're not gonna like when you stated certain facts,
You see. Now
I was open
this guy talked with freedom. I let him go. Now I'm trying to build my case. He won't let me do it.
all right,
Bro.
build your house of lies. I'm listening.
Well, we'll see by your answers. We'll see. All right. So you said through elementary to middle school. Okay, cool. Now, so random black folks are just calling you all throughout your childhood and elementary school. Random black folks are just calling you a booty scratcher. Or was it one or two people?
It was
Let's
multiple people.
Okay.
Because I was proud of my African ancestry.
Okay.
Like, and I still am to this day. Like, that's
Okay,
how
cool,
I am.
cool. You're supposed to be. Now, those people calling you African booty scratcher, were they Jamaican? Were they Caribbean? Or were they African American? Or we call it FBA?
Growing up, and let me say elementary, I couldn't tell. By middle school,
Oh, there you go.
let me finish.
Okay,
By
go
middle
ahead.
school, I started understanding. All right, we're different from each other. It was a mix of them all. I had Haitians, I had Black Americans, I had Jamaicans, melanated people all doing it. So my point is exactly. So it's not. You can't tell me that I wasn't being told these things.
This guy's lying. But okay, cool.
But how you gonna tell me I'm lying?
All right. So look. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. What is the African booty scratch anyway? What is that?
That's what I've been always trying to figure out for God knows.
Okay, so how
But
can
I know
something be offensive if there's no if there's no depiction of it? Like, what is the African booty scratcher? Because I heard a couple things, by the way. I researched it lightly. I heard that.
You want to hear another insult I've been told?
Yeah, let me hear another one.
I'm swinging with lions and pandas and tigers and.
Oh
and
man,
shit.
okay.
Like I told you, we can go watch. Richard Pryor stand-up comedy.
Hold, stop. Okay, so now a kid is saying, wait, hold on. A kid is calling you as a kid. Let's go with that. A kid is calling you these terms that they barely know what they are, right?
Yes, but kids.
Okay, wait.
They learn it from somewhere.
No way. Yeah.
Can we agree on that? Are you
okay? Wait. No.
Are you a parent? You're not.
Yes,
a parent?
I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, so can you admit that your kids mirror what they're?
No, that's a lie. See, I'm going there next.
Oh,
No, I'm going.
here
I'm
we
going there
go.
next. I'm going there next.
Come on.
Okay, I'm going there next, dude. You're projecting. That's what y'all parents do.
Nah, raw.
Okay, cool. So let's roll the tape. I got you. Hold on 1 second. Let's roll the tape because you see what I'm saying? Yo, we can't get
Your
one.
parents saying that kids are not sponges just tells me that you're
Hey,
so honest.
we can't get one honest person from the diaspora or the continent of Africa. We can't get one. Now he said there's kids saying it. Fine. Then he said, oh, they got it from their mama, bro. There's not one. When I even asked FBAs, they said it before. I'm like, okay, where you get it from? They're like, I don't even know. They said they got it from other kids. Okay, so the source of origin is unknown. But watch this. We know for a fact that grown-ass Africans, before they even come over here, are telling their kids, this is terrible, because we know, you is speculation, we know your parents are telling kids of Africa descent to stay away from the Akata. We know parents are doing it. The kids are confessing it. That's your age. Yeah, my parents gained me on how to delineate and to be divisive towards your people and be, prejudiced towards your people. Okay, so we know your source. Now, our source, if a parent was saying it, I'll own it because I'm unbiased and I'm Mr. Accountability. But even when I called my friends on a live, bro, they even know they were live. I said, bro, have you ever used African Booty Scratcher? He said, yes. I thought he was going to say no. He said, yes. I said, bro, where you get it from? He said, I don't even know. I said, was it another kid? He said, yeah. He said, it's just kids saying it. He said, so no African Americans ever sat here and said, I got it from mother. Because our parents don't look at Africans like adults. That's why you only get it from, look at this. You said you got it in high school. I mean, not high school, but elementary and middle school. Why nobody called you? If parents use this phrase, why you didn't get called when you was in high school and when you graduated? Why this ain't keep following you? Now, Akata follows FBAs, whether they're young or old. The N-word follows us young and old. Yankee follows us young and old. So these negative terms that's being called, that we're called by other people that's not FBA. They call these things regardless of our age. Why is the term we have for you is age restricted all of a sudden? It's just elementary kids. Why is it age restricted? Y'all terms for us is for everybody. So you got adults gaming kids. So now the thing ain't to really dwell on it. The thing is, how do we get past this? Now, now I don't believe that the African booty scratcher is a epidemic, right? Amongst especially today, especially you. Like y'all are so assimilated in Black culture. Look at you. Everything I couldn't even tell if you were non-FBA by the way you're talking, your accent. I can't even tell. So and you probably don't look like clearly. So now when I was growing up, bro, when a person was from Africa, they looked like it. They look. I mean, it was no way to assimilate yet. When I was growing up, so I'm gonna be real. So if somebody was African, they looked like this. I mean, there was a sore thumb. Now, I don't recall even seeing a lot of Africans, to be honest. I seen one African when I was in middle school. His name was Puku. That's the only African I identify. I didn't know the. And so now, elementary, I didn't know. I'm 7 to 8. How do I know how an African look? I'm telling you, the only African I recall in my school was a Puku who was in the 7th grade. And because he looked clearly different. His dress code, his speech, everything about him, his haircut, everything about him was totally not FBA. But he was dark. When I lived in Texas, Dallas, Texas, when I went to schools there, I seen Black folks who I thought were Black. They were I'd never seen a dark-skinned Spanish person before. Come on, man. I'm like, why does Black guy speaking Spanish? I didn't even know that. I thought all Hispanics were light. I did not know that Hispanics were dark. Because I went to Dallas, Texas. When I'm there, I'm trying to everybody's Spanish. Like, dang, trying to find me a friend. See some dark skinned guys over there. Like, yeah, you got a soccer ball. Y'all don't play football. They speaking Spanish. Like, what that bugged me out. Like, mom, these Black guys speak Spanish up here. So they're not black like that. They're dark, but they're Hispanic. I'm like confused. Like, what you mean they dark? Yeah, no, they're not bilingual. Well, they are maybe, but they're not FBA bilingual. These guys were born in their land speaking Spanish, and they came over here. I'm like, really? She said, yeah, go talk to them, see what happens. They ain't gonna know what the hell you talking about. I found it the hard way. But for the dude to act like he was shouting these African booty scratchers, I mean, again, I believe they're all lying. I believe they're all lying. I believe a few said it and a few were called it, and now they all use it to justify their envy and vitriol towards us, because he can't explain why they got it from somewhere. Yeah, where they get it from? Because kids also do what are the kids pranks? Kids got pranks. So you mean kids pranks come from mothers and dads? You talking about kids do kid shit? So in the sandbox, when you're in the sandbox and they throw sand in your face, they got it from their mother. That's what kids do. If you watch kids, they're gonna do something stupid to each other. That's why we gotta regulate them. We gotta guide them right. So, they got it from somewhere. Yeah, where they get it from? Where they get that term from? Could have got it from somebody from the school, one of those white teachers? Is that possible, Chris? Why do you project it's our parents when none of us can sit here before you and say, yeah, I heard my mama, I heard my grandma. I ain't never heard no adult sit there and say, look at those African booty scratchers. If you weren't even here like that. You were not even here like that. I knew one African all my schooling until middle school, just one, and that was a Puku, 7th grade, and I had a fight with him. You know what I mean? So it was one African. So it wasn't even a lot of you guys to call the African booty scratcher. Now, did he get called that? Probably, because he was in a majority, FBA schools. I know somebody probably teased him, and had some African jokes for him, I'm sure, because at that point we're using jokes. We're 7th, 8th grade. We're really, and he didn't understand that's part of our culture, is to like have jokes with each other. So yeah, if you come different, yeah, they're gonna have some African jokes probably, but they're just joking. You said it. You said Richard Pryor. That's a comedian. He's joking. Why don't you show one of our politicians? Why don't you show one of our serious educators? Why don't you show it Cornel West, Jesse Jackson? You went to comedians, bro. I'm talking about your parents. They're not comedians. They're not joking. They're saying, stay away from them. Be divisive, delineate, don't go near them. They're thugs. And where are you getting this from? I think this is Chris. All right, Chris, go ahead. You get the last words before I log off. Please don't be hella long-winded. So, Chris, you're on mute right now. You got to unmute yourself. So you called in. Okay, so I cannot. Okay, you're unmuted now.
All right, I just want to tell Donnie, like, bro, I'm not being an asshole. I'm genuinely just want to show you what I've accomplished in the last 3 years as a commercial driver, bro. Like, I'm not tethering to nothing Black American, because my parents came here 27 years ago, and when they got here, their plan was to accumulate as much wealth as they can and go the fuck back where they came from. Like, that's my plan. I'm trilingual. I speak 3 different languages.
But why are you arguing finances in the chat? That seemed like kind of petty.
I wasn't being petty. I literally ignored him until he kept consisting. I'm like, okay, I guess you really do want to see what I'm working on. Yeah, and then it's just, okay, now I'm capping. Okay, just drop the email. But obviously he doesn't want to do that, so I'm off that topic, because he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to be embarrassed by someone half his age, and I get that. Like,
why would he be embarrassed because you're doing something? I mean, like, we're used to that shit. Jalen, whatever his name from the Houston Rockets, makes like $1 gazillion, and he's half her age. So like,
no, that's what I'm saying. So if that's, and you feel me? So if Jalen is able to show his assets and what he's accomplished, so should I.
But why? It's, again, like now you said.
I can scroll up in the chat. Should I scroll up in the chat? But
there's some things that still childish.
Remember, look, the chat doesn't have that many participants, and so I can scroll up and
but you don't need to, because like you said African booty scratcher was a childish word. Well, comparing assets on the internet, that's childish too. So we got to put down childish things.
Assets? Yeah, I never compared assets. I told you simply, that black people cannot throw rocks and then hide their hands. I didn't only mention
We
African
don't.
Buddhist culture.
We throw
I
rocks and we
mentioned
knuckle up.
midnight. I mentioned Blackie.
And I
I
address
mentioned
all of them.
multiple things. I mentioned mud huts. I mentioned, oh, you live in the zoo. I mentioned many things.
nobody say
Look,
that.
and I understand, like, I get Western media done brainwashed you guys, and you have this preconceived notion
So
of how
who
other
brainwashed
people.
y'all to make y'all feel a certain way about us? You said Western media
But
brainwashed
see,
us.
that's it, and you see, you can say that, and I can agree that I don't.
I'm asking you who.
When you watch a Feed the Children commercial, what's your first impression?
No, I'm saying.
Yes. Answer my question. When you
But
watch in the
I asked you about us though. I said who is brainwashed? You said Western media brainwashed us. I never said no. I'm asking you who brainwashed y'all to think us low.
who is y'all? I've never been brainwashed. That's my thing. Like, see, maybe
Shit.
I can ask you where are you from originally? What state?
Oh shit, man.
What state are you from?
Bruh, I lived in Jersey.
What
Okay.
state have you lived in predominantly the majority of your life? Because I know
New Jersey.
you lived in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
As a resident in the state of Jersey, can you confirm that you grew up around? I don't know this because you're probably older than me by much, but in the last 20, 30 years, I know Jersey has had an influx of. Matter of fact, in Jersey, there's probably more Italians and Irish than, because they all move out from New York City when it gets expensive. So yes or no, you've grown up around. They're not direct immigrants, but their grandparents were immigrants, right or right?
Some of them.
No, a good majority of them. In New Jersey, we can Google this. The firefighters and the police department are predominantly what? Not just regular. Not.
No idea.
We can Google it. You have your whole computer out. You can Google these facts.
Okay, I mean that's your argument.
It's not my argument. It's factual. You have.
Okay, those are your facts. Those are your facts.
Okay, so pull it up and negate it then.
I'm not even arguing that.
Pull it up and negate it. And
why am I negating it?
Isn't that what a discussion's for?
No, I'm saying, why are you giving me a position? I don't have a position.
Yes, you do. You simply claimed that black folk were here. This was all American culture. They came and they wanted to be like Americans.
Yeah.
Well, I can prove to you that Ellis Island was in use before.
In use where?
Ellis Island is in New York City. Where else?
Okay. All right, now let me educate you.
Okay,
again.
so we forget the Industrial Revolution. Like,
Okay,
that's one thing
cool,
about me.
cool.
I know my history.
Okay, I got it. So what year was watch this? What year was Industrial Revolution?
You can pull it up all on your computer.
I'm just asking. You know your history. I'm asking you. What year? You said it. What year?
I believe it's the late 1800s. So I'm gonna go 1840, 50s.
That ain't late. That's mid.
That's the end of the 19. That's the beginning 60 years from the 19. So that's still
that's not late.
So
late is like 1880. All right, let's look it up. All right, I'm gonna call you a bluff on this one. All right, yeah, those logos dope, by the way. Hey, now I didn't mute you. Well, okay, no, because you went quiet.
I'm here.
Okay.
I see how Donnie moves. He's scared. Donnie's scared.
All right, so you said Industrial Revolution, right?
Yes, sir. And open another tab for Ellis Island as well.
All right, hold on. Industrial. I hate Bing. Okay, so we're here, right? I'm gonna go to Ellis Island. Yeah. Okay, cool. Right here. Okay, so we're here. All right, so which one I'm doing first? Industrial Revolution?
All right, Industrial Revolution. What are the dates on that? 17 something to 1850, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just rough balling here.
All right, let me look at it. Give me a second. Okay, so 1760, yeah, it's about 1840. Okay, so 1760 to 1840.
Okay, my next point, Ellis Island, the influx of immigrants starts from 1890 to 19.
Okay, thank you. That's my point. My point is, okay, so I was trying to get a date for when you guys came to New York City. Now you will see that your
Not
date.
you guys. I'm not a part of that group. I'm talking about the immigrants
Okay,
to begin with. That's
whoever. Okay,
1892.
whoever. What I'm saying is that was possible because the abolishing of slavery, man. So again, it was surrounded around.
But that
Again,
does not negate the fact that the main majority population was not black people.
okay,
Like
so
that's
bro, wait, where in New York? When did I
yes.
say? When did I said not? I said the majority of black folks went in the South. When did I say New York?
Oh my God. So you're just proving me right, brother. So if Caucasian immigrants can come here, set up shop, thrive for all these years, black folk decide to move up from the South years later and then turn around on immigrants of color from another nation and
Yeah,
say,
yeah,
oh, y'all the problem.
yeah, brother. You got your narrative completely wrong, man. But we'll talk about
It's
it.
like and it's like, oh yeah, now I'm tripping when I pull out the facts.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
you're tripping because
yeah, I'm tripping because it doesn't fit your narrative when black people were
okay,
not there
you
first.
you don't you don't know our narrative, like, but you keep giving us one, and then you argue against it, which is weird. Like, I won't do that for you. I won't say, hey, bro, listen, look at this. That's your narrative, and now look at this rebuttal. Like
No,
you
yes, you will. You clearly said I wasn't called African booty scratcher, and that's not possible. That you're
I
giving me
said
my narrative.
I didn't believe you, but then I still gave you the benefit of the doubt. Did I not? I said, okay, let's go with that was what you were called, because I definitely believe the other things happen, right? The dark skin jokes, I believe that, because that's what we do. Especially, like I said, it's a problem in our community that needs to be addressed, and that one probably did most likely come down from parents. Okay, parents are dealing with self-hatred themselves.
And then that's contradicting because you told me the kids don't pick up anything from parents. I
Okay,
thought,
you heard this guy? He said,
like,
I said kids don't pick up things
bro,
from parents.
that's the beauty of this
Oh
live. Like, I
my
hope you don't
God.
delete it because like
Yeah,
we can
no,
zoom
please,
that.
bro. You're able to clip. Do you know how to clip on YouTube?
Of course, bro.
Okay.
I'm a fucking Gen Z. No disrespect,
Okay.
but I
So
didn't grow
I
up around
want
the
you, okay,
computer.
good. So I want you to clip. Okay, look, go back and clip that. Go get that, in the words of Unc. Go get that and clip where I said kids don't pick up from their parents. You're going to prove my point that you're too hyper. You're too hyper. You hearing what you want to hear, and then you're arguing like it's my position. It's not my position. It's not my position. But go get that. If you can't get it, you got to come back and say, "Yo, I was wrong," because that's how you grow. So when you're wrong, you're wrong. And guess what? If you clip that and it says that, I'm going to say I'm wrong. Like, I don't have a problem saying, "Yo, you're right. I misword what I said. That's not what I meant." Right? Because we're humans. Like, we're able to like go back or retract what we said and correct it. That's what humans do. Well, sincere humans.
See, I'm sick and chilling around for this show. Like, I get you gotta put on a show for the 40 people in the chat, bro. But Karma, don't delete your comment. We seen that. Like, it's all good.
Wait, so I'm put
It's
on the
like
show.
it's my
Yeah.
thing is
So
like
so
you
don't
can't be ignorant and then expect like
so
that's mind
don't
blowing to me, bro.
don't time out karma. 'Cause I want to see. I don't know. Donnie, hold on. Stop timing out people. I want to interact with them first. Like, 'cause they might be sincere. Like, I
But
think
my
Chris.
thing is like, when is it ever really sincere? Like, that's the point. Like
Hey, bro, listen. You think I'm proving your point, but you're really proving our point when we say that there's no real true alliance with black people from the diaspora and the continent, and you're proving it now. Like,
and
everything
then
you're saying
my thing
is like adversarial. Oh, this, that, like I'm not even debating you. I'm talking to you like a regular human being. I'm not even considering you're not FBA. I'm considering you as just a regular guy on the phone, and we're just talking.
brother,
But you keep thinking this is a debate show. You're the one showing out, not me.
you threw Marcus Garvey down under the bus with no hesitation.
Wait. So
And you
explain.
in your mind, it's okay because
No, explain how I threw Marcus Garvey down in the drain. Explain it.
you clearly mentioned his criminal past and his crimes, acting like he's the only man who committed a crime.
So I say he influenced a lot of FBAs. That's why if it's a one man thing, like you said, Malcolm Little, if you mention a somebody from the island commits a crime over here, it could be something silly as stealing a car. I'm not going to condemn him. That's a personal act. But if he influenced, like, let's say if he's in a gang and he influenced like 20 kids, 30 kids, yeah, I'm gonna be pissed off. And they don't gotta be kids, they could be an adults. They could be adults. I don't like when people extend their evil or their wickedness to other folks. If you're gonna do something crazy, do it yourself.
So my question is, Marcus Garvey, quote unquote, influenced people to do mail fraud in the 1920s.
All right, that's bad.
All right, that's horrible. You're definitely right. But Malcolm X robbing and doing
that's bad too. I said that earlier.
It's not influential.
I said that's bad. Okay. Do you hear me? That's bad.
It's definitely bad. So
okay.
my point exactly. So is it?
He's still arguing.
Came here and his Jamaicans came, and that's why we're got all this crime going on, or was crime an element that existed already? That's my question. That's all I need to hear you answer.
Crime existed already. You guys came and heightened it.
This man said you guys came and heightened.
Well, I don't know about people from Africa.
Can you show me that statistic?
Okay, hold on.
That's the beauty of crimes. Can you show me those?
Let me make a correction. I'm not sure about people from Africa.
Can you show me those statistics? I just want to see the statistics. And
okay, we just said there's no statistics because there's no way to differentiate. Because all of you guys come over here and put down African American.
No, I'm not asking for the differential. I'm asking for the increase of crime in the black
yes.
Those
I would do that tomorrow because I could have swore. Wait.
Oh man, bro.
Okay,
come
so
on.
let me ask you a question. All right, look, I don't want to abuse you because now you're talking. You're asking questions. I'm tired. I said 2 o'clock, but real fast.
Oh man.
When did
man,
he's still going. When did black immigrants come to the United States? Because you can remember, you do your history. So it's an easy question. When did black immigrants, this is continental Africans and also the Caribbean, when did they come here in large numbers? What year? If you don't know, I'll just tell you. Do you know what year?
You're not going to answer my question about the crime, bro.
Like, I'm answering it now. So I'm giving you a time frame. What year? Because I'm going to show you how the crime spiked. What year it spiked. So what year did black immigrants come to this country in large numbers?
65 in the 70s.
No, that was not large numbers, bro. Come on, stop. You guys were 50,000 deep, my boy. Stop it. You guys came here in the millions in the late mid 1980s, my boy. You were not here in large numbers in the 70s. Okay, so Nigerians became 1 million deep around 1980s. Now you're here in the millions, Africans and Jamaicans, 1980s. Well, guess what? Shortly after, they created the damn crime bill. They created a crime bill for y'all. As soon as I came here in large numbers, the crime spiked. You asked for a reference. You asked for an example. As soon as you guys were documented to be here in large numbers, the crime spiked. Let me show you. Let me source up. Okay, let me source up. Don't believe me. Don't believe me.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the crack cocaine and the gangs culture, because we brought those too, right?
Nah.
Right.
So he asked a question, I say no, and he acts like I said yes. This is what I got to go through. He asked a question, I say no, he laughs like I said yes. Okay, so I'm just saying, I find that coincidental that as soon as you guys come in large numbers, there's a crime bill.
And it's kind of coincidental that crack cocaine starts widespreading in the 1980s.
But crack cocaine.
It's just that's my question. Is that
so
like a
crack cocaine doesn't equal violent crime, my boy? You don't know that?
Are we gonna act like you're from? Are you
Yeah. Please. Okay. So now this is your burden. Show us
Jersey for real.
okay. Show us crack equating to violent crime. So hear my language. Not petty crimes, not vandalizing cars, and I'm talking about violent crimes. Show us how crack smokers commit violent crimes. Go, so I can embarrass you.
Not the
You
smokers.
don't know Black history, bro.
Can you Google Yummy? Can you Google Yummy from Chicago? Child murder in Chicago. His name is Yummy.
One person? Okay, yeah, I'll do it.
No,
I'll
because he's not. He's just probably one of the most like staple ones. But just Google that one child.
Wait, hold on. You may forget I was doing. I was over here about to do something. Hold on. What was I going to do before you did that? I was going to look up something.
Because the Jamaicans and other guys you have on here, they usually don't know any much about gang culture, bro. I grew up.
Okay. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do. You almost threw me off.
All my mans is black. Like
Black what? Like black immigrant or black?
No, black as in cornbread and
how do you know? They look like.
No, because I come on, bro. Like
I'm asking. How do you know? Because I can't even tell. I look at Math Hoffa. He look like he's FBA to me, but he's not. So how can you tell? I'm FBA, can't tell. How can you tell?
I can tell. I'm from New York City. Matt Hoffa.
He said he's clear.
That's the thing. Like you're not from New York, so you would never understand.
He got that New York argument.
You're from the off-brand wannabe cousins next door, and I get it. Like,
well, first of all, you
any
have
New Yorker would tell you. I was born at Woodhull Hospital in 1998 in a very treacherous hospital. I'm from New York. I don't live in every 5 borough and every goddamn project. Like, when I walk around, I gotta tell you I'm African, and you wouldn't know it. I don't, and I'm super duper proud to be where I'm from. You know why? Because I'm from a melting pot. Where I'm from is people are proud to be where they're from, and they embrace each other's culture. You ask a FBA where they're going this Labor Day, and they'll tell you the Parkway. You ever been to the Parkway? No.
I don't go to New York. That shit
I know you don't. You're from Jersey. That's what I'm trying to show you. Things are different in New York City. In New York City,
that shit crime. Like I said, there's a bunch of y'all out there, and there's a lot of crime. Do you admit New York got a lot of crime? Does it have a lot of crime?
There's 14 million people compared to the amount of people.
I'm just asking you, does it have a lot of crime?
No, compared to the amount of people. Compared to Chicago,
you just said it was dangerous. You just said it was dangerous. No, I ain't comparing to New York.
I did not Chicago. Say. When did I ever mention this being dangerous? Like, come on, bro.
So New York is safe. It's safe, right?
Clip this.
New York is safe. So don't let me pull up the raids they have on all the guns. Yo, all the guns. Yo, y'all got way more gun violence in New York than we have over here in New Jersey.
That is
they made the mandatory minimum sentence for y'all. Yo, y'all the reason why we can't hold guns. It's New Yorkers. All these laws are for you guys, and we got to suffer the backlash.
Yeah, I think you're just pulling rabbits out your butt now.
Well, I'm gonna pull up this stat for you.
Just pull up the numbers, because numbers don't lie. Like,
I got you.
They think like, oh yeah,
I'm looking for it now. Give me a second.
New York has 14 million people in it, and I can guarantee you there's less gun violence in New York than the majority of the country.
Shit, that's because y'all had stop and frisk. Yo, y'all so evil. They created laws just for New York. Stop and frisk didn't extend to New Jersey. That was New York. That's how dangerous you guys are.
My point exactly. So why is it
because you just said there's a melting pot. There's a lot of black immigrants over there.
When did New York become violent? Like
once the influx of black immigrants started to come over there.
So basically what you're telling me is in the 1980s in the Bronx, when all these different
and the Bronx is dangerous as hell. Everybody says that.
Yes, extremely dangerous as hell.
Okay, so who was in the Bronx that made it dangerous?
In the 1980s, it was black folks and Puerto Ricans.
Okay, a lot of immigrants again.
No. Black folks, as in, you just told me. You just told
black
me
folks, black folks and Puerto Ricans, right?
Black folks and Puerto Ricans.
Right.
What year did all these Nigerians come?
They came in like the mid 1980s.
They came when?
Like in 1985. epidemic, basically.
They came during the crack epidemic.
Shit, I can't find this damn thing. You keep talking. Go ahead.
All right, let me maybe let me be quiet so you can pull it up and show
I
me
know.
the statistics. Because numbers don't lie. I'm a numbers guy. Like I
That's
saw
a
somebody
lie.
in the chat said I'm in a business meeting. Only if you knew. But I'm a numbers guy. Like I like to see statistics and numbers.
That's a lie.
No, I do, because with that you can't argue.
That's a lie. Yeah, now you've been arguing lately, even though
Because you're not
you
pulling,
get
you're
the
not
numbers.
pulling up any statistics. When you pull up Ellis Island and you pulled up
I already pulled that up.
exactly, and then I agreed and we moved on. You haven't pulled up any
So
numbers
wait.
regarding
So
the crime.
what was your point? What was your point with Ellis Island? What was your point? Tell me.
We're past that point until
No,
can
you
show me
never made the point.
spike in the
You
crime.
said pull up. You said pull up Industrial Revolution. Then you said pull up Ellis Island, and then I read it, and it was 1890, and then you left it at that. I never got the reason why you brought up Ellis Island.
But to simply illustrate how black folk were in the South and the North was occupied before they got there. That was that main point for you to understand. And
Okay, but what they got? What they got to do?
Occupied by immigrants, nonetheless.
How? Wait. And which immigrants? Because you said immigrants. You guys Hispanic,
They were
European.
occupied by Eastern European immigrants, and that we debunked
Okay.
that.
But what they got to do with Ellis Island, though?
That's the point where they came from, brother.
Okay.
That's me telling you that they was there first.
Oh,
The Caucasian, the Irish, the Italians.
Okay.
It don't matter what nationality they are, they're still Caucasians, right or right.
Okay, all right, okay. You could say white or European.
Are they still from the Caucasus Mountains originally? Right. They are
Europe.
white. Yes, they are white.
This guy, he's arguing himself.
I'm not. You asked me why we brought that up. I'm just reiterating.
Yeah, okay. So maybe I just got to read up on this stuff to catch up.
Yeah,
I'll do that tomorrow.
It wouldn't hurt.
I'll do that tomorrow. I'll read up.
I might be young, but I'm ready.
Because I heard a lot of Caribbean people say Ellis Island, and I really ain't know what the hell they was talking about. When they
See, that's the thing. You be arguing with the Caribbean folks who are probably didn't even graduate high school. No disrespect to anybody who did.
You don't know history in this country.
I promise you, I do.
I asked you a bunch of things, you didn't know it.
What things did you ask me that I did not know?
When you didn't know, when you said black folks were going to Detroit for jobs, you didn't even know why.
Bro, how are you gonna tell me about the Great Migration? Like, I did not clearly tell you that. I used that analogy to ask you if one group of people could leave to go to greener pastures, why can't another?
Wait. But see, but how, what? Okay, when you say the thing
I
is,
mentioned Jim Crow in this.
Hold on, just hold on for a second. I want to get some clarity. So your thing is you say things like you say immigrants. That's so vague. That's everybody, but in your mind you'll be talking about the Irish. So now what you got to do is be more specific. You said people are migrating towards the jobs, right? This mass migration. But again, in my mind, I'm thinking you're defending black immigrants. But in your mind, you're speaking on behalf of white European immigrants, right?
See, now you're going to try to paint a narrative. I clearly told you the only reason I mentioned that is to let you know that those cities were occupied already.
But what they got to do with black immigrants, though? See, that's why I was confused, because I was making a comparison.
You want to talk about black immigrants? Chicago, which is one of the biggest black cities in the country, was founded by a Haitian man. Yeah. Am I lying?
Yeah, I don't know, but bro, you're all over the place. When I was talking about New York, I was talking about, because you mentioned Marcus Garvey, so we was talking about black people. I never really brought up white people. You did. So I'm talking about black FBAs. I'm talking about black immigrants. You start bringing up the white man, and I'm like kind of confused, because I want to know, where do you fit in? So when you talk about the industry revolutionary and Ellis Island, I'm thinking somehow you're going to squeeze black immigrants in there. You're not. So I'm like, wait a minute. I don't mind, the point you're making, but I'm like, I'm confused, because I thought you were going to talk about black immigrants.
I really don't see the confusion. when the point was
The
just to let you
confusion
know
was
that
I thought you were gonna bring up black immigrants, but it's okay. But I don't mind you doing your thing and what you want to do. I don't mind. I was
if I
just
bring
thrown
up
off.
black immigrants, it's gonna be the founder of Chicago. If I bring up
I
black
so
immigrants, I'm gonna bring up Jean Baptiste Dupont. I'm gonna bring up
so
people who
why can I be mad at Marcus Garvey when let me finish the sentence, when black intellectuals at that time was mad at him for the same shit. So when he was around W. Du Bois wanted him to go back to Jamaica.
and rightfully so.
So why are you mad at me for feeling like my what, my ancestor? I felt like them.
How is that me being mad? My question is I wasn't mad at you, but I'm asking you why not keep the same scrutiny for every black
Because
leader?
okay, watch this. Because I am every black leader, but Malcolm X was not a black leader when he did what he did. See, so again, this is what you guys do. You revise history. Malcolm X was not a black leader when he committed his crime. Marcus Garvey was. So now, and you know, we hold the leaders to the highest standard. That's even in the Bible. That's why the leaders, even in gang activities, the peons get let go. They want them to become informants to take down the leader. The leader always get the big, penalty. So because a peasant are not that influential as the leader is normally. So if you show me Malcolm X, misguiding the youth, then I'm be like, yo, I'm with you. But an individual act is an individual act. And if it's not killing somebody or, RAPE, things like that, something you can bounce back from, like, all right, well, shit, bounce back. All right. So, so where we at? Where we at? Okay.
I still want to see the statistics on the crime rising, and we established that yes, there's no differential between black from the diaspora and black Americans.
Yeah, well, the crime is in the bill, a 94 crime bill. It's called the 94 crime bill.
And
that was in response to crime. Then you have stop and frisk. That was response to crime. I don't got to bring up a stat. I can show you the damn crime bill.
Let show me the crack cocaine influence of those crimes.
I never said that. That was your argument. I said crack cocaine. I said crack smokers did not commit. Okay, dude. When I say crime, I'm talking about violent crime. Okay, I'm not talking about petty theft, vandalism.
All right, big bro. I'm not gonna try to incriminate myself too much, but I'm from a neighborhood where the older heads, they tell me, hey, youngin, come here, let me tell you about how it was 30, 40 years ago.
Nah, we don't do that over here.
Yeah, I know you're from Jersey. You're not that.
Yeah, we don't do that shit over here.
I'm from Flatbush, Brooklyn. So let me tell you.
I don't even know what that means.
Let me tell you about
Flatbush, Brooklyn.
Yeah, I know you don't.
Yeah, y'all got the scammers over there. What the? Y'all known for the gift of gabbers and the scammers. Why the hell would we take lead from y'all? Y'all known for scamming. You got the mafia scamming with the construction and shit docks. Yeah. Y'all known for scamming over there.
I'm from Newkirk, other known as New Crack. That's the nickname.
I don't even know what the hell that is, bro.
Yeah, because bro, again, you're from somewhere, and I bet you're not from Brick City. You're from an unrelevant part of Jersey where Jersey you want to be like us so bad, and it's all good.
No, actually, we're far from y'all. So now,
yeah, that's the beauty of it. So you're so irrelevant to the point where it's you're so out of the loop.
So now when you say Brick City,
speak on New York City.
Hold on. You brought up Brick City, which you know nothing about.
I don't, because I'm not from Jersey. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. You know how New Yorkers are. Our whole universe is right here.
Don't. Yeah, y'all a bunch of fucking criminals that be scamming. That's all I know about New York. Where y'all have street games like this, where y'all got the 2-3 cups. Y'all put something in it and y'all mix it around, and people pay money to pick the right cup. That's New York. That's a scam. We don't do that in Jersey. We don't have those games like that in Jersey. Y'all homeless people be playing music for money.
Bro.
Yeah, what is that? Y'all got a circus show with the homeless.
Have you ever seen Brick City, man? I can pull you pictures. Let's Google Brick City.
I just left them. Yeah, well,
let's
got
not
to. I
act
left.
like
I just left.
let's
No, we
not
gotta go.
act like New
I
Jersey.
just left Brick City to come. Well, we don't call it Brick
Let's
City
not
anymore.
act like New
But I
Jersey.
just left Newark to come to where I'm at now. What are we talking
Newark,
about,
Newark
bro?
is a shithole. With all due respect,
What part? Yeah, cause you dumb as hell. Newark is gentrified like a mother. Okay, you sound crazy as shit. Newark is
Newark
gentrified like a
is a
motherfucker.
shithole.
Yeah, yeah. You said the stupidest shit just now. Yeah, go ahead and Google that. Newark is
Newark
gentrified like a
is
mother.
a shithole.
Yeah, okay. Now, okay, everybody's lying. Newark is gentrified like a mother. What was bad is now good.
Newark's median income is $27,000 US.
Because a lot of goddamn tether that's undocumented out there. That's why.
Brother, it's $27,000 US.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
a shithole. I'm sorry to tell that to you.
Yeah, this dude. No. That's
I'm
not a
sorry-
shithole.
I'm sorry
No.
to break it to you.
No. A shithole is your homeland. There's no place in America that's a shithole because our shithole is still paradise to any African.
That's the
African
hour.
in Africa.
And then my question is, how many cities have black people built? How many civil engineers?
Why? Wait, bro. We laid the foundation.
Yeah. No.
Okay, right. Okay, wait now. You don't ask the question. Okay, wait. Don't ask it.
Google it. Just Google the numbers.
Wait, say it again.
Numbers. Let's not argue.
Okay,
Go over your search bar.
All right, dude.
How many civil engineers are black in America? Google that number.
And
Who built this infrastructure? Pull up the numbers.
Is this guy stupid?
Let's pull up the numbers, bro. Don't make jokes.
Okay, all right.
Numbers
Okay,
don't-
now I'm gonna mute you. Because now you're just time wasting. Now he claims no black history. And he gonna sit and act like, yo, yeah, he left. Like a tether, he left. And now the green light is on him. You dig? Whatever you want to do to him, do to him. Like, so now we're gonna revise history. We're gonna act like black folks ain't clear out the so-called forests in Mississippi, the swamps, so we paved the way for you to build. How you build infrastructure in fucking trees?
That the first generation that comes into this country who pull themselves, open and close quotation, by the bootstrap and now lives in houses that value 500,000 and have their children now become me Negroes instead of we Negroes. If we go back in time and we look at a situation like the Harlem Renaissance, and Unbiased knows about the Harlem Renaissance. The Harlem Renaissance was in the 20s when black people from all over America and all over the world came to Harlem and made a fundamental change. They developed an attitude of how black people shall move going forward. Now, these black people that you see, these Haitians, they don't speak for everybody. They speak for themselves. What you're having now is a red pill argument in the black community. Something similar to a red pill argument, where successful black people want to ingratiate themselves closer to white level of thinking. They're not thinking black anymore. It's not a matter of us versus them. It's not a matter of me and we. It's a matter of me. She's a me Negro. And you cannot use a me Negro to determine the outlook of every Negro that you see. Because we never normally operate like that. She's a me Negro. And you have me Negroes in ADOS and FBA too. You have me Negroes. That's the 2024 is the rise of the me Negro. I pulled myself up by the bootstrap Negro.
I didn't say that. Puerto
Hold on. Where do you find the me Negro in the FBA's?
I didn't say that.
Name one that you know.
You know.
Tariq Nasheed is a me.
Okay, my computer. Okay, I give it tabs.
Where's Tariq Nasheed a me Negro?
Because Tariq Nasheed program is about Tariq Nasheed. And Tariq Nasheed has changed his program in accordance to what he wants, not in accordance to what the program wants. And what Tariq Nasheed was selling, let me finish.
Go ahead.
What Tariq Nasheed was selling 6 months ago, what Tariq Nasheed was selling 3 months ago, is totally different than what Tariq Nasheed is selling today.
Okay, describe it.
I don't need to describe it. You go and read. Don't come out. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You just said he was selling something different. So what was he selling then that's distinct from what he's selling now?
What that shows me is that you're a cult member and not an individual thinker. Because if you're saying to me that I need to describe to you that Tariq Nasheed arguments are the same that it was 6 months ago, I won't have a conversation with you.
If I'm unfamiliar with what he was selling, I'm not as familiar with Tariq Nasheed as you may be. So I'm asking you, can you distinguish what from then is different from now? That's all.
And I will suggest to go and do your research.
You can't make a statement and tell me go do research. You got to actually come with the evidence.
I would suggest because we're not in the classroom now and I teach you.
Yeah, but it's not at the top. It's not at the top of your mind. It's not at the top of your mind.
You need now to go and do your research and realize that Tariq Nasheed argument.
To go and do my research without first providing me with the explanation of. It don't work like that, stupid.
I won't because guess what? Just like how Trump has MAGA, and they don't waste that anything into MAGA. Tariq Nasheed has FBAs who are cult followers.
FBA is not a group. It is used as we just discussed an ethnic identifier.
You want to call it any which way you want to call it.
No, I want to call it what it is.
Okay, you decide what it is.
That's what they decided. That's what they decided. I didn't decide it. I remember I'm not a part of this quote unquote cult you're talking about.
Oh.
You know how you're a Jamaican American? Jamaican, what you would use generally as your ethnic identifier? What will you use to identify me, who is a descendant of black people that went through U.S. slavery? Because I'm not Jamaican. I'm not Haitian. What would you call me? What am I?
You're an American.
I'm what?
You are an American who just happens to be black.
But what is my ethnic identifier?
You never think it that way.
What's my ethnic identifier? You don't just say, oh, he's an American because a person is American. What's my ethnic identifier?
What is ethnicity?
It's basically the cultural group that you come from, that you share history with.
No,
it's different. America is made up of different ethnicities within it. White people are their own ethnic group, and black people in America are their own ethnic group. We used to just use the terms white. We used to just use the terms white and black, but it's become very diverse now.
Let's be honest. If you're walking down the street, I like kind of people with this. If you were walking down the street,
yes,
and you happen to be white, and I was supposed to ask you, what is your ethnicity? What would you say to me? What would you say to me?
If I'm a white American, I would say I'm white. If I'm Russian, I would say Russian.
Yeah. But the average person, but what you're saying now is that you're not speaking the truth.
What do you mean?
Average American, no, because because 90% of the Americans who happen to be white, when questioned what they, when they're asked what are they, the only answer they give is that they are American. They do not say that they're white.
Yes, they do.
No,
What are you talking about? You're wrong. You tell me stop it and you're wrong.
Yes, it's true. A lot of white folks say they're white.
They say they're white. If they're white, if they come from, if they just immigrated here, then they tell you, you know, their ethnicity according to their country. They say I'm Russian or I'm German, or they'll say, you know, I'm Greek, shit like this. You got some.
Okay. My
Look at
apologies.
Look at
My
the white
apologies.
Jews. They don't say I'm white. They say I'm Jewish, right?
Right.
Okay, my apologies. Because what I did was wrong. Let me rephrase my. Let me put the situation into one that I'm used to.
Okay.
As somebody who used to work at the hotels in Jamaica to pick up a small chains, when encountered with Americans.
Oh, then they'll tell you they're American. Yeah, because you're in a different country.
Stop. When encountered with Americans, regardless of their physical characteristics.
Yeah, that's in Jamaica.
Well, let me finish. Whether the eyes want to be slanted or the hair want to be nappy, or they want to be blonde hair or blue eye.
Come on.
When asked the question, what are you? How do they answer?
You said when you were a manager at a hotel in Jamaica, right?
I'm not a manager. When I was working at the hotel.
Okay, when you were at the hotel in Jamaica, right?
Yes. How do they answer?
Oh yeah, in Jamaica they're gonna answer you they're an American.
They're going to answer that there?
Yeah, they're gonna answer American because there's a different social context.
So they're in Jamaica, they're going to tell you that they are the same person who black here, who have on the black, green, the black, red, and green.
Yeah, they're gonna identify themselves. They're gonna identify themselves with the country they come from. So they'll say, "I'm an American."
So ethnicity. So he's going to tell me
that's their nationality. That's their nationality.
No. You can't have it both ways, brother. You cannot have
it both ways. I'm telling you how they identify. They identify with their nationality when they go abroad.
Right.
There's a difference between nationality and ethnicity. A lot of people confuse those things. It's not the same thing. Nationality is basically the nation you belong to. Ethnicity is the cultural group you belong to.
No. When you're abroad, when you're going abroad, and you have other groups.
Yes.
The nationality and ethnicity are intertwined when faced with other groups. Because you're telling me that culturally. No, you know that too much. Because when faced with other groups outside of your predominant group, you are now establishing that culturally, I am an American. You're not saying that I'm black.
You're establishing your nationality.
You're establishing your culture also.
Your nationality. You assume the culture, but it's the nationality which they're establishing.
No, I don't assume the culture. It's what you tell me. I ask you what you are.
Let me ask you. Stu, please, let me ask you this question. It's a lot of people that's born in Jamaica whose heritage comes from China, right? Okay. If they were to come to America and I was to ask them what they are, what would they say? Jamaican, right? And what is that? Is that their ethnic group or is that their nationality?
My cultural group.
That's their nationality. They are Jamaican. But if you were talking about these people ethnic group, if you use the same social constructs in Jamaica that we use in America, they would call themselves Chinese Jamaican. The same way you properly would be identified as a Jamaican American.
Right, but what you're trying to force, and what FB is trying to force,
I'm trying to teach you the distinction between ethnicity and nationality. They're not the same thing.
Dude, don't try to teach me. Don't try to teach me. Because
listen, you tell me don't try to, I won't try to no more. I offer it up.
Don't try to teach me.
But if I want to take it, no problem. But there's a difference between the two.
Dude, the nuances of it is that when we are in our group, when you're in America, when the pie is strictly American, you tend not to get very distinct with every slice.
Yeah, when you're in
So,
America.
You're in America. Yeah, when you are in America and you're cutting out that pie, you tend to describe every slice more.
Yeah, because there's a better filter applied in America than it is in other countries.
But when you take that same pie and you put it in the international market, you tend not to grasp to the familiar. You do not want to stand alone. You do not want to stand by yourself. You do
No,
not
we don't
want
mind.
to stand
No. You're confusing it. It's not that we don't want to stand by ourselves. We understand that those people's education is not suffice for them to understand American social context. So we give it to them the way that they can register it. Don't confuse the two. It's not that we don't want to stand on our own.
Okay.
Black Americans always sit on their own.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves now. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's look at Nigeria. Let's look at Nigeria. Let's compare Nigeria to the United States.
Yeah.
How many black people are in Nigeria?
I think it's over. I think it's over. It might be somewhere around 80 million, something like that.
All right, so the population too big. I'm not going to use Nigeria.
It's almost. I think it might be double what the United States has.
No. You're not using Nigeria.
Let me look it up. Let me look up what the population of Nigeria is like. Let me look that up. I think they got one of the world's fastest growing populations in Africa. Let me see. Nigerian population.
All right, no, leave Nigeria.
No, they got like 240 million.
Yeah,
they got way
people.
more than I said. Yeah, it's a lot.
So guess what? I'm going to use per capita per 100,000, and I'm going to compare Botswana, which is a black African country. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah.
I think Botswana is a sub-Saharan African country. Yeah. What about it?
Yeah, but I'm going to compare Botswana to blacks in the United States.
You're going to compare them to blacks in the United States?
Yes, an achievement. Yes. And we're going to say per 100,000. Are there more lawyers in Botswana than black lawyers in the United States per 100,000?
That could be true. I wouldn't know, but that could be true. But what's your point?
No, I'm asking. No, because you are saying you made an argument, or you made a point that the other black people around the world is less educated.
Oh, they are.
Than American black.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Didn't you say that?
Yeah, that's a fact.
No, but
it's not even up for debate.
But if I'm going country by country, and I just established, and I'm using Botswana, and I'm asking you, if per 100,000, if there are more black.
But you see, but hold on. The way you're framing the argument, it's the way you're framing the argument, which is going to be misleading. Compare their collective to our collective.
Right, that's what I'm doing.
Not per 100,000. No, compare their entire collective to our entire collective, and look at the educational level. If you're using time out, Suppies. If you're using IQ, listen to me. If you're using IQ,
you interrupt me. You're dumb. You interrupt me. You're dumb because you're never dumb. You want to
I'm dumb. I'm about to let you talk. I'm telling you the way that you're framing the argument is misleading.
Let me tell you why you're dumb. Because statistically,
we throwing that homonyms down.
Okay, let me finish. Because you cut me off in my own argument. Let me finish speaking and then you will speak.
Yeah, because your argument's misleading.
See there? You calling me dumb in a nicer way. Say I'm misleading the people. No, so we're doing the same thing.
That's not me calling you dumb.
When we make comparisons,
to mislead somebody is not to be dumb.
Unbiased. When you make comparison between population, you have to standardize it. And how they standardize it, they choose a number per 100, per 100,000. So let's say there's a disease outbreak, and one country has 1,000 cases, and one country has 100 cases. Looking at the number, the outright number, to say, oh, this country has 1,000 cases. It must be it must have a worse situation. But it's have 1,000 cases, but the population is 1,000,000. And this person have 100 cases, but the population is 1,000.
Yeah, but
So therefore,
let me see.
no,
Remember last time Stupies was talking, and I was able to quickly stop him when he tried to say when American tourists go to America, they just identify as American, and I had to tell him, yeah, it's in Jamaica. That's why he wanted to like go on this long rant about that shit. The same thing is happening here. Stupies, we live in a country which is diverse, so you're asking us to compare our ethnic group to a ethnic group that makes up the entire populace of another country. Do you understand how lopsided or
I am asking.
asymmetrical your argument is? That's what I'm telling you. What you're doing is misleading.
Okay, all right. Tell me what I missed. Go ahead.
I just told you. You didn't listen to what I just said. I'm gonna repeat it again. You're comparing. Okay, here you go. Listen to me. Listen to me. Just listen. Just listen. You're comparing an American ethnic group to an African country.
No, I'm comparing an American ethnic.
Oh my gosh.
To an African ethnic group.
Okay, but is that African ethnic group the entire populace of that country?
It doesn't matter. It's the same ethnic group.
Just answer my question. Just
It
answer
doesn't
my
matter.
question. Just answer my question.
It doesn't matter because I'm comparing
Just
ethnic
answer
groups.
my question.
So you ask him a question, you gotta
Just answer my question.
I say it doesn't matter.
I don't care if you say it doesn't matter. Answer my question.
I'll ask the question again.
Thank you. Does that ethnic group make up the entire population of that country? Yes or no?
No. It might be the majority, but
what the fuck do you mean it's the majority? It's 99%. Could you stop?
It might be 90, but then am I wrong?
What are you talking about? Yes, you're wrong.
It's 98%. It might be 97%. This is the question.
If you go get a DNA test, is it gonna come back and say it's 100% your child if the child is yours? No, it's gonna say 99.99%, right? So is it your child all the way? You sound crazy, man. Stop. You know what you're doing. Just stop.
What's the question they asked me? Because
I already asked you the question and you erroneously answered it.
Can I speak now?
Not if you're gonna mislead. Ain't no point.
I'll go ahead. Let me speak, please. This dude asked me.
Just don't mislead us.
This dude said to me that is the population is black people the entirety of the population? And I answered correctly. I did not mislead. I said, no, they are not. They're the majority. The strong majority.
When you say they're the majority, Stupies, the idea that you put in people's head is like they're 65% of the population, 75% of the population. They're 99.99% of the goddamn population, man. Just stop.
It's not that high. It's 95%. But
95%. You're dealing with basically an ethnic homogenous group, man. Just stop.
Okay. All right. So no. So what? So okay. Let's
unbiased. Unbiased? When before the 1965 Immigration Act, when all these immigrants came over here, America was viewed as a white country. Guess what? How high was their percentage? It was less than 95%, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's probably probably 80.
Come on, man,
okay.
Just stop. Right. Stop with the dumb shit, Stupies.
Okay, so why cannot you? Why can't? All right,
because you're comparing an. I'm gonna tell you why. I can answer it before you even ask it. The reason you can't do what you're trying to do, you're comparing an ethnic group to a fucking country. If African Americans had their own country, do you think there would be more lawyers per capita for African Americans than there would be in Botswana? Of course, we wouldn't have no shithole country.
And coming back to that, you cannot know. That's an assumption that you're making. You cannot know.
Listen, Stupies, this is it. I'm gonna be honest with you. This isn't to diss any ethnic group of black people that ever existed. The African American or Black American that comes from black people that went through United States slavery is more accomplished than all sub-Saharan African countries combined, and throw in the Caribbean there too. No black people nowhere in the world have accomplished what African Americans accomplished. We're so accomplished that we made it to where you could immigrate to our own country. You didn't make nothing for us. Like, let's just be honest here. These are truths. They may be uncomfortable truths, but they're truths nonetheless. Stupies. This is the
Okay.
reality, bro. Nobody's
Okay,
trying to be disrespectful. I'm being honest.
Can I speak now?
Yes, you may.
Can I speak?
Yes, you may.
Can I speak now? Because
Yes, you
the
may.
beautiful thing about this is that a young man would come and say, okay, the black American is the most accomplished black person in the world. I don't have a problem with it. I wouldn't even
World history. I'm being clear. World history.
And he's saying that. But yet still, there's only 40 million black Americans. But I needed to play the numbers game with me now. Xavier, we're going to play the numbers game. And we're going to play the numbers game because this dude is playing a dangerous game. And I like to play the numbers game.
Oh, I like to
Right?
play the numbers game too.
How-
Go ahead. Play the numbers game. I'm gonna play that same numbers game with you. Go ahead.
How many black Americans are there? How many FB is there in total? What's the population of the FB in the United States?
Let's just assume it's 40 million. Go ahead.
40 million.
Let's just assume that. Go ahead.
40 million FB.
Yeah, let's just assume
Yeah.
it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's assume that. Go ahead.
He's saying that from a population of 40 million,
Mhm.
from a population of 40 million, he has beat the Nigerians. And the Nigerians would laugh at you silly because you have not, with a population of 240 million, the economy might not look like what you think it should look like, but it don't look like what you stop talking. Let me finish speaking. And then you talk. Because a lot of the propaganda that you get on the news that would tell you that, oh, these African countries are shithole. These African countries were shithole, yes, because they were bombarded by the IMF, by the American destabilization, but they have called themselves out. But since then, educationally, the black American cannot compete with the Nigerian. You see, I'm not even.
Oh my gosh.
Cannot compete with the
Two piece. I gotta cut you off right there. Are you talking about the Nigerians in Nigeria? The black Americans can't compete with them educationally. Is that what you're saying?
I am telling you that the Nigerians, even the Nigerians.
Wait. Two-piece, stop. You said what you said. I want to address that point. Two-piece, I want to address that point. The Nigerians that are here are freeloading off of African American accomplishments. You don't get credit for eating from my table. You didn't cook that food. You don't get no credit for that. All you did was eat.
But even the Nigerians,
you don't get credit for eating from my table. You did not cook that food. All you did was eat. You don't get credit for that. When the Nigerians came to America, they never had to struggle past any of the social ills that America had. When they came here, the table was set. They pulled up a chair. They started eating.
Yeah,
you don't get credit. You don't get credit for that. You didn't contribute nothing towards American history.
Yeah,
you get no credit for it.
They weren't in Selma.
Now hold on,
Unbiased.
I wanna address his point about the Nigerians being more educated over in Nigeria than black Americans. Two-piece, if the Nigerians are more educated over in Nigeria, why the fuck are Nigerians still fleeing Nigeria for America? How come they can't reconstruct in America over in Nigeria? How come Nigeria is still a third world country? So much education, why hasn't it changed that reality? Answer that question, Two-piece.
No, two things, a couple of things you jump on because you sound like Donald Trump. That's my problem with the FB.
That motherfucker sounds intelligent on that point.
That's my problem with the FBs, they sound like the white supremacists. Right?
Okay,
They sound like the white
just answer my question. How come they haven't been able to develop their country? Because I see the white people can go over there and exploit it for a return on their investment. I see that the Arabs were able to go over there and exploit it for a return on their investment. I see that the Chinese are over there being able to exploit it for a return on their investment. How come the Nigerians aren't able to exploit their own land for a return on their investment? Explain that to me.
No.
Since they're so educated.
No.
Explain that to me.
No. Many persons will jump up and they will say, oh, why are these black countries coming here if they're this good? And they don't take into consideration this. That the majority of immigrants who come to America annually, and you need to research this, young man, Because somebody sending it on the part to you, black people. Let me finish speaking. Because I don't have to talk to you. If you interrupt me one more time, I just
I'm
stop
not
and
even
talk to
interrupting you. I'm letting you talk. Go ahead.
If you interrupt me one more time, I don't talk to you. I will talk to Samuel. I'll talk to Unbiased. I don't have to talk to
Oh
you.
my God, come on, go ahead.
When you talk, right? No. Majority of people like to say, oh, the Nigerian, they come here for the money. Everybody know that. Just like how the Ukrainians come here for the money. Just like how the Russians come here for the money. Just like how the Jews come here for the money. Anybody who immigrates to America immigrates for the money. Just like how the Swedes come here for the money. Just like how the Canadians come here for the money. Just like how the English come here for the money. Just like how white people from Germany and first world countries come here for the money.
Okay, you answered my question, right? They
Look,
came here for the money.
Fuck off. I'm letting me mute you. I'm not listening to you. I'm mute you.
Good.
So
Good. So he's not listening to me. So now I'm gonna go. Unbiased. Money is generated from an economy. I don't know if Stu Pease knows this. Money is generated from an economy. If they're so educated, and when they come over here, they say that black Americans are lazy, right? So they're industrious. So my question is simply, if they come here for
why don't argue against white people coming here for the money? Why don't argue against the Ukrainian coming here for the money? Why don't argue against the British coming here for the money? Why is he arguing against black people coming here for the money? It's because him is a Sambo. So he don't want black people to come here for the money, but he have no problem with white people coming here for the money.
We're talking about the African. We're talking about black immigrants right now. We can get to the white immigrants. I don't mind that neither. But I'm talking. You just said that they're more. Time out. Two piece.
You're a Sambo.
You said you was gonna mute yourself if I cut you off. I cut you off, and you still talking to me.
You're a Sambo.
Okay, I'll be a Sambo. Answer the question for me, Stu Pease. How come they're not able to create an economy over in Nigeria to generate money so they don't have to come here? Why can't they do that?
But the fastest growing economy in the world now is the African economy.
It's a third world fucking country.
Does it start somewhere, but it's the fastest growing economies in the world.
They've been saying that for the last 10 years. It's still a third world country.
Yes. Just like how Chicago, where the black people live, is a third world country.
It's not this is when you talk to immigrants, they always end up saying some shit that's stupid because they're trying to lower you to their status.
It's
stupid. Chicago is a city in the state of Illinois. Correct?
It don't matter. But
you're comparing a city to a fucking country.
But that city.
This is your problem. You can't do that, Stu Pease. It's like apples and oranges. It don't match. It's not a third world country.
Unbiased.
Yes.
Unbiased. It's Flint, Michigan, a first world country.
It's not a fucking country at all.
Yeah.
It don't matter. Yes. Would you consider Flint, Michigan? If I went to Flint, Michigan, where there's food deserts.
Oh my God!
Where there's
do you
hold on, X.
No, so hold on. Talking.
So now,
would you consider Flint, Michigan, a first world country?
So hold on. So let me ask you.
If you came off a plane, and the first you didn't go through any major city.
So
look, off the plane, and you were landed in Flint, Michigan. Is that a first world country?
All right. So
this guy's crazy.
Hold on. So let me ask you. So for Chicago and Flint, Michigan. Now I haven't never been to both, right? So, but I've been listening to people who have been in both, right? And I don't know, it could be true or false, I don't know. But the people who live there, they're saying that is not as bad as what the media is saying.
I'm biased. Let's just use our common sense. We live in the United States of motherfucking America. It is the greatest country in the history of the fucking world. Do you seriously think there's going to be a first world existence anywhere in this country? No.
You mean third world?
Sure.
You mean third world?
Yeah. Do you think we're gonna have third world problems in the United States? No. It's just a fucking reality. Now there may have been a particular issue at some point with Flint, Michigan's water. Do you think it's gonna eternally be like that? No. This guy's crazy. This guy's crazy.
Let me rebut that because you know what people don't understand. You know what people don't understand. Unbiased.
Yeah.
You know people don't understand. People talk a lot because
that's why you gotta reword it.
Let's be fair. In the United States of America, it is not fair for everybody. Meaning that equity is not even.
Oh my God.
That equity is not distributed amicably in most cases.
Okay.
That many of our cities that we have, what they experience is not in keeping with what you would regard a first world country. Would you agree with me or disagree on that?
Unbiased. Please let me answer this question. Please don't answer that question foolishly like that.
No.
There's nowhere you can go in the United States of America where you're going to find a black American starving. We don't have third world existence in America, Stupies. Why'd you leave Jamaica? You left Jamaica for economic means, correct? You left for economic means. Do you see over here what you see in your country? No.
I did not ask that question. I did not ask the question, and you sidestepped my question.
Okay, ask your question again. Ask your question again, Stupies. Let me make sure I was clear.
I'm not asking seconds because I asked an unbiased question.
It ain't like it matter anyway. But it's a misleading question. I'm sure.
It don't matter because let's get back to what you were saying.
It don't. You said Nigerians are more educated than African Americans. Prove your point.
And it's true. There's more Nigerian doctors.
It's true. That don't. The doctors that they have over in Nigeria, when they come over here, they don't get credit for that shit. You're talking about a whole different standard. We're talking about a different standard.
There are more Nigerian pharmacists. There are more Nigerian.
Unbiased, answer me this question. Who the fuck goes to Nigeria to get surgery? Who the fuck goes to Nigeria to for pharmacology for their pharma? Damn, how you say that word? Pharmaceutical needs. Who goes to Nigeria for that, Stupies? Who does it? Nobody in the fucking world. Nobody in the fucking world.
Let me beat you up. Let me beat you up on something though.
Come on, I done hit you with 1,000 punches already.
There are more Jamaican nurses than African American nurses.
Stupies, that's what y'all do. Y'all clean people's asses when y'all come over here. That don't make you better. Are you kidding me?
No, you're saying that these people. No, you're saying that you have the most educated people. No, but then Stupies, you move the goalposts at the truth.
No, I'm not. I'm not moving the goalposts. Stupies, compare your collective education of your ethnic group compared to our collective education. We're more educated than you.
And I'm saying no. There's more Nigeria.
Stupies. Okay, answer this question for me, Stupies. Stop. Stupies. If y'all been over here since the 60s, right? So you've had enough time to acquire intellectual property. You had enough time to acquire sufficient education to be able to go over and reproduce America in your own homeland. Why haven't y'all been able to do that?
No, because
nurses don't build countries, Stupies. I'll answer it for you. It's rhetorical. Nurses don't build countries, Stupies. They wipe asses.
Let me double back and bitch slap you. You ready?
You ain't landed a shot yet. Yeah, I'm ready.
Let me double back. Of course, because we were producing Colin Powell.
You were producing what?
Colin Powell.
Colin
Powell.
Colin Powell. What the fuck Colin Powell got to do with Jamaica?
We were producing a Colin Powell.
Yeah, what did Colin Powell do for Jamaica?
No, I'm saying that we do not necessarily have to go back home. But
what you mean you don't got it? Oh my gosh. Stupies. You can't. Stupies. I'm not moving the goalposts. You trying to take credit for helping another corporation. What about your own damn company?
What? No, but we'll go
Your own
anywhere.
company? You go anywhere, yeah, because you can't go home. There's nothing where you from. Be honest.
Look.
You don't want to answer that question, Stupees. It's an insecurity that many black immigrants have.
What question?
Why don't y'all take the education and this industrious spirit that y'all have and go back to the countries y'all came from and build them up so that y'all don't have to flee anymore?
Because guess what? It's a dumb, stupid person ask that question.
Of course. The most practical question is from a dumb, stupid person.
That's a dumb question, and let me explain it to you.
Oh, hey, and after you're done, I'm gonna give you a country that actually did it. Go ahead.
No country did it.
Yes, they did. And I'm gonna give you the country. Hey, I'm biased. You know the country I'm gonna give them. You know the country I'm gonna give them. You know the country I'm gonna give them. Don't say it. Let me say it. You know the country I'm gonna give them that did it.
Can I speak? Unbiased.
Okay, yeah.
Unbiased. What was New York's name before?
Wait, say New York's name before? Oh, New York.
What was the name of City?
Name of New York City?
New Amsterdam.
New Amsterdam. Where did all of those people come from?
Canada? I don't know.
And they came from Amsterdam.
Right.
They came from Amsterdam and they came to New York. Why didn't they go back to Amsterdam instead of building one of the greatest cities in the world? People have
he's conflating contexts. There are no Amsterdam people in fucking New York now, right? They were assimilated into America. They became white. Did they not become white people? Did they not just become white people?
Dude,
no.
See what I'm
saying? I'm not moving the goalposts. You are never gonna become a black American. You always gonna be a Jamaican, my brother.
Look.
Always. I'm asking you a question. Why can't y'all go back and build your country?
Let me finish speaking, please. Because guess what? ADOS is 40 million. You're irrelevant, whether we like it or not.
We're irrelevant. How are we irrelevant when we earn more than every other black ethnic group in the world?
That's not true.
Stupees, the GDP per capita of your country is $6,000 funky ass dollars, man. Would you stop it?
Let me explain why I think it's not true.
Go ahead.
The GDP of black immigrants in America.
Bias, watch me cut them up. Is what?
The GDP of black immigrants in America is higher than the GDP of the
Okay, now, Stupees, is the black immigrants that's here a significant population or are they a minority?
It does not matter. It does not matter.
Yes, it does. And the reason that it matters, Stupees, is because you're comparing a minority of a collective versus an entire collective. If that was the case, we could just take the top 1% of black American earners and they clearly out-earn you.
No, I'm saying that the GDP of black immigrants is greater than GDP.
Stupees, if we were to create a minority group of black Americans just taking the top earners over here, they would earn more by a significant amount to the immigrants that you're talking about. That is not how you compare. That's not how you compare. Stupees. That's not how you compare earnings, Stupees. You got it all wrong. You compare your collective earnings versus my collective earnings. We out earn you all. That's why you immigrated here. That's why you immigrated here.
And they're better than you. And they come over here.
How are you living better? How are you living better than me? When you go back to where you from, do you live better than me? Y'all live like shit.
You don't have to go back. When they go home into the house in America.
Time out. Stupees, is America not my house? It's not your house, right? You just a visitor.
It don't matter.
You just a visitor. You just a visitor. But Stupees, the whole you can't compare. You cannot compare. You cannot compare a minority immigrant population to a collective from a country, Stupees. That's not how that works, baby. That's not how that works. That's not how that
dealer.
works. But
You know that.
Stupies, when y'all are able to take this earning power that y'all got and go back and do something with it from the countries that y'all come to, I'll salute you. But until that day, Stupies, all you're doing is freeloading off the accomplishments of Black Americans. You don't get credit. You don't get credit for that, Stupies. You're not contributory to the United States in no way, shape, or form. There's nothing that you all do that you can't be replaced for. Nothing.
Same with you. There's nothing that you can do that you.
Stupies. If I wasn't here, you couldn't be here. What are you talking about?
That's a lie. That's
Stupies.
a lie.
The 1960s. Look it up right now. Y'all didn't start coming over here in mass until post 1965. 1965 was the 1965 Immigration Act that got signed into office. That came on the heels of the civil rights. Who the fuck accomplished the civil rights? That was Black Americans. You literally couldn't be here without me. Stop it. And
that's a lie.
another, not just that, Stupies. When y'all got to America, the table was set. All you did was pull up a chair and start eating. When I got to America, it literally didn't exist. What are you talking about?
Are you ready? Are you ready?
You're not making sense when you're talking. You asked me, am I ready?
No, because what you said that my grandfather was recruited by the U.S. government to build the Panama Canal. To build a Panama
Canal. To build a Panama Canal, Stupies. Seriously?
Of course.
My wife I'm asking you what you did for the U.S. of A, baby.
Wait. Let him make his point about the canal first, so we see where he's going.
The Panama Canal is a project of the United States of America. The United States of America built that canal. That canal was responsible for a major economic boom in the Americas. My grandfather was recruited to build a Panama Canal. That's one. You said I could not be here without you. You have nothing to do. No. Listen, that's a white man. My wife was at her house. That's a white man who recruited my grandfather. My wife was at her house.
See, I'm biased. What I told you. The immigrants think that the way they got over here was by way of white people. Stupies. How many hold on, answer this question for me, because you said your grandfather. Your grandfather is one of how many people that worked on the Panama Canal?
Hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands. One. So what portion, Stupies? Yeah, America has people from all over the fucking world that they recruit to do projects. What your people don't get credit for that? The fuck are you talking about?
You see, but what I am saying to you, what you're saying to me,
Stupies. You wouldn't come out. Albert Einstein was not born in the United States of America, right? Does his people get credit for the shit that he accomplished over here? No, it don't work like that. Again, your arguments are foolish. But nonetheless, let me tell you about a group of people, Stupies, that were able to actually produce something for their own country by learning from other people. You ready, Stupies? He's still on the line, Unbiased?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, he's still there. He's on mute. He's on mute. He probably got some.
Yeah, no doubt. Stupies, go and look up the Japanese. They're just an island group of people. Prior to the 20th century, they were in a third world country state, ruled over by different
they were in a savage state.
They were nothing. They were fucking done.
Barbarians, basically.
Within 40 fucking years, those people were able to rival Western powers, called the Yellow Peril. Them niggas didn't flee their country, Stupies. They left from their country to go and learn from other countries. But they brought that shit back and they built for themselves. And then you talk about the African countries that got oppressed and, destroyed by Western powers. Japan got fucking oppressed before it even became a superpower. And then after becoming a power, it got destroyed again and they still were able to rebuild. What is wrong with the immigrant population of blacks that come here that can't do the same thing that them people could do? Why could the Japanese do it, but your people couldn't, Stupies?
Can I say something now? Because this is the nicest.
Stupies, answer my question.
No, I'm not answering your question. I need that.
Answer my question. How come the
I'm not
Japanese
asking.
could leave out of their country, go and obtain intellectual resources, bring it back and reconstruct their country to where you don't see them fleeing from Japan no more? Shit, you ain't never see them flee from Japan, but you don't see them fleeing. How come your people gotta flee?
Guess what? You know that you're dumb as hell because if you
Yeah, I'm dumb
understand
because you
World
can't
War,
answer my goddamn questions, stupid.
you understand that after
You
World
can't
War
answer.
II,
You can't answer none of my
rebuilt-
questions.
it's
America
America
did,
that rebuilt Japan.
America did not rebuild Japan. Japan rebuilt its fucking self.
That's not true. America rebuilt
That
Japan.
is true. The same with Germany. Stupid. The Japanese, they would send people over to America, right? And they would look at like car companies and shit like that. They would go there, they would act like tourists. They would be taking pictures. They brought that fucking intellectual property back to their countries and they built cars like Mitsubishi, Honda, and all of those, and they were able to outdo American companies. That's how they were able to rebuild their country. You don't know what you're talking about.
I won't even rebut you on that because what you don't
You don't know
understand
what you're
is that
talking about. You're just talking.
every country that America has invaded after World War II, they assisted in rebuilding those countries, especially the European nation like Germany, and America rebuilt Germany because Germany was split.
Oh, okay. Hold on, watch this, Unbiased. If that's the case, they rebuilt Africa, didn't they? They were giving financial aid to Africa. They were giving financial with Jamaica.
America has never rebuilt. America has never been in a global conflict in Africa.
Did Europe finance Africa? Did America finance anything in Africa? Yes or no?
No.
Just stop, stupid, because you're lying now. Just stop. You're lying. You're not even having a sensible argument anymore. You're just lying.
Can I speak now? Because
you've been speaking and you ain't been saying shit.
This dude,
you've been speaking and you ain't saying shit.
You don't give me a chance to rebut. You said to me that
I do give you time, but when I give you time, you answer with an answer that's not sufficient.
Okay. Can I speak, please? Unbiased, can I speak?
Yes, sir.
Unbiased. Can I get 2 minutes to speak?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. Yes, sir.
He made a statement that I needed him to come to the United States. He made a statement that black people around the world needed black people in America to come to America. That's what he said. And I'm saying to him that no, that black people around the world was invited to America by white people.
Oh my fucking gosh. Oh my fucking gosh, man.
Can I speak unbiased? Unbiased, can I speak without interruption?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I speak without interruption?
Right. Yes, sir.
Because if we look at the visa policy of the United States in the late 50s and early 60s, it was opened up to black people around the world, even when white people in America did not want their black people to be in their spaces. They opened up the opportunity for other black people around the world. Right? Because during the late 50s and 60s, they wanted people to work and they wanted black people. And they opened it up to black people around the world. Not okay. Black people. Can I finish speaking? Because you act like a lion now. You act like a lion because when confronted.
You are.
Okay, rebut what I'm saying, man. I finished speaking.
No problem. Hey, I'm biased. If you simply Google when did Caribbeans begin to immigrate to the United States, it will tell you Caribbean immigration to the United States has occurred in waves, with the first major wave beginning after 1965. This is what I keep talking about. The 1965 Immigration Act, stupies, that came as a result of the accomplishments of the civil rights. You don't even know this because you're not from here. Prior to that 65 Immigration Act, do you know what type of people were being recruited to come or being allowed to immigrate to the United States of America? You had to be white to come to America, essentially. And not just any white, they wanted specific type of whites. Northern whites, Western, like they wanted a specific type of white people. They did not want black people coming here. The white people did not at all want any black people to come here. They already had a black population that they wanted to get rid of. Why the fuck would they want your black asses to come? You don't make sense. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Your immigration to the United States is completely contingent upon Black American accomplishments. Had Black Americans not accomplished the civil rights feats, you would not be here. You would not be here. And it wasn't white people that were inviting you to come here. That's not how it went. Immigration immigrate to the United States. And you'll see exactly what I'm telling you about.
Yeah, well, in large masses about like
it clearly it tells you right here. As soon as you Google it, Google AI is going to tell you Caribbean immigration to the United States has occurred in waves, with the first major wave beginning after '65. And then look, at 41 to 1950, nearly 50,000 immigrants settled in the United States, taking advantage of the war economy and post-war economic growth.
Right.
Just 50,000. 50,000. Do you know how insignificant that?
No. That wasn't insignificant. It's not.
50,000 is not insignificant. 50,000 is not insignificant.
What was the population of the United States in 1950?
It was in the millions. What are you talking about?
What was this? No, it says insignificant. What was the population of the United States? Okay.
Okay, let's go to the 1950s. Let's see what the population was of the United States.
What are we looking up?
The population of the United States in 1950 was
1940s to the population of the United States increased by 19.1 million from 40 to 50.
It was 151
It was
million.
Okay, now what is 50,000 of that? What percentage is that?
No,
is that even 1%?
No, but when we look at that population, we need to look at that population. Let me finish speaking. You need to look at that population and say, during that time.
Hold on, come on. I don't feel like hearing this shit no more, because you're just gonna keep saying dumb shit. The fact of the matter is, you didn't start coming over here in significant portions until post 1965. You couldn't, please. They didn't want you here.
That's a lie. White people wanted them here.
No, they didn't. What skill did you possibly have to where they would want you here? Stupid's talking about white people wanted Jamaicans here. This nigga's lost his mind.
What year? And what year?
Yeah, prior to 1960s. They didn't even want you in the 1960s.
They did have a few. They did go out and recruit.
Yeah, it wasn't in large numbers.
But they didn't want y'all the way y'all here now. They didn't want y'all here like.
Okay. So let me add context to that. Yeah,
Unbiased. They only wanted the people that had particular skills.
Yeah.
They didn't want millions of motherfuckers here.
For the most part, they did send them back.
Yeah, and he even sent you back. Like, I didn't even.
The Supreme Court judge, if you tell me, say, do not speak to the police under no condition. You never speak to the police.
No,
You
that's
tell the
false.
police that.
No, that's false. That's only if you're looked at as a suspect. That's when you don't talk. Yeah, no,
All right.
that's actually true.
I would find a piece of law for you now and tell you when the judge said you do not speak to the police under no condition. No smart person.
When they say speak to the police, though, it depends on what they mean by speak.
Under nothing you don't speak to the police. I listen to the police. Suspect or no suspect. The first thing you said is that I do not answer questions.
All right, so you heard me. I said suspect. Stu P says suspect or no suspect. So he took an L to extra architect. So now you might take an L to me. Brother Reggie, the link is in. Oh, he's right there. All right, so real quick.
And I need a law. Because
So real clear, he says suspect or no suspect, and I made it clear.
This police and this lawyer. And they were
Give me that link.
having a roundtable discussion. No. They were having a roundtable discussion at law school.
Okay, so Brother Reggie, this is going to be 3 minutes. Well, not even that, probably 1 minute. I'm just pointing out that this dude has a track record of getting out there, debating stuff that he's not well informed on. So he is saying that it is advised by law enforcement and attorneys to don't speak to law officials under no circumstances. And I'm saying, Stu Peace, that advice is only for suspects. He said suspect or no suspect. So just real quickly. So he said he had a link. I said, all right, give me that link. Sound check is good. All right. So I will be reading from Gallery Commons, Faculty Scholarship, 1991, the Marcus Garvey case, a law and power theory analysis of political suppression. Suspect. Dude, crazy.
Justice on the Supreme Court, Justice Jackson stated, quote, any lawyer worth his salt, today we would say his or her, will tell the suspect, his client, in no...
All right, so I'm good. I'm good with that. So therefore, anybody take this guy serious after that, that's just on you. All right. So we are here to talk about some FBA business. Peace, Brother Reggie. Is your mic? Can you hear me? Oh, he stepped out. All right. So as you've seen, I'll wait for Brother Reggie. So this guy, Stu Peace, has a track record of not knowing what he's talking about. Before he gave me the link, I said, I guarantee you he's talking about suspect. He gave me the link, and the first thing he said was suspect. The first thing. Like, when we talk about you die at your source, he literally perished on the spot. Okay? Yo, my brother's a police officer, and I know so much about this type of law enforcement, not through him, just researching online and reading, that my brother, when he does his tests about like stuff like that, he'll ask me, because he want to know if I know, because I know so much, and he'll tell you, like, I know a lot about civics and things like that. So I told Brother Reggie, and that's why I was that confident. I said, bro, there's no way they're going to advise you to not talk to a police officer at all. It's only for suspects, because we are law-abiding citizens, and we're supposed to talk to police officers, especially to stop a crime, because if you own a house and you got crime going on, your property falls, your school is screwed in.
Black Americans. He was actually unsuccessful in Jamaica and the Caribbean. He failed multiple times. He came over here. We elevated Marcus Garvey.
All right, so let's get into it.
Up off foundational Black Americans. He was actually unsuccessful in Jamaica and the Caribbean. He failed multiple times. He came over here. We elevated Marcus.
Function under the
He's on the same problem. That ain't like nobody can look at you. That's the men.
person who thinks some higher.
Right? Bought in. If you saying it, we could do it. So,
But Adams, you know, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, ever since this whole, I was hearing about this whole ADOS, from the this whole, I was hearing about this whole ADOS. From the minute I heard about it, it was like a division.
Yeah. So the minute he heard, now keep in mind, when he's saying ADOS, he's also incorporating FBA because this was before FBA. But ADOS is synonymous with reparations, basically. So is FBA to a degree. FBA more is separate from reparations itself, is more everything plus reparations. ADOS seemed to be more so speaking about reparations from what I know. All right. But FBA definitely is more things and it includes reparations. Okay. So when you say ADOS, you're almost always saying reparations as well. But when you say FBA, you're not always talking about reparations. I think that's fair analysis. So when he says ADOS, he's speaking on reparations. They're talking about reparations. So he said when he first heard of ADOS, he's talking about ADOS stance on reparations, which disaggregated other black people from ADOS, FBA or free people. Okay. Whether you like the term ADOS, FBA, or free people, that's personal, but they're all speaking to the same body of people. They're all speaking about the same people with the same lineage here in America that can go back to slavery. Okay, anyway, so I heard the semantics. Well, he's saying ADOS. He ain't saying that's because FBA wasn't a thing then. It was only ADOS. And Tariq Nasheed was saying ADOS then. And then Tariq Nasheed started saying ADOS, FBA, then just FBA. So don't try to dismiss ADOS when everybody was saying ADOS, because everybody knew what ADOS represented. It represented reparations for our lineage only, descendants of American slaves. So now that's called semantics. So when he says ADOS, he's talking about reparations. So when he first heard ADOS, when he first heard reparations, he immediately thought of division, divisive, and listen to Vlad. Yeah, we expect Vlad. So he out here agreeing with Vlad on reparations.
But Adams, you know, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, ever since this whole, I was hearing about this whole ADOS, from the minute I heard about it, it was like a division.
Yeah.
Amongst black people.
Yeah.
It was a division. It seemed like some sort of, well, you're not American enough. Like, what's your lineage? Like.
So when he say division amongst black people, y'all got to stop thinking black people means us only. He's saying black people, like everybody that calls themselves black Jamaicans, black Nigerians, black Americans, everybody who says black, he's lumping everybody up. He's saying our claim for reparations caused division amongst blacks of the world.
But Adams, you know, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, ever since this whole, I was hearing about this whole ADOS, from the minute I heard about it, it was like a division.
Yeah.
Amongst black people.
Yeah.
It was a division. It seemed like some sort of, well, you're not American enough. Like, what's your lineage?
And y'all got to stop saying, well, how old this was. It doesn't matter because he kept the same talking points all the way until today. I showed this. He never said it was no longer divisive. You know what? FBAs, it make more sense now. I'm for it. Yeah. Black Americans deserve to carve out their own section of the world and call themselves something that's exclusive to them. He never made that claim. He never made that statement. He always had the same ideas, and I showed you it a consistent pattern. He's going to do it with Vlad, as you've seen. He did it with Tariq to his face. He did it to Rod Digger, his co-host. He did it to Godfrey's other co-host. Everywhere he went, he said the same thing. Reparations is divisive. Oh, what year was that? Bro, when did it change? Okay, so if a white racist say something about black folks and it was in 2003, we're going to say, yeah, but what year was that? Like, this dude is clearly anti-reparations for us. Us is enough, right? Because we say not like us. Who's the us? It's us is us. So he is anti-reparations for us. He told everybody to their face. He told Vlad, he told Tariq, he told Rod Digger, he told Godfrey. Listen.
What's this whole ADOS movement? And how is that not something that's kind of divisive amongst people in this country? Like how do we decide who's who?
See what I'm saying? How disrespectful they've been to them. Exactly.
Right, but then this is also, to
That's
me,
foul.
I see this as a divide and conquer thing.
Okay, so now he's over here with Godfrey saying the same thing. So DJ Vlad, Tariq, now Godfrey, and now next will be Rod Digger. And everybody agreed except for DJ Vlad. DJ Vlad said, yeah, it's divisive.
So now I'm supposed to get
Yes.
oh, word? That's what the Jamaicans are saying? Well, then fuck that. You know.
And on the list of tangibles, I would assume that's where this ADOS comes in, because I'm thinking that certain people would hope that the tangibles,
the ADOS.
that the part of the tangibles would be reparations for the ADOS. Yes?
Yes.
Is that what I'm to believe? Now,
Not just that, but definitely number one on the list.
right.
I definitely said when you ready to. I'm looking at them.
Yes. Before you add on, I just would like to say, now there's some that feel that this movement is quite divisive and just another way to divide black people.
Foundational black Americans.
So as you know, he was going to say it's another way to divide black people. So Rod Digger, he said ADOS was divisive. ADOS equals reparations. And he said reparations. He told Rod Digger, he told Godfrey, he told DJ Vlad, he told Tariq to his face, ADOS is divisive.
Because over here in the North American continent, us foundational black Americans, we're the founders of the United States. There was no United States until foundational black Americans built it. So we are acknowledging our own designation. So that's not divisive, because other groups do this.
And I just feel like we need to come together as black people, you know what I mean, as much as possible. And it just feels like that type of thought, and I understand where you're coming from with it, but it feels like that type of thought helps to divide instead of bring us more together.
Okay, this is the problem, Lord Jamal. That division is caused by non-FBA. Foundational black Americans, we have been the only people fighting for.
Okay, so now the term FBA, the acronym FBA is being used, and he's still saying it's divisive. So stop with the semantics. He said when ADOS was being used, he said divisive. Now FBA is now being used. He's still saying divisive because he knows that FBA, ADOS, both can be used in place of reparations. When you say FBA, when you say ADOS, the word reparations is somewhere around. Okay, so he's saying by claiming reparations for FBAs only, for claiming reparations for ADOS only, that's divisive. against black people.
Okay, this is the problem, Lord Jamal. That division is caused by non-FBA. Foundational Black Americans, we have been the only people fighting for everybody.
First of all, you know, there's a lot of divide and conquer with this. There's a lot of bullshit that goes into this talk of reparations.
Okay, you heard it. You heard it. He didn't say ADOS. He didn't say FBA. He said there's a lot of divide and conquer when it comes to reparations. I told you, when he hears ADOS, he looks at that as synonymous with reparations. Gotcha, bitch.
Bullshit that goes into this talk of reparations. You know, as far as who gets it, and
both of my parents, on both sides of the family, we can trace everything back to plantations.
So Tariq is about to explain who gets it and who doesn't get it.
In Alabama and North Carolina. So my family, 100% foundational Black Americans. Nobody in my nations in Alabama and North Carolina. So my family, 100% foundational Black Americans. Nobody in my family immigrated.
How many people can do that, though?
We can. We can do that. Most of us can.
How many that are claiming to be can really do that? Keep it real.
You can trace your family lineage at least back to 1870. You can trace your family back to the 1870 census. If you know your mama and you know your daddy, their name has been documented somewhere. You know where to trace them.
Right.
So
a lot of them had just first names, though. You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, I physically, this is not no easy shit to do these traces. Like, I physically have been through this shit. Like, I've seen it. Like, I went down that rabbit hole for a second.
So he's right. It is a rabbit hole if you are a Black immigrant trying to trace your family back to a plantation. You're right. Or the 1870 census. You're right. It's a rabbit hole for you only, for Black immigrants. It's not a rabbit hole for those who say they have lineage going back to the plantation or the 1870 census.
When you get to all of that slavery type of shit, like, the records are not what you think.
There's outliers to it, but generally, it's pretty easy to trace your lineage back to slavery, to a plantation, or it's easy to trace your lineage back to at least the 1870 census. The average person who can trace their lineage back to 1870, 9 times out of 10, you came from a slave plantation because they'll list you as a farm worker or domestic or something like that. So that means you came most likely from a slave plantation. And that's a little bit different from somebody who immigrated over because you wouldn't be eligible for a reparations claim. We can't open up that door, and this is for several reasons. If we start letting African and Caribbean brothers start getting reparations based on the Jim Crow treatment, then what's going to happen? The damn white Hispanics are going to start saying, okay, well, damn it, I was mistreated too. And then it's going to undermine the reparations claim. We respect CARICOM. Over in the Caribbean, they have a reparations movement.
My thing is, there was a lot of suffering done by all of us at different times in America. I don't give a fuck if you got to America 5 years ago from whatever fucking country. If you Black, you're gonna go through you're gonna suffer some bullshit.
Lord Jamar, you just said the wildest thing ever, bro. If you got here 5 years ago, dude, you're not part of no damn ADOS, FBA, free people reparation claim. What are we talking about now? So now we're just being dumb, jealous, and envious of what's going on over here in America. Like, come on, 5 years ago, my boy. Really? But this is what you would say when you don't qualify. When you know you're not one of us, you would try to somehow fit your
He said in the motherfucking Black community.
Both can be used in place of immigrants. It's not a rabbit hole for those who say they have.
It's easy to trace your lineage back to at least the 1870 census. The average person who can trace their lineage back to 1870, 9 times out of 10, you came from a slave plantation because they'll list you as a farm worker or domestic or something like that. So that means you came most likely from a slave plantation. And that's a little bit different from somebody who immigrated over because you wouldn't be eligible for a reparations claim. We can't open up that door, and this is for several reasons. If we start letting our African and Caribbean brothers start getting reparations based on the Jim Crow treatment, then what's going to happen? The damn white Hispanics are going to start saying, okay, well, damn it, I was mistreated too. And then it's going to undermine the reparations claim. We respect CARICOM. Over in the Caribbean, they have a reparations movement.
My thing is, there was a lot of suffering done by all of us at different times in America. I don't give a fuck if you got to America 5 years ago from whatever fucking country. If you black, you're gonna go through you're gonna suffer some bullshit.
Lord Jamar, you just said the wildest thing ever, bro. If you got here 5 years ago, dude, you're not part of no damn ADOS, FBA, free people reparation claim. What are we talking about now? So now we're just being dumb, jealous, and envious of what's going on over here in America. Like, come on, 5 years ago, my boy. Really? But this is what you would say when you don't qualify. When you know you're not one of us, you would try to somehow fit your way in. 5 years ago, we got here. We should be able to make a claim with you, be part of that claim because we suffered some things too. Okay. Yeah, we'll make your claim with CARICOM.
Let's just say we all get $2 million.
Why'd you say we? Why did Lord Jamar start off by saying, let's say we get, dude, you ain't get, see, he's still tying himself into reparations. Dude, you're not getting anything. Okay, you are Guyanese. You don't have an FBA mother or father. Okay, you never claimed it, and we're not going to claim it for you. We're going to say what you said. We're not going to say what you didn't say. You never said one of your parents were FBA, so then you're not FBA. You never said one of your parents were ADOS, so you're not ADOS. You are a black immigrant, and that's okay, bro. You have a claim being made on your behalf over there, CARICOM, all right? But don't start a conversation off. What if we do not we? You say, what if y'all? That's the proper way to start this off.
Bullshit.
Let's just say we all get $2 million. All black people that can prove it, that, they have lineage here in these North America, and they were slaves here, and they get $2 million. What the fuck do you think these motherfuckers are gonna do with that money? They just give the money right back. They just would give the money right back. Just like you get your taxes and all that.
That is the most disrespectful thing you can say. And why are you still undermining reparations? If they want to give it right back, that's their right. It's their money. It's their money and they want it now. Right now, you have the right to get paid and go to Atlantic City, New Jersey, or go to one of these casinos in Las Vegas and give the money right back. And right back to whom? To the government? No, you're going to give the money right back to a private sector. You have the right. It might be illegal, but you have the right to blow your money on illegal drugs, on women, or men, or whatever you want. You might buy a bunch of houses and people might say that's a bad investment, okay? But you have the right to do that with your money. Why are you worried about what folks do with their money? But why do people who are non-FBA, non-ADOS, why do they always assume that 43 million FBAs, ADOS are going to spend their money on BS? And why do you care? Nobody said the Native Americans, wait, before they get paid, what they going to do with the money? The Japanese, what they going to do? The Jewish people, what are they going to do with the money? Are they going to control Hollywood? Nobody say none of that stuff. Dude, mind your business. How about that?
Tax time coming. Half of these motherfuckers giving that shit right back to the within 6 hours. Sometimes in the motherfucking black community. Needs to be running around with like the shit would be fucking crazy. Like, and all the guns and and Mercedes and blinged out. It would just be. Fuck. They just give the money right back. They just would give the money right back. Just like you get your taxes and all that.
Yo, look at Rodriguez, shake her head in disgust. Look at her head. She's just disgusted by this hater.
Fuck. They just give the money right back. They just would give the money right back. Just like you get your taxes and all that tax time coming.
That's a white supremacist talking point, to not give us reparations, to undermine the legal claim of reparation. You just give it right back. So what's the point of even having it? Because you're not going to have it after 6 hours, like Lord Jamar said. It'll be right back in our hands. So we might as well just not even go down this route.
Half of these motherfuckers giving that shit right back to the within 6 hours. Sometimes in the motherfucking black community. Needs to be running around with like the shit would be fucking crazy. Like, and all.
Are you ADOS?
Here's the thing.
So now Vlad asked him, "Are you ADOS?" ADOS, because again, this is before FBA got popping, before FBA had any motion.
On my father's side, no. Okay, we trace back to Guyana.
Okay, so I'm Guyanese on my father's side. What about your mother's side?
Okay. So you're Caribbean then?
South American, yes.
Oh, Guyana's not
It's
Caribbean?
a Caribbean. It's in South America, but it's considered Caribbean in a way.
Got it.
It's one of the
because whenever I go
South
to
American countries.
the West Indian Day Parade, I'm pretty sure I see Guyana
Absolutely.
flags flying
It's in
around. Yeah,
South America.
Right.
Just like you might see Honduras or something like but that's all in South America. So anyway, now my mother is adopted, so I don't know her.
Okay, so my father is Guyanese. My mother, I don't know. How am I FBA? FBA is not about not knowing. FBA is all about knowing. You have to know who you are because you have to produce your paperwork when the time comes. Okay? In order to get certain benefits that's exclusive to FBA, people, you're going to need to produce your paperwork like the Native Americans, like the Japanese, like the Jewish people. You got to produce paperwork to have to acquire these benefits, to be eligible for these benefits. It's no different with us. So if you can't produce paperwork that tie you to FBA lineage, guess what? You're not FBA and you won't benefit from anything that's designated for us. Okay, so knowing who your father is as a Guyanese man and not knowing who your mother is disqualifies you, okay, in all ways imaginable, right? So let's not make this more than what it is, all right? We're not going to make his mom FBA when he didn't. He said, I don't know.
I still got to do some research on you know what I mean?
Dude, you're 90 years old. How much research you got to go? Dude, it ain't that goddamn hard. It ain't that hard. It ain't that hard to know what your mom is. I got to do more research. No, it's over. You did research and it came up. No results found. You dig?
I discovered one side of her father. Now I got to trace where his family's from. But I did the trace on my father's side. So on that side, no, I'm not ADOS. It's possible I'm on my mother's side. I am.
Okay, now that possible ain't enough. We need to know. You dig? Like that song. We need to know what's on your mind.
But see, again, that's some bullshit.
What's BS? What's BS? Because you're not FBA and you're ineligible for benefits that's designated just for us? That's not BS. That's good. That's good. Good.
But anyway, who here in America are direct descendants of the slavery, and I'm assuming that they meant that happened here. Anyway, who
that side? No, I'm not ADOS. It's possible I'm on my mother's side. I am. But see, Again, that's some bullshit.
But anyway, who here in America are direct descendants of the slavery, and I'm assuming that that happened here on this land in America, and they're probably not even thinking about South America.
No, we're not at all. South America is not on our mind at all as we make a claim for reparations. You are exactly right. Only the United States is on our mind. You're right.
Anything like that. But let's just say they're isolating it to just here in just America. Well, now immediately they've isolated the South Americans.
Yes, we did.
Trace your family lineage at least back to 1870. You can trace your family back to the 1870 census. If you know your mama and you know your daddy, their name has been documented somewhere. You know where to trace them.
Right,
So
a
you
lot of them had just first names, though. You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, I physically, this is not no easy shit
Yes,
to
it
do
is.
these traces. Like, I physically have been through this shit. Like, I've seen it. Like, I went down that rabbit hole for a second. And when you get to all of that slavery type of shit, like, the records are not what you...
both of my parents, on both sides of the family, we can trace everything back to plantations in Alabama and North Carolina. So my family, 100% foundational Black Americans. Nobody in my family immigrated.
How many people can do that, though? Do you think?
We can. We can do that. Most of us can.
How many that are claiming to be can really do that?
Hey, yo, he said keep it real. Yo, this dude is being passive aggressive towards Tariq Nasheed, our FBA Adolph's brother, and you guys are letting this guy get a pass. Keep it real. Like he's lying. Keep it real. How many can actually trace their family lineage? Keep it real. Dude, you can't because you're not like us. But we can. We're alike. We're A-alike, we be alike, and we see alike.
People can do that.
100% foundational Black Americans. Nobody in my family immigrated.
How many people can do that, though? Do you think?
We can. We can do that. Most of us
How
can.
many that are claiming to be can really do that? Keep it real.
You can trace your family lineage at least back to 1870.
This dude is
You can trace your family back to the 1870 census. If you know your mama and you know your daddy, their name has been documented somewhere. You know where to trace them.
Right,
So
a
you,
lot of them had just first names, though. You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, I physically, this is not no easy shit to do these traces. Like, I physically have been through this shit.
Easy.
Like, I've seen it. Like, I went down that rabbit hole for a second. And when you get to all of that slave,
there are outliers
shit to it.
There's outliers to it, but generally, it's pretty. There are outliers
shit to it.
There's outliers to it, but generally, it's pretty easy to trace your lineage back to slavery, to a plantation, or it's easy to trace your lineage back to at least the 1870 census. The average person who can trace their lineage back to 1870, 9 times out of 10, you came from a slave plantation because they'll list you as a farm worker or domestic or something like that. So that means you came most likely from a slave plantation. And that's a little bit different from somebody who immigrated over because you wouldn't be eligible for a reparations claim.
It's my great-grandfather on my father's side. It's my great...
Came most likely from a slave plantation. And that's a little bit different from somebody who immigrated over because you wouldn't be eligible for a reparations claim.
It's my great...
worker or domestic or something like that. So that means you came most likely from a slave plantation. And that's a little bit different from somebody who immigrated over because you wouldn't be eligible for a reparations claim.
It's my great-grandfather on my father's side that wasn't born here. It's my great-grandfather on my father's side that wasn't born here.
How does one know that they're foundational American? I, a few years back, did a like an ancestral so I had just did on my father's side, right? But in doing all of this, and I'm going to tell you, it traced back to Guyana, right?
Okay, right.
So I had just did on my father's side, right? And I'm going to tell you it traced back to Guyana.
We can trace back.
My family suffered from redlining and all that type of shit, because I know how you feel about like Jamaicans that come here right now, this generation, and they're able to get loans. My family didn't go through that. My family didn't get all that when they came here. We lived as regular black people. So let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that. That would not, if they came over and they immigrated, because your family came from immigrants. They immigrated over here, and you can
Ellis Island.
Because your family came from immigrants. They immigrated over here, and you can Ellis Island.
Okay, so when people say Ellis Island, when they say Ellis Island, just know that that means they're immigrant for sure. Okay, Ellis Island was a designated area for immigrants, for refugees or people leaving their homeland for whatever the reason was. It could be famine, it could be civil war, it could be for better working opportunities. Just know that Ellis Island is literally immigration. If a person say Ellis Island, damn near 100% of the time they are an immigrant. White, Hispanic, Chinese, black, whatever, they are an immigrant. So for him to say Ellis Island, like that's like the biggest piece of information we need to know that he's most likely an immigrant. Okay, who's hiding his lineage from us. He's just not being honest. Godfrey, who's Nigerian, is proud to be Nigerian. Godfrey, and you trust Godfrey, whatever his podcast is called. Godfrey is a proud Nigerian. I respect the hell out of any black person who's proud of their country, regardless if they're not from here, America, regardless if they're not FBA, ADOS. I respect any black woman and man who is proud to be from their homeland, regardless of the government being corrupt or, white people taking over their natural resources. If you're proud of your homeland, you ain't gonna lie like Lord Jamar and be all evasive, okay, with your back FBA. Just take our step and family choose him over
because you can't get a reparations claim like that.
And it's very important to not mix it up.
But now keep in mind, this is just my father's side.
I understand that.
We all have two sides now. My mother's side, I ain't traced that yet.
Y'all would know who the southern side of her family was. So if y'all don't know, that means she's from the Caribbean. If I can understand that you don't know your dad, that's one thing. And your mom didn't tell you where your grandmother was from? Your mom didn't say shit? She had to come from somewhere, either immigrated from another country or came from the South. If she's black, right? It's just find out where your parents are from and where your grandparents are from. You knew your grandmother has a birth certificate, brother. Look at the birth certificate and see where she was born. And then see what her mother and father's name was. It's on the birth certificate. And then see where they were born. You trace it back like that. And if you can go all the way back to the 1870 census, that make you a foundational black American. All you got to do is just trace the parents back. Okay, some of these folks, you don't know where your mama's really from. Okay, like my mom's from New York. We kind of lost. And then, okay. Folks, okay. I don't know how y'all don't be knowing where your mama from. And you don't know your mama's side of the family. At least I can understand the dad's side might be a little sketchy. You don't know your mama's side of the family? See, that raises red flags.
Extreme red flags.
That raises a lot of red flags from folks don't be knowing what their mama's side of the family is.
Stop it.
Okay. That's weird.
And
I agree.
I feel like they want us to
I concur.
Spend our energy on this conversation when we really need to be focusing our energy on more practical things.
So Lord Jamar said they, against white supremacy, want us to focus on reparations over more practical things. This is Lord Jamar. Lord Jamar, yeah, boy, not mine. Lord Jamar, I stand on business. Lord Jamar says that they, whoever that is, white supremacy, the Bilderbergers, Illuminati, DuPont family, they want us to talk about reparations, which is divisive according to him, rather than more practical things. So he doesn't even see the reparations conversation as practical. But y'all say this guy's FBA and he says he's not. Okay, one more time.
On this conversation, when we really need to, and
That's weird.
and I feel like they want us to spend our energy on this conversation when we really need to be focusing our energy on more practical things.
So when are we gonna get ready? We're just not gonna be ready for it. And what are we gonna do? We're gonna blame white people for systemically oppressing us for generations.
Yes.
We're not even gonna try it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We need to. I'm not saying.
I mean, I know, but you just made the point that.
Right. You made the point that you, Lord Jamar, so we ain't gonna just try, we should just give up. That's Rod Digger. Okay? Because you said these things. You, Lord Jamar, you said these anti-FBA, anti-ADOS, anti-reparations claims. You said that, my boy. I'm only going by what you said. I'm Rod Digger, and I'm going by what you said. Rod Digger's FBA, ADOS, free person, all the straight rider. I love that woman.
African Americans won't get a piece of that. Whereas when it was vice versa back in
So, well, Baba, why have you? There are four sentiments that are often expressed by our young brothers and sisters when we engage them, our FBA family, and they are our family. And when they express them, what they'll say is, well, like Baba James, he aligns with us. But I want to share these four sentiments with you, and I can do it one at a time, or I can give you all four, and I want you to be able to just
do
respond.
all four, and I can respond, because if I'm late for my sister's birthday, she's gonna kill me.
Gotcha. All right, so I'll give you all four. I'll give you all four. So these are four of the most common like anti-African sentiments we hear being expressed by some of our brothers and sisters. The first one is Black people in America are not African and have no connection to Africa. We're Native Black Americans. That's one. The second one is Black people in America may be genetically African, but so is the entire planet. Everybody on Earth is African. That's two. The third one is African people on the continent don't refer to themselves as Africans. We're the only ones who call ourselves Africans. That's three. And the fourth one is Black Americans are the only ones who practice Pan-Africanism. Those are the four most common kind of like retorts that we hear. And they always say, well, Baba James Smalls agrees with us. Like,
well, Baba James Smalls going to tell him I don't agree to none of that shit I just heard. Because none of it makes sense. You're going to give me the white slop and then give it a name like Foundation of Black America. Don't label me with slop. Explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Explaining what Foundation of Black American is and tell them I'm both.
Foundation of Black American, that we have a right to identify ourselves in the same way any other ethnic group. And I think I used the Jamaican community. They don't call themselves African. They call themselves Jamaicans. Absolutely. The people from Haiti don't say I'm African. They say I'm Haitian. And we find no contradiction with that. We're the only group in North America that use the term African to describe ourselves.
what they'll say is, well, like Baba James, he aligns with us.
I give Omaweli credit in that he was man enough to call me yesterday and said, and I said, well, what is your beef for Tariq? And he gave some critique about Pan-Africanism and your view on Pan-Africanism or attack of Pan-Africanism. And I gave him my view on you and what I think your view is. And I told him that, you know, the work that you have done bespeaks itself. Now they're trying to take you out of the picture with the work. I'm still suffering with that. Yeah. But then what happened after the show, I started looking, you know, I'm just going around internet and had people taking little pieces of what I had said and using that to say I'm attacking you.
Right, right.
And that's what pissed me off, because usually I don't get involved in none of this tete-a-tete kind of stuff. So I had to then try to say, okay, let me make a statement. Anyone that took what I said on that show and twisted to be an attack on you was being straight up evil. Collaborators, if not agent themselves.
Yes, indeed.
I don't like to call people agents straight up, but collaborators can come from just being ignorant or selfish or being anti-freedom. And so when I hear people going and attacking you, and when I ask them, why are you attacking? I mean, you can have a reason to criticize a brother. That's one thing. The criticism is one thing. Outright attack, defaming, that's something else.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm seeing on the internet. There's defamation because somebody disagreed with something that you said. I've watched your work. I choose to work with you.
How about slavery by another name, convict leasing? So they kept locking us up and putting us on in the coal mine, building up the coal industry. They put us in, we built up the steel company, the steel industry. So we were never able to benefit from our own income because they kept locking us up for laws like vagrancy, illiteracy tests, things like that. Any excuse to rent us out to a company to build up that company. And that was the South. And so it's don't worry, we're going to touch on all of that. All right. So he's kind of wasting my time here. All right. So let's go here now. So that's out. Let's go here.
Citizenship or you got to.
Right. But if you click the link and I kick you off, you cannot click the link back again.
Just stop.
You answered already. You talking about Philip Randolph, right? See, you don't know the names. I know the names, but anyway. So let's go further. Let's go further. Now he was invited, but the question was, how did he get over here, legally or illegally?
It wasn't illegal at the time. At the time, to get over, you need to be invited by a citizen. So he was invited. So it was not illegal. He was not illegal. He was invited. He got an invitational letter.
So did he get a visa? Did he get a visa? Like, how did?
There was no visa requirement at the time. More than invitation and letter, and then you came.
No. Listen, bro. We're talking about Europeans. The Northern Europe, Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Western Europe. All of them came over here. They got checked for diseases. They took a literacy test. They got examined like hell before they was invited to this country. Nobody got in this country without screening.
Garvey didn't have permanent residence in the United States.
But it doesn't matter. Look, listen, bro.
But he was not. He did not come here illegally. He was invited, and at that time you had no limitation on stay.
Okay, but listen what I'm saying though, because you're talking over me. You're just talking around what I'm saying. I'm saying anybody get in this country, they went through screening. You cannot bring diseases over here.
Are you saying that Garvey got in here illegally? That Garvey
I'm asking.
illegal?
Look, okay, he's put the question back on me. Okay.
No, you asked the question, and I told you that he was invited.
Okay,
So you're implying.
Okay.
Are you saying that Garvey came here illegally?
Look, no, don't flip it back on me. Because I said you don't know more garbage than me. I'm gonna prove it. So I was asking you a question. Because you said, hold on.
The first thing you did is lie. You lie on Garvey that he came here illegally.
No. I asked you the question because I know you don't know Garvey. Okay. So just say you don't. So do you? So no, you said he got invited, but
he got an invitation.
I can't. Okay. Wait. How does W. Du Bois? Whoa. How does W. Du Bois?
It wasn't W. Du Bois.
No. You talking Booker T. You talking Booker T. Washington, right?
Yeah, Booker T. Washington.
Okay, cool. Okay, now watch this. Okay, so how does Booker T. Washington got pulled to just invite him over here and avoid the screening when the American government, when they invited all these Irish people, these Germans, they all got screened?
No. Because the problem with you is that as a person who's a citizen of the United States of America, you do not understand the American immigration system. Back in the day, a president or a citizen of America could write a letter of invitation inviting somebody to come to visit them in the United States. This person
so they can avoid. Okay, so based on the invitation, they can avoid the screening process
because he was not coming here as a refugee, as though
okay,
he
but
came
but still, so they're able. Okay, cool.
No, still,
okay,
you do not understand. First, admit that you do not understand.
Okay, mute you. See, this is what I knew he's gonna do this. Okay, listen, wealthy Europeans. They call them,
that has nothing to do with it. That has no.
No. You're not gonna talk over me. Okay, because once I drop you, you can't come back to the link. Okay, once I drop you, so I'm trying to have a conversation. So once I drop you from the conversation, okay, so look, so he's perfect. Now this is called bowing out because he knows if he calls in, he could talk as long as he won't even call back. But if you click the link and I kick you off, you cannot click the link back again until the stream is over. Okay, so first of all, we're not equal here. All right, it's my show and you're a guest.
But you're lying.
Okay, so now we didn't get to lying yet. Nobody made a claim yet. You didn't answer the question. So you're telling me because Booker T. Watson wrote a letter for Marcus Garvey that this guy was able to avoid the screening process, which every European high status and everything had to be screened. That whole ship from Europe to here, they had first, second, and third class. The first class was rich as shit. And they came over here, they got screened. But Marcus Garvey, he's going to avoid the screening process. All right, but go ahead, finish. I give you 20 seconds.
20 seconds? Not all Europeans came over on Ellis Island. Would you agree or disagree on that? That's 5 seconds. That's the question. The answer to that question is no. That people came here outside of Ellis Island. Ellis Island was for those people who were refugees, who were seeking asylum. No, stop talking. I'm 20 seconds.
No, you can't tell me stop talking on my damn show. No, everybody come as a refugee. What are you talking about?
That's not true. That's not true. I got 20 seconds. You cut me off.
Wait, because you're the liar. So you're telling me all the Europeans were refugees?
Those who came at Ellis Island.
They were all refugees? You're a liar. You don't know history. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. How you a refugee coming over here rich as hell? These Europeans came over here rich.
Those persons didn't come at Ellis Island.
They did. Okay. So if I play a video right now, are you gonna say you're dumb? So if I play a video right now on Ellis Island and who came over here, are you gonna say you're dumb when they say wealthy people? Or are you gonna say you're dumb? No. The question is, if I play a video right now and it says wealthy people were first class because they had first class, second class, and third class. If the video says that there were first class wealthy people on the boat, on the ship, are you going to say you're dumb?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Did the British
you ask me a question back.
No. No, I can't ask you a question. Let me ask you a question first.
You didn't answer mine.
Did all immigrants come through Ellis Island? Are you saying all persons?
No. Now, when did I ever? I'm giving you a time. I'm giving you a time stamp. Okay. So he keep talking. The reason why I'm giving you Ellis Island because that's around the time Garvey came over here. I'm not talking about what the white boy talking about earlier.
He did not come through Ellis Island.
I know he didn't. I'm giving you a time reference. I know he came. He came when they had the restrictive laws. Do you know about the restrictive laws, by the way? You can mute yourself. Do you know about the restrictive laws? Hello?
No,
mute yourself.
Before.
No. We're not doing it because you've been on
doing the 20 seconds.
Okay. Well, we can't because you've been here. Look, I'm gonna put you in the waiting room in a second.
Are we doing it?
You've been here. And we got nothing done so far. I thought you was gonna come on here. Okay. We put him in the waiting room. I put him in the waiting room. I ain't kick him off. Put him in the waiting room. Okay. I invited him on here to first of all be a guest. You're not a co-host. You're a guest. And he's talking like we're even on my platform. You're a guest. Okay, you're gonna answer my questions, which you didn't do. I asked you simply, did Marcus Garvey get screened? You never answered that because I said you don't know Garvey and you didn't even know it was Booker T. Washington. Okay, you don't know FBA history. So then so now we're like just throwing shit at each other at this point. I want to get back on Garvey. Let me get him back in. Let me get him back in. Let me get him back in. All right. So look. So now I'm gonna ask you. No. Okay, so he's gonna tell me no.
I agree.
Bro, you I got a show. You interrupted my show. No, we're not doing it. You gonna go back in the waiting room? Hey, dude, I gotta do it. Okay.
Because you're fucking dick.
All right, go back in the waiting room.
I'm in here, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on? I'm in here. What's going on? It is Tariq in the building. Glad to have everybody.
All right, so this Tether does not want to talk about Garvey. And that's why he's doing everything under the sun. Because he knows he doesn't know Garvey. I'm gonna cook him in front of all y'all. I'm not Jamaican. I'm not Tether. He is. And I know more Garvey than he does. Okay, and this is why he won't have a civil conversation. He come over here and try to dictate what we're gonna talk about. I asked you a flat out question. How did he get here? Legally, illegally? Oh, Booker T. Washington invited him. So he came over here. So did he get screened? See, the reason I asked that question, because everybody that got screened, there's documentation for them. So I can show you a Caribbean family who found like their great grandfather that came on Ellis Island because he was documented. So if Marcus Garvey came, he's saying he didn't come on Ellis Island. He on the ship. He's saying he came a different way. I would love to know that. Like what? Like, dude, that costs money. What ship did you come over here on? And it got to be documented. And did you get screened? Because part of the screening was not just medical. Part of the screening, you had to be literate. Like they wanted smart folks in this land. They didn't want the burden of society over here. They wanted smart people over here. People got turned around, by the way, for being dumb. Guess what? A lot of Europeans came with prostitutes, prostitute women. They got turned around. They're going to ask me the occupation. She's going to say prostitution. Get the hell out. Okay, but he's not interested in having a conversation. He's talking over me when I just got a few questions for the dude. Answer my few questions. I got about maybe 5, 6 questions. You answer those, you can talk for 5 minutes. I'm gonna invite him back on, but if he start woofing again, I gotta get him out of here.
In here, what's going on with you guys? If you got
okay, so now I got questions for you. You're interrupting my show. I got a program here, and you're interrupting me to have a conversation. So let's have a conversation the way I want to do it. Okay, so Marcus Garvey. Did he do you know what A. Philip Randolph is? If you don't, it's okay. Do you know what A. Philip Randolph is? 2 P's?
No.
Okay, so A. Philip Randolph is his name is just as big as W. Du Bois. Okay, so he was an immigration restrictionist. Okay, he's FBA restrictionist. That means he didn't want any immigrants over here. He didn't want Germans, Italians, West Indies, and he said it by name. Okay, so he was the one that led the campaign, Garvey Must Go. Because when he seen Garvey come over here and meet with the Klan, which was a big no-no in FBI history, you don't meet with the Klan. The Klan was our #1 ops. They terrorized the shit out of us. That's like a Jewish person meeting with the Nazi party. Like, you don't meet with the Klan. So when he met with the Klan, that's when FBI started questioning his nationality. Like, yo, where he from? Kind of what we do now. Like, yo, where he from? So he launched the campaign, Garvey Must Go. And they called for his deportation, by the way. So he had FBA's not rocking with him because of that. Now, let me ask you this. Garvey was locked up for fraudulent stocks, right?
No, Garvey was locked up for mail fraud.
Right. But did it have something to do with stocks?
Garvey was locked up for mail fraud.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Did he sell stocks?
Garvey was locked up for mail fraud.
No, okay, pass. Okay, let's not do with the locked up. Did he sell stocks to FBAs? Yes or no?
Garvey sells stocks to the Black Star line now.
Okay, now, was his stocks? Okay, cool.
He was not locked up for stock. He was locked up for mail fraud.
Okay, don't worry. We'll look into that. All right. So now, was his stocks licensed? Was his stocks licensed and registered?
No, I don't want to lie. At that time, I don't remember. I can't answer that question.
Okay,
no. I don't remember if all stocks were licensed. And
yes, they were. Yes, they were, because they're all part of the exchange market. Okay, this guy. Listen. Stocks were part of the exchange market. Yeah, the New York Stock Exchange. That was around at that time. Okay, now watch this. Watch this. Now,
People
all stocks.
at that time, can I rebut that? These people were selling shares in gold mines at that time were not licensed and registered. So not all stocks during that time was licensed and registered.
Okay,
But
well, you go get that. Okay, you go get that and provide that. But what I'm gonna tell you is this. Look, Garvey. Did guy watch this? Did Garvey offer stock certificates?
Garvey offered shares in the Black Star Line.
I know. And then when you bought the shares, did he give you a stock certificate?
He gave you a certificate for the shares that you bought. Right.
So okay. When you offer a stock certificate, your stock's got to be licensed and registered. Now watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Was his stocks protected by a body of government? Because all money is FDIC, the stock market is protected by the government. Was his stocks backed by the government, protected?
Prior to 1930, when the Great Depression and the Great Crash occurred, most stocks in the United States were never protected by any organization. Go and research stocks and bonds.
Okay, cool.
And go and research the Great Crash of the 1930s.
Okay, cool. Now watch this. Now you said he sold stocks for the Black Star Line shit, right?
He sold shares in the Black Star Line.
It's the same. Stocks and shares, the same thing, bro. It's the same thing.
You can call them anything you want to call them.
No. Listen, bro. This is financial. This is finances 101. Stock, security, and shares are interchangeable. Okay.
No, they're not.
Interchangeable. Okay. All right. Okay. So now watch this. Yeah. Stop. Okay. Whatever. Now watch this. Did he sell shares? Okay. Let's use your word. Did he sell shares for the Orion ship?
I don't know. Educate me. I said I don't know. Educate me.
Yes, he did. No. I'm showing you something. Okay, no. Okay, relax. Okay, you don't know, so let me fill you in. Anybody can Google this. Google is at everybody's hands right now. Garvey sold stocks to the Orion ship that he did not own. That's called fraud. That's called scamming. He did not own the Orion ship, but he passed out five like he did. He showed beautiful pictures of it, and he never owned it. And he sold shares, his word, he sold shares, the FBAs, on the beliefs that he owned this ship prior. And that's what made J. Edgar Hoover start looking at him. That right there is what got the eyes of the FBI on. Okay. Now, Stu Pease, why didn't Garvey go to the South where there's 20 million black folks? Why did he go to the North where there's like 300,000 of us?
No, what you need to do is Google the UNIA in the South. Garvey was in the North, yes? But so was Louis Farrakhan. So was many persons in the North.
Hold on.
But
I'm talking about Garvey right now.
Went to the South. No, but you're acting as if people establishing the base in the North is a problem. That's what you're implying.
Yes,
people who establish a base in the North in a more secure area would be a problem.
It is.
Any smart person will tell you that you establish your base in a stronghold where you're protected and you move out from there. But you're acting as if that's not what everybody was doing. Everybody established in the North because the North was safer.
All right, and so yeah, exactly. Safer. He's safe. But we're in the South where it's unsafe.
Was the UNIA in the South? Did you Google that?
Okay, look. If it was, okay, now watch this.
Google that?
No, I don't need to because it's irrelevant. But let me ask you this. Did he? Because most, okay, the reason why I don't got to Google that, because most of his work was in the North, was not in the South. And guess what? When he went to the South, did he meet with the Klan, Stu Pease?
Yes, Garvey meet with the Klan, but again, let's get back to that. The UNIA was also in the South.
Okay.
The UNIA was Garvey organization, so the organization was also in the South.
So why did he meet with the Klan? Okay, fine. So why did he meet with the Klan?
Because Garvey was about separation. Garvey was about Africa for the Africans. Garvey was about people going back to Africa. And the Klan was also about the same thing. So he met with the Klan because they had similar thinking.
Yeah, but the Klan, but the Klan is known as white. that's the white society trash. Like they're the dumbest amongst white society. They have less resources. They have no political pull. Like they are the most barbaric. So why would you not go with the intellectual to get something done? Why would you go with the worst people who have no political pull, no strength, no nothing? They're actually the garbage can of white society. Why would you go there to get something done?
In the 1920s, the Ku Klux Klan was the biggest white organization in America. Go and research the Ku Klux Klan.
No.
It had
I
more
don't
than
need
3
to.
million members.
Okay, cool.
No, you said they had no power.
Yeah, they don't have no. Okay, I did say that. I did say that. Okay, so let me help you out. So let me tell you why I said that. Okay, so let me tell you why I said that. In Monroe, North Carolina, the Klan was 7,500 deep. Out of a people who were only 12,000 strong. So that means the entire city was 12,000 strong. 7,500 was the Klan. Now, when I say they don't have no power, 7,500 Klans member couldn't defeat Robert F. Williams and 59 other armed black men. They chased the Klan out. And matter of fact, the city had passed an ordinance to never let the Klan back in without police approval. So stupid, they had no power. They were kicked out their own city from 60 armed FBA men.
Okay. You said the Klan didn't have no power.
No power and no pull.
The great black migration that occurred was primarily due to Klan activities, the lynching activities. They lynched black people out of the South.
Okay, you kind of like missing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
you're saying that the Klan had no power.
No. Okay, no. Look. Deeper than that. Deeper than that. What I'm saying is, if you meet with a group, you hope to accomplish something afterwards. I'm saying when he met with the Klan was not able to ever accomplish anything politically like what Garvey wanted. The Klan had no power. White society looked at them as clowns. They were the degenerates of white society. They were hoods. Okay, dude, they were hoods to hide their. Look, they were so much buffoons. Well, okay, I got you. Well, first of all, it never got. Okay, so what happened? He met with them, and what happened? Did something get done?
Nothing got done, but people meeting people all the while. Nothing got done.
Exactly, that's my point.
People all the while.
Okay, so no. FBA gonna meet with the Klan. Okay, so watch this. The time he met with the Klan, did he know that FBA is gonna rock with the Klan, or did he not know that?
Who's FBA? In 1920s, who was FBA?
Okay, Foundational Black Americans.
No. Garvey had a movement that was over 1 million strong in 1920s. He had his movement who was rocking with him. Did the movement continue to rock with Garvey after he met with the Klan? The answer is yes. So he was about his movement.
Yeah, yes, no. The answer yes to what? What was the question? What you mean yes? Yes to what?
The question is that his movement with his more than 1 million strong members continue to rock with him.
No, I was asking about what got done. So, for example, let me help you out. So, Philip A. Randolph and W. Du Bois, they were civil rights activists. That means that they were fighting for equality in America. Matter of fact, every FBA person in the country was fighting for equality. Not one person, well, maybe one. Wait, hold on. Just let me finish. The bulk, because I'm gonna say I'm not gonna be absolute, but the bulk of FBAs, high percentage of FBAs were.
We do not know that. That's an assumption.
Okay, cool. I got you. But I know one thing we're not doing. We were not looking towards Africa as a safe haven. Okay, so when Garvey came over at Snoopy's, why didn't Garvey
first? That's not true either. That's not true either.
Cool.
Because
Okay,
during that time.
So no, we're gonna tackle that in 1 second. We're gonna tackle that in 1 second. Just hold on. No, yeah, because the American that was the American government. Okay, watch this. That was listen, bro. That was the American government idea. That was not our idea. But now watch this. Why did Garvey come to America to link up with Africa? Why did he link up the Jamaicans with Africa first?
No, as I said, you're jumping all over the place.
No, I'm on task. I'm on task.
You're not on task because
why didn't? Okay,
we don't come to. All right, let's go back to the beginning.
No. Let's go because I have a few questions for you, and then you can rock out for 5 minutes. Hold on, because what I do is I talk about Garvey. And I talk about how irrelevant he was, and he was a fleer. He fled Jamaica. Oh, stupid. Let me ask you this. when Marcus Garvey came over here to America, right? So the first question was this. The first question was, why did he try to link us to Africa? Why did he try to link Jamaicans to Africa? That's the first question.
Garvey always linked black people who were descendants of the slave ship to Africans. Even when he was in Jamaica before his popularity exploded, he has always linked black people who are descendants of the slave ship to Africa. So it is nothing new.
My question was this. So please, that's not my question. My question, hey bro, you gotta address my question. My question is, why did he first link Jamaicans to Africa to show a proof of concept and then come over here and say, hey, look what I did over there. Hey, I'm gonna do the same thing with you guys. I'm gonna link you guys to Africa. So why did he first link? Yeah.
I just answered the question and you're not listening to me. I said that Garvey did not gain popularity in Jamaica, but his teachings was always his teaching. From he was in Jamaica on King Street teaching the same thing.
Okay, so basically, okay,
but he was not as popular.
Okay, so now watch this. So now he came up to America to help solve the black issue over here, right? With white people, right?
He came to America because he was invited.
No. Look. I'm saying the overall movement. No. Listen to the question. See, look, you're not speaking to the question. I'm getting past that. I'm saying the UNIA. I'm talking about the UNIA, a million followers. I'm saying, wasn't his mission to resolve the black issue amongst us and white folks, white supremacy, right?
No, that was not his teachings. That was not Garvey's teachings.
So why did he want to? So why did he want to go to Africa with a couple of FBAs?
Garvey teaching was Garvey wanted to take every black person in the Western
but he's right, but no, we're focused on where he's at though. He couldn't do it. You just said in Jamaica he couldn't do it. So now we're focusing on America. Look, dude, I'm saying
I did not say that. You're not listening to me.
Look, okay, listen. You're not listening to me. Listen. No, I'm getting past that. See, look, this dude just wants to argue. He's not listening because he don't have answers. I'm speaking about his mission with FBAs. Didn't he want to save us and bring us to Africa? He wanted to save us from white supremacy and bring us to Africa. Is that wrong or right? No, mute yourself. Is that wrong or right?
That's wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, so why did he? Okay. So why did he want to bring? Okay, so it's a simple. He making this shit too long. So why did he want to bring FBAs to Africa? Tell us why he wanted to bring FBAs to Africa.
In 1930, there was no concept of FBAs.
Dude,
and you know that.
Why? Okay. Here's guy. Dude, why did he want to bring FBAs to Africa? Just answer that question, man.
Did FBA exist in 1920?
Yes, we're here now. We always been here.
Did the concept of what you call FBA exist in the 1920s?
Okay, so now this is where he becomes a tether. Why would we accept what white people call us? Like this is some okay. So let me mute him. Why would we accept what white people? Let me mute this guy.
Why would you're sucking Tariq Nasheed dick? You're sucking Tariq.
Okay. So now you see this tether. We want to call ourselves something great, but he wants us to call ourselves what the white man call. He wants us to say colored and Negroes. Here's guy. And why he bring up Tariq Nasheed? We're not talking about Tariq Nasheed. Why is Tariq Nasheed name even mentioned? It's you and I. It's two people myself. He can't hang with the conversation. I'm asking him a simple question. He's in the waiting room. I didn't kick him. I'm about to invite him back on. And I only called you Tether because you are undermining the conversation. You're trying to make us call ourselves something the white man called us, and I'm calling ourselves something great like FBA. Why we can't self-identify? See, that's some white tether shit right there. That's some white supremacist tether shit. Where we got to call ourselves Negroes and colored and slaves. I don't want to do that. I want to call ourselves something we agreed to today. FBAs. Guess what? Ethiopian. Hey, chat, check this out. How disrespectful it is. How disrespectful would it be if I tell an Eritrean, hey, there were no Eritreans at that time.
it was only Ethiopians. How disrespectful would that be? If I'm telling Eritreans they can't call themselves Eritreans because we're talking about a time when no Eritreans were around, wouldn't that be disrespectful? So you respect them by calling them what they want to be called today, and they're saying, looking back, you say Eritreans. Okay, so back to you. Why did
no, fuck you. Why are you calling me a tether?
Okay, so